and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, August 30th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for listening or watching on RacerX Facebook, PulpMX YouTube. If you're listening on PulpMXshow.com, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. We got a good show. Lots to talk about. A dramatic swing in the 250 motocross points, so we'll get into that. Eli Tomac got his first overall of the year. We'll get into that. We got some great guests lined up as well. Got a decent co-host tonight. Looking forward to that. 702-586-7857 if you got something on your mind. You want to talk about motocross, supercross, MXGP, whatever it is. Got some news on Team USA as well. The PulpMX app, you can listen on that. You can get all the sponsor codes on that. New one is coming Friday. Stay tuned, everybody. The new PulpMX app coming Friday. Amazon widget on PulpMX.com and PulpMXshow.com. Please check that out. The Amazon widget. Go to Amazon, make a little purchase, and we get a little small slice of that. Thank you for that. Sponsored deals on PulpMXshow.com. All the codes are on there. So you want to save with our guys? Get the codes and save, man. The latest and greatest, of course, Manscaped. So PulpMX20 saves at Manscaped.com. And more. Thanks to Motorsport.com. We're going to have the Motorsport.com tweeted Tallon segment. We got the X-Brand Goggle Terrace. We got the Race Tech Rant. Our partners on the show, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Maxima USA, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Pro Filter, Scoche, ORW, Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace, FMF, Guts Racing, Get Data, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, all on board with us tonight, as are you people. And again, good show tonight. We got Ryan Dungey on, multi-time Supercross motocross champion. Going to talk about his foundation, talk about some TV work he did at Ironman and more. We got our usual Motorsport.com, ORW, Filthy Phil Nicoletti call in. We got Justin Brayton on. Brayton just re-upped with his team from a couple years ago, Motor Concepts. So we'll talk to JB10 about that decision and racing and more. And Jase Macalpine of Gypsy Tales. It's a podcast that is in Australia and doing pretty well. And so we'll have Jase on to talk about that. Maybe we'll bury some beef and more on the show. So thank you again. 702-586-7857. My co-host all show long, the man helping me guide this thing along from Eagle Grit, from the Supercross TV broadcast crew, from the local NorCal motocross scene, from LBZ. It's Daniel Blair. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Generational co-host.
Yes, you are.
Call JT. Let's just get it on now.
Let's
do it. Let's do it.
You could not have come in at a better time.
Or a worse time.
Why?
I don't know. There's things going on in the sport that I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole, but here I am.
Yeah,
let's talk about. But I'm looking forward to our Jason Thomas discussion.
The Jet Lawrence, the Jet, goes 1-1, fastest
he
in
must
practice.
have knew I was coming in, and he just needed to give me some ammo, and he's like, I'm going to go 1-1 and just slap him so my guy Daniel could take care of JT
14
on the show.
points swing in the points. He's 11 up with 4 motos to go. Looking good, Jet Lawrence.
And going to places that I think are good.
Yeah.
That's the key to this whole thing is he's strong at Paula, Fox Raceway.
Yep.
Hangtown, I think he raced there like a Loretta qualifier regional.
Yep.
I don't know if it was one of those two or Mammoth something. But nobody's comfortable at the Hangtown track for the National, and he's the kind of guy I think that will excel when it's an uncomfortable track. So I think he's going to be good.
And Justin Cooper is under the weather. He's not been riding as much. He made a reference to that a little bit. So, yeah, it's looking good for the Jet. Generational Jet.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm going to keep it cool because I don't want to get too cocky yet. But after Hangtown, if he closes it down, I will
it's on.
JT's not. He will block me from the group text.
Yep.
We won't speak for a while after Hangtown.
Any truth to the rumor that you were actually intercepted the phone calls between GL and the broadcast crew, and you were trying to get yourself in there?
No.
Any truth to that?
No.
Right.
Just the rumor that you just made up just now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because that's not even a rumor.
Okay, all right.
That's not even a thing. You just said that just now.
I did.
Yeah.
I just made that up.
No.
Lots to talk about when it comes to tonight, of course. We'll touch on the GL situation. That may or may not have something to do with my Race Tech rant of the night.
Figured it would.
And we got more to get into, but directing the show, holding things down over there, playing Mad Skills Motocross 3 when he can. Probably texting his hot wife at times. It's Travis Marks. What's up, Marks? How are you?
Hello, Steve. Wait.
What?
I'm better now.
That is the sound of an ice-cold watermelon Red Bull.
It's so good. Thank you.
That was a bad.
Thank you.
It was.
No.
Yeah, it was.
It didn't pop, did it?
No, it
It had
didn't.
nothing.
Pop. It's because I don't open it all the way.
Okay,
like,
Paul. All right,
it's
Paul.
Weird.
Over there in the corner, taking your calls, holding things down, 702-586-PULP. He did return the Intense Taser MX, everybody. It is back in my possession. Tallon Taylor, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
I'm not happy about it, but if Phil wants to ride it, I'll let Phil ride it.
Yeah, it's going to be used by Phil next week. So, yeah.
That's happening? Phil and Troll?
Phil and Troll are coming in studio
I'm pretty-
next Monday.
pretty
Yeah.
excited
yeah.
about that.
It's going to be good. The amount of back and forth between those two is going to be
Yeah.
it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Are you kidding me?
All right. So, yeah, we've got lots coming. Brayton coming on. Macalpine, Gypsy Tales.
Yeah.
Coming on.
I'm here to
You've done his show, right?
I'm here to mend another relationship for you, Steve.
Okay,
Just
fantastic.
When you have a problem, you call me. I'll fix it for you.
You've done his show, right?
I did,
Before?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
so you've had interaction
Yep.
with him. And then Phil, Thomas Fichter, and Greg Adler are going to call in from ORW.
You told me they were coming in.
They were supposed to come in, some issues with the weather. They couldn't make it. But so looking forward to having those guys on as well. They're going to call in, and we're going to try to, get them back with Phil for 2022 because,
this Phil's going to keep going?
well, we can ask him if you want.
Didn't Troll tell him his career's over? He just doesn't realize
no,
it
Phil
yet?
told Troll that.
I know. I'm just playing.
yeah.
I just, it's like
Yeah.
what's that old saying? That's like the something calling the kettle something?
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, that's to me, that's very funny.
How is your podcast doing? Speaking of podcasts, it's a Main Event Moto.
Good. Just
Yeah?
we do our thing in the summer. We're every other week or so, and then depending on schedule, I was supposed to do one this week, and then I remembered I'm coming here, and I'm like, I'm not going to go on my show and use up all my ammo, so I'll save it for this. So I'll do one next week, and then Hangtown. Pumped about Hangtown, dude. Getting Dark Side in.
Yeah,
Looking
the
forward
Pony
to
Pod
it.
coming in.
Pony Pod coming
Yeah,
in hot.
right.
Someone's got to take care of Pony Pod since you don't.
And how's that going to go? Are you going to?
Great.
Are you going to let him in your house?
Oh, it's at my producer's house.
Oh
so,
yeah.
He's not
okay.
coming to my house.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah. Fair enough. I
No,
understand totally. We're gonna look forward to having a great show for sure. And 702-586-7857. I just real quickly, OGO guys are on board with us and love the 9800, love the backpacks, everything else. We were giving away a 9800 Pro a couple weeks ago. We said, give us your best travel story, and we got a lot of submissions, a ton of submissions, and I sent them to the powers that be at OGO, and they picked.
Oh, they picked.
They picked Quinn. Quinn's story, his worst travel story, and there was some god awful ones, people. Yeah, Jesus, I feel sorry for you guys. So, all right. So Quinn says, I was headed home on some R&R from Afghanistan, lower Helmand province to be exact. I had to take a 4-hour flight on a C-130 from Kandahar to Kuwait. A C-130 has a metal seat that you have to sit at a 90-degree angle with body armor and my OGO backpack strapped to my chest, using it as a pillow to try and sleep through the pain going from my asshole to my neck. I got to Kuwait and hopped on a charter jet to Germany. We stop, deplane, and grab some snacks. I get back on the plane and taxi out of the runway for the fuel pump to fail just prior to taking off. We get towed back to the terminal, deplane, and grab the next one coming in an hour later. Get back on the plane only to have the fuel pump fail on the second plane. Jesus. I'm stuck in Germany for 26 hours with the clothes on my back and my OGO backpack as my pillow. The thing was a lifesaver.
Wow.
Yeah. So congratulations, Quinn. You get a 9800 now from the folks at OGO Power Sports. Just email us using the contact form on PulpMX, and we'll pass it on. And the guys at OGO can give you a deal. You probably run OGO, or you have. And
have in the past.
Fantastic, yeah. Great to have those guys on board with us. Great to have the guys at Firepower as well. You know who uses Firepower? A lot of privateers, but you know who really? Chiz.
Yeah.
He just won 11-10.
Oh, no. And the best thing about the broadcast is they gave him, I don't know if it was a full lap.
Yeah.
He looks good, too. It's like it. I mean, his form, everything is just as good as ever.
He's reborn.
He is.
Somehow he's reborn. He's better than ever.
He just looked good, and I'm glad they got to him because, when it slows down in the front and there's no battles going on, they like to go through the field.
Yep.
And when they got to him, I'm like, all right, that's good, dude, because he rode awesome. The results were there, but you know how the eye test has to match sometimes?
Yeah.
Like, I thought he looked good. He chizzed him again.
He did. Firepower Parts. Chiz uses the battery. Chiz uses the chains. They're committed to offering superior products with over 50 years experience in the industry. Don't waste money when replacing OEM batteries or chains when you can get more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower. FirepowerParts.com. Featherweight lithium batteries. Chains made in Japan. Ask your local shop or the guys at Motorsport for Firepower if you can. So thanks to those guys. And Chiz is doing a great job, as is Jet Lawrence, Justin Cooper. I mean, I said this on the review show. Cooper got lucky to only lose 14 points. Mosman was probably better than him. R.J. Hampshire was probably better than him. J-Mart was probably better than him. J-Mart broke an arm.
It could have been
a
lot of points.
It could have been a lot of points, and it was only 14. And he's been sick. Now, Anstey's out with COVID. Marv couldn't race because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I know some other guys missed the race that apparently have COVID. There's some teams and pit people in the paddock that have COVID or had it recently.
If you are Justin Cooper or Jet Lawrence, you are bubble boy from here on out. I wouldn't speak to a human at all.
Well, Hunter was sick, right? And then I'm like, whoa, because you never know.
Well, and that's the weird thing, too, because there's a lot of regular sickness. I don't know if it's a cold or a flu. There's a lot of that going around, too. Yep. So it's obviously going to affect you in the results column, but the COVID one's scary because the title could be over if one of them. So if I'm Jet or Justin, I wouldn't be within 15 feet of a human being for the rest of the season. Just don't even go around and don't touch anything. Well, just walk around like this.
I think at the end of the deal, if Justin Cooper loses his championship, he can blame sickness. Like he has not been the same guy. And from what I hear, he's got a thumb injury from Washougal. It may be better, it may not be better. He's got the sickness going on that's preventing him from riding. Like everything's fallen apart late in the season for Justin Cooper because I liked his chances to bring this thing home.
I did too. Someone asked me that a week or two ago, like, who's going to get it because it was so close. Mm-hmm. And I was leaning towards Justin because the starts, he puts himself up there, he stays away from a lot of the trouble, not considering what a sickness could do to one or the other. So obviously you could see him this weekend. There was just no spunk. He had not much fight. And it's unfortunate, but at the same time, when you win or lose a championship, you look back on certain days that kind of did it for you or didn't do it for you. And the sad part is for him is that he gave up a lot early. He could have had a bigger lead than he had because he gave away a lot early.
You look at a couple rounds, for sure.
You take Washougal and Redbud, those two motos that went raw there, maybe we're still tied. So he has something now that's a significant day that really cost him, but there's been a lot of days. Jet too. If Jet loses this thing, you can look back on some goofy stuff that he did. But for Justin Cooper now, in one sense, mathematically this is bad. It's kind of okay in one way. No more thinking. You just stop preserving. Stop strategy. There's no strategy. You just got to go win now. And if you win out, you could get it. So I mean, it's 11. 3, 6, 9, 12. You win out, it's over. So he's essentially taking the pressure off. At least clear his mind. You don't want this scenario, but if this is the one you're in, there's only one way to look at it, which is no pressure. I'm just going to go win now. And that's trying to find some silver lining for the guy.
Listen, man, it's been gnarly tough on these guys to see what 24 motos. It's the end of the year. This thing is getting gnarly, and it's to stay sick-free, to stay COVID-free, all that kind of stuff in these times. These guys deserve some props that do it, that end up 24 motos that end up being the champions. It is weird that we don't have a testing program for outdoors, right?
There's not?
There's not.
Oh, I didn't even know that. They don't do the whole thing the day before?
No, there's no testing for outdoors. And I almost wonder, look, we only got 2 more. It's not going to happen. But the way it's ripping through the pits, and if you talk to the guys who went to Loretta's, there's a bunch of people that got it there. The Star guys got it. The Pro Circuit guys got it. Now we got Marv. We got Anstey. We got other guys that got it that didn't show up this weekend that I just heard about. I can't confirm, but it seems logical. I mean, look, they're not going to do it because we only got 2 rounds left. But I don't know. So maybe there should have been a testing program here.
It's a race against the clock, I guess. Kind of right to end this thing and get it over with.
You follow NFL and you follow other sports, and I mean that's what the other sports are doing, and we did, and we had to do it for Supercross.
Yeah, I mean, even for me as a Cowboys fan, there's I think 5 or 6 players and a coach right now in the COVID protocol. So it's still happening.
Yeah.
Obviously I'm not a scientist or any of those ists that are out there.
Oh, because there's a lot of them out there on social media.
Well, most people are at the moment. But at the same time, it seems like whatever this strain or whatever it is active. I mean, the numbers are crazy through the roof. Luckily, I think we'd all agree the death rate on this variant isn't as violent as the last, which is obviously okay. It's good.
It seems like it is if you're older or have pre-existing conditions. It seems like it's as bad death rate. None of us in this room, I think, would die from it, but yeah.
And I think that's, again, when it comes to the creative. When it comes to the politicized debate on all this, I guess at the end of the day, if you want to put the politics aside, you're just hoping that people aren't dying and hospitalized as much as before. And so, and even the math, you don't know the numbers. It gets fuzzy out there. But I just hope that this thing burns through like it did in other countries. I know this variant went up and down in other places. Hopefully, we just get through it.
I asked 2 riders today, 2 high-profile riders, if they thought what % of the pits are vaccinated. And one guy told me under 5%, probably only the privateers that need to do it for their jobs during the week. And another guy.
That might be dead on accurate.
And another guy told me he doesn't have it. He has no problem with it, but he also thinks it's probably under 5%.
So Rod Bell has it because he's got to go to work on Monday. His HVAC's like.
Right, yeah. But, speaking of that, so the EU came out. So Team USA, it's going to be Sexton, Barsha, RJ Hampshire when it's announced. But
when?
Yeah, well.
We had a win or we had an if?
If it's announced. September 1st, there's supposed to be new regulations for travel for Italy, or announced, apparently. Germany just announced some. Germany banned the U.S. From coming in, unvaccinated Americans from coming
into the country?
Yes, because that's the U.S. cases are over the top right now. The EU, European Union, came out today and said they recommend. They have no actual power in the countries, but they're like the CDC, right? They have recommendations.
So the
EU recommended no Americans are allowed. Unvaccinated Americans are allowed to come in, and we know from the Team USA people that basically none of the crew of Team USA are vaccinated. It will be, if you ask for the vaccinated people, there might be 5 or 6 of them going.
So Rod Bell's representing the country.
Right.
He's going by himself. Which is, by the way, super unfair. I don't know his status. I don't even know the guy. This is just the funny joke because of the HVAC thing. But
he's got a job,
because he has a real job.
But anyway, so we're waiting till September 1st to see if there's new regulations going. September 1st is a huge day for Team USA.
What's the date of the race?
The 28th or something of September, 26th of September.
Like the last weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see. Team USA may not end up going. The EU, they came out today and said no unvaccinated Americans, but honestly, they don't have the power over Italy and the individual countries. But we'll touch on this with JT along with the generational stuff. It's not looking great for Team USA.
Nah, and I don't know all the way. I've heard you talk about it, so my sources would be you on this. But isn't the European riders like the top ones? Not all. I mean, it's looking like
Sewer's out and Geyser's out, Febra's out. Hurlings is in. Hurlings will be there. Caroli, I think, is not decided yet, or we haven't heard. But
he's in Italy though, so I mean,
most of the top guys are out. Yeah, so it's
I feel bad saying this. I feel bad, but that takes a lot of it out for me. Even though I know we're not sending we never send our A team. It's always our B or C or whatever.
Yep.
I still like the race to see. Me personally, I like to see their best guys in this format too. So if we're losing a bunch of them, it takes away my interest. I'll be straight up. I don't.
Yeah.
If
they're
not there,
I have a ticket to go, but I'm sort of on the fence about going. So we'll see.
It depends on what ends up. Who's
yeah,
right,
I think it just. Yeah, I mean,
it's a long way to go for everybody's
right.
B, C, D.
Right.
I hate saying that, but you know what I mean.
What about? Let's get back to Ironman. J Mart's charge. That would have been I was texting with him yesterday. And I said that would have been an amazing moto because Jet ain't gonna let him just get by.
Well, he didn't.
No,
J Mart made the run, and he was coming fast.
That's what I mean. J Mart was catching him,
but he got to him.
But Jet would wick it up.
Well, he did. Yeah. Well, he got to him, and Jet got really defensive. And I was even thinking in that moment, is Jet aware that Justin is on? Because Jet did look back at one point, I think, to see, it's 6. It's not Justin. But I'm thinking to myself, Justin's going backwards. Does Jet realize that maybe in this moment he doesn't have to go like fist on fist against J-Mart, or is he whatever? And he wicked it up. He fought him off. He got defensive, blocked him a couple times, and then J-Mart does the crash. But I think a gnarly battle was just starting.
I think we lost on it would have been something.
And not
special.
only because Jet was, I think, going to fight him off, but Jet was riding that track phenomenal too. And when you're feeling it on a certain day, which obviously in practice he was, you ain't wanting to let it up on a day when you're feeling it. So
Jet told me, and I didn't confirm this, I didn't even look, I probably should have, but Jet told me that his first 3 fastest laps in the first session would have been 1, 2, and 3. He had the 3 fastest laps out of anybody.
He was going for it, and it looked so good. Obviously, great day for him. Shimoda, good day. But yeah, J-Mart, I was bummed about that, not only from an individual moto thing, but dude, he's one of, I'm dramatic, right? I'm a drama queen. I want to see it get spicy. And J-Mart being in there and the whole, what's he going to... that too. Him being in there would make it just weirder for Justin and Jet because is he going to help Justin? I mean, he had no problem blowing by him, I think, in that first moto, right? Like, I'm out of here. So having Jeremy in there makes the whole storyline a little bit twisty.
Yeah, I think at the final round, Jeremy would help Justin. I do.
I don't.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well.
I don't think.
Anyway, he broke his arm. So.
I know. It doesn't matter, but I don't think he would because not only I don't think he would help anybody, but let alone him, of all people.
Right.
So I think Jeremy's attitude would be, how am I supposed to help him when I'm trying to thrash both of you? Like, I just think that's who he is. Right. So we lost a very unique piece of the fun, and now it's just one-on-one, so maybe this is better. Let him go one-on-one and
really
see what
is. We just talked about Cooper's sickness and Cooper losing these points and Jet being good at Paula. On top of that, the one guy that could help the whole thing is gone. Help Justin Cooper is gone. So, we've seen the cream rise to the top. Who's the next guy, fastest guy? Maybe Hunter Lawrence when healthy. Yeah, he's going to help Jet. RJ Hampshire cannot keep it on two wheels for two motos. Mosman, I don't really put in that category. He's good, and Faulkner's coming along, but I don't put him in that category.
Right.
So, we are really, if you're Justin Cooper and you got to get some points, it's tough.
It's Jeremy that would be the one that could probably just straight up get in between you two,
Yeah,
100%. You could go one and Jet could get a third because Jeremy legit is right in the middle, and I don't know if the rest.
Mark says actually not top 3 for Jet, but top 4 marks. The 4 fastest laps.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, he did? So that's like an actual fact of 4 fastest laps for his?
Yeah. It's
okay, Jet.
Yeah, all right. Almost generational.
Hey, I mean, it's just, I trust me, I have ammunition for JT.
Okay.
So
That's right.
Justin Brayton coming up here shortly on the PulpMX show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. I'm going riding tomorrow, by the way. I'm riding Blue Crew tomorrow. Yeah, looking forward to that.
What's the weather looking like here?
I'm going to Glen Helen.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
It's going to be a hot one. But
leaving early?
Yeah,
early drive?
balls. Hey, Daniel Blair tonight brought to you by the folks at Vertex Pistons. We had Tallon Volan on the show last week, a NorCal guy, and he said he'd actually been to the factory in northern Italy of Vertex Pistons.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Of course, right?
Tallon, dude. I love Tallon.
He's a good dude. Yeah.
Well, he was like a mentor for me. When I first turned pro, I had a little supercross track in my backyard, more like an arena cross track, and he would, Did
you have LBZ then?
This is before that.
Okay.
He would... he'd come and ride. He lived close, and him and his brother Tyson or his dad, they'd come and ride. So he was always like Tallon to me. Him and Lammy were like the NorCal guys. So I'm pumped that Max is in there now. It's like full circle.
Yeah.
I love Max because it's Tallon's kid, and it's just fun to see Max's success and knowing that Tallon's been working on this for a long time, and this has been a long process.
Now he's at Baker's Factory doing that program a little bit.
Yeah, I'm curious of that. Is Max like gone on his own, or is Tallon with him?
Tallon's there.
Okay, good.
Can I get back to my Vertex Pistons?
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Every 2-stroke KTM Husqvarna and gas, Daniel, comes with a Vertex engine and piston in the engine from the factory.
I've heard that before.
2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons and replica high compression of GP stock configurations. Sales at pivotworks.com to save at Vertex Pistons. If you need a new piston and a whole piston kit, simply email sales at pivotworks.com and they will give you a deal. Tell them you listen to Pulp. OEM supplier to KTM Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, TM. Again, 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons. Sales at pivotworks.com for the folks at Vertex to help you out. They're bringing you Daniel Blair tonight. Justin Brayton coming right up. And I'm really stoked about the Brayton thing because I'm going to scoop Wygan on that because there's been no Racer X coverage of JB since he went back to Moto Concepts.
How'd that happen?
I don't know, but I'm really loving it.
He was a little preoccupied this weekend. He was...
Yeah, he was busy.
Yep.
702-586-7857. You want to call? We got some lines open still. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, the #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates looking for employment opportunities. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Job of the week this week. Get this, Blair. It's at KTM. It's a factory race technician. Murrieta, California. Full-time. Oh, and it's full-time.
Factory race technician?
Yeah. It's on motorcycleindustryjobs.com.
Wow.
Under general supervision, the factory racing tech provides a high level of technical service and equipment and maintenance to support the factory racing team riders.
Carlos retire or something?
I don't know, but they say a high school diploma is required. And, again, it's a full-time job, and I can vouch this is a full-time job.
more than
they're looking for
job.
a factory mechanic, man, factory racing mechanic at KTM. So
wow.
I don't know whether this is for the supercross and motocross, off-road.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? But, yeah, definitely take a look at it, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Also, another job we got is Eagle Grit looking for a president of eagle hunting. So you have an opening in that division?
Yeah, we call it our capture division.
Oh, okay, the capture, yeah.
Yeah, and the other guy wasn't working out, so
yep.
We need a new one. Anyone out there's got the skills, hit me up.
Yeah, okay, all right, fantastic.
I wonder if that's ever going to bite me, all that. You know, like, am I going to get a call from PETA one of these days?
What about Feld? Does Feld care?
That I kill eagles?
Yeah. Yeah, do they care?
I don't know. I think they're fine.
Right. All right, well, yeah. I mean, some of the social media stuff about it is really funny.
No, I have Amazon reviews that just say beaks and talons.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's traveled traveled to the 5-star reviews. That's all
I'm really proud of that one. I think I made that up on the spot, like just kind of like that the Eagle Grit is made out of, beaks and talons. And
we ran on it. You caught me on the right night. Yeah. I let it slide, and now I'm screwed by it. So
Daniel Blair brought to you by VertexPistons.com. We got a call on one. Let's get right to it. This is very, very important. Seth, what's up, man?
Jeez.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. What's going on?
I meant to make this call a couple of weeks ago, but every time Darkside's on the show, I hear you talk about cutting off his pony, so I just wanted to give him the opportunity to do that. I'm a licensed professional barber in Vegas.
Okay.
And I am more than willing to come in the studio while he's in town and cut it off on air.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, this is very interesting. Now, he trimmed a little bit of her off a while ago. And then he broke up with his chick, but now he's back with his chick, and she likes the pony. So I don't know,
but
Seth.
He was saying last time that he didn't know if she cared.
Can you thin the pony out?
Yeah, like a thinner.
Oh, dude, if it's long enough, I'll donate it to Walks to Love myself.
Yeah, okay. All right, Seth, I'm going to put you on hold. We're going to get your phone number or email, and then when Darkside comes in, if Kiefer ever gets him a date, he can come in and we can discuss the pony cutting.
All right, let's do it.
Because honestly, Blair, dude, he's got to cut it, man.
Why? Explain to me why he needs to.
Do you think ponies look good on dudes?
Darkside looks cool to me, man. It fits. I don't know.
Ponies look good on dudes to you.
I think everybody, what they run and I get used to is what I'm used to, and I would not like him without a pony. And knowing the music he likes, knowing how...
Sounds gay.
It is,
Listen,
but I like it.
I'm not against long hair. I'm just against ponies. Marks.
I don't know.
Pony or no pony, right?
I would have to be probably team no pony.
Talent.
I will agree.
Talent. Would you ever grow a pony?
I'm definitely team no pony, but Darkside pulls it off in a weird way.
No, he does not pull it off.
I'm getting there, dude. I could put a little bit.
All right, Seth, we're gonna put you on hold. We'll get your info. All right, we'll try to make this happen.
I'm all about you.
I'm
all about you doing you, Scotty P.
No,
whatever makes you happy, you do.
Okay, can I just? I don't want to get too much into this. Brayton's coming up. Darkside's life/luck. It's really down on the dumps, right? Like, you know.
Oh, I know where you're going
like
with this.
The chick issues, and he had to buy a house, and he had to sell a CR250 or a CR450 to buy a house, right? So he needed money. He had to let go of one of his babies. He screwed up with Eli Tomac on the interview a couple weeks ago. Things have been going rough for our guy Darkside, and we love him.
So you think the pony's got to go because that's the problem?
You follow NFL, you follow other sports closely. What do? They get new shoes. They do haircuts. You got to change your luck up. A slump buster, right? So cut the pony, change the luck.
Sounds to me like ever since he started doing the review show, his luck's gone down. Maybe that's what he needs to cut. Out of his life.
Hey, if that would help, he can cut the review show. I mean, no, if he feels like that is dragging him down, then he can do that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind.
I like when people do what makes them happy, and the pony makes him happy, so I support him.
Really?
Fully. I support your haircut. If you were like, dude, I got to shave it, I got to go big, I'd say, no, you do you.
I think, you know what? You're fucking him over with that attitude.
No, it's not.
Good friends help good friends out.
This is the same thing with the Danger Zone with Weege. You guys get mad at me because I support him on Danger Zone. I can't have an opinion just because it's different. Then there's a problem, and I'm
but bros help bros.
He likes it, and I like that he likes it, and I like Danger Zone.
So if you're going,
I'm dropping Danger Zone.
So
next
Hangover,
year.
the movie
Nobody likes Danger Zone.
The movie Hangover.
I'm gonna say Danger Zone.
The movie Hangover
a lot next year.
The movie Hangover.
Yeah,
they're all going out. Alan shows up with a fanny pack, right?
Yeah.
And Bradley Cooper's like not having it, right?
I'd probably have to take a stand on the fanny.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They helped him out. They helped him out in Hangover.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of work put into that growth.
Darkside.
Don't do it.
Dark side.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I didn't know if the intro was coming first, but. Oh shit! That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
It's the best every time. That's the
it's
best
good.
intro ever.
Dark side. Just like lose the. Do you think the pony would help change your luck a little bit?
No, I think it would probably just my life would go to all the shit if I
It'd be
cut
the
it.
final nail in the coffin
Listen,
for him, man.
Dark side.
Yeah, man.
True or
It's my
false?
lifeline.
You had to sell a bike to buy a house.
Yeah.
Thank you. True or false?
I don't think the pony has anything to do with that.
True or false? Your chick and you are on the rocks. We're on the rocks.
No, we're good, man.
Yeah, but you were on the
just
rocks.
Had to yeah,
Okay.
we were.
All right.
Sure.
True or false? You screwed up the time with Eli Tomac and it was devastating to you.
It
Okay.
didn't go well.
Okay.
Yeah.
True or false? Like you're not happy with your job and that you're on call and your job isn't great.
Wow.
Okay. This is true or false?
Wow.
True or false?
Sure. Yeah, my job's not the best.
Right. Dark side. What if you cut the pony and your life just took off? Dark side.
Wow.
There's could be other
That's a
variables
stretch,
like
Steve.
stop drinking Coke. Maybe that's the problem. It could be other things. It doesn't have to be
Yeah, but
the
can
pony.
we start with the pony?
I think you have a problem with the pony.
As his friend, I've told him this. The pony is not a good look.
What would he look like without it?
That's what I'm
Hold on.
saying.
I need to visualize.
He
And
said-
not with a hat on. Not with a hat on because that whatever.
He
or the
said he's
bandana.
had the pony forever. So like, right, Dark
Yeah.
side? Right. It's been so,
Yeah, pretty much since high school.
so
Look at the length and the girth on that thing.
so if will you let Seth cut it off?
No, I will not.
How does some random caller get to call in and just offer, and magically that's going to be like what gets him to do it? Like throw out like $5,000 maybe. You can't just hey, I'll do it for you.
I made one offer to Steve beginning of the year. We could cut it.
How much money?
He said
no,
he cut.
it
He
was
said
all
he,
going to privateer.
he said he would cut
Yamaha
a
Privateer
12
fund. He said
inches off, some ridiculous 6 inches.
Yeah, when you've got when you've got 36,
Yeah,
that doesn't matter.
no. And Kiefer was with me. You cut the whole pony off.
No, I don't think so. It's taking forever to grow back. It's not even that much of a pony right now. It's not like
I'm trying to help you. Like it doesn't like it. I'm just trying, man. Like, just ponies don't look good anymore. They did maybe in the 70s. I don't know.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm a child
okay.
of the 80s. Man.
I 6 months, a year ago. You know what Chucks are, right? Converse Chucks.
Yeah.
I bought some red ones. Okay. And I thought they were bitching.
Sounds gay.
Okay, so they come in. Pookie looks at him and is like, "What did you?" I said, "Don't you think these look cool?" And dude, she's like, "You're never wearing those.
Oh my god!
You're returning those.
Where did you get the idea to do that?
If you want Chucks, you got to get black. So I got black ones.
Okay, where's the red ones at? Do you
I
have
returned
them?
them. I returned them.
Oh, you returned
so
them. Okay.
There's an example of my friend, my wife, helping me out.
You didn't have them from the time you were in high school, man. What if those were your shoes from high school and
It
she's like,
doesn't
throw them
matter.
out?
Can you?
This is life.
Chucks are bitching too.
Justin
And I
Burton,
have red ones.
JB, welcome to the show.
What's up, Steve?
Do you think ponytails look good on dudes?
Dang, you're hitting
Sounds
me
gay.
hard with the good
Just
questions.
be
Hey,
honest.
welcome to the show.
Dark side's
Come on,
fine.
JB. I came all the way up to your ranks.
Well, I
man.
did
Come on.
hear a little bit earlier of Darkside sounds like you might be having some issues with the chick,
Yep.
but now they're back together or something.
Yep.
So I actually side. Well, I'm not going to side with you, Steve. I'm going to go right in the middle. If he's not back with this chick, I would say start from scratch, cut the pony. Let's go with a little comb over, clean cut.
Yep. Okay.
Let's start over. But now that he's back with the chick that likes it, right? Like, doesn't she dig it? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, then the
If
debate's
she
over.
digs it, you got to keep it. Yeah, I mean,
Pookie
no
made you take your
question.
shoes back, and you just withered, dude.
Do you think
that quick?
red Chucks look good, Brayton?
Red Chuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nichols.
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah,
Oh,
for a
thanks.
certain
Yeah.
guy. Some guys can pull it off.
Right. Thank you. I think I could have pulled
Just
it
like
off.
Not
some
you,
guys
Dad.
can pull off the pony.
No, the only guys that could pull off the pony are like guys in rock bands, and Darkside is not in a rock
But
band.
isn't Darkside like a metal guy?
He
Like,
is. Yeah.
yeah.
But he's not in the
so-
he's not in the band, bro. He's just going to the shows.
I mean, that we know of, right? Darkside, are you?
that we know of.
Secret life.
Unfortunately, I am not in a band. No, I'm not.
All right, Dark Side.
Daniel needs to grow his hair back out.
I am, dude. I haven't cut it since Supercross.
All right, Dark Side, I gotta go because the Daytona Supercross
all right.
is on the line. But so you're gonna cut your pony when you come in. Seth's gonna cut your pony.
No, I don't think so. But
I
thanks for the
didn't
offer.
get the vibe that was gonna sway him in any way.
Well, JB, welcome to the show. Thanks for weighing in on that.
Yeah, it's been a long night, Steve. I've been doing a lot of media with weeds the past couple hours, so I might have to cut this one.
Stop it!
Short a little bit.
I love it. Just nothing from weeds, nothing at all. PulpMX gets to jump on Justin Brayton superfan Jase Macalpine.
I know.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. So, okay, couple things here. You rode for Muck Off last year. You made a podium. You also got hurt. Didn't finish the year. I'd heard that you were gonna, quit, retire, and be done with the sport. And then I was thinking if you didn't retire, you would go back to Muck Off. And I don't know the status of their team. So the MCR thing, when I heard about that took me by surprise a little bit. Obviously, you had good luck with those guys when you rode for them. You did really well, and they run a good program. But so take us through, how close were you to retiring, and how close to signing back up with Muck Off and what they're doing, and then why did you decide to go MCR?
Yeah, so first thing, I got hurt at the second Dallas, and leading up to Dallas, so I had a big crash riding with Kenny at the Sandbox before Orlando 2, and I had a couple mechanicals leading up to Dallas even, and things just weren't going that good. And then obviously had a big mechanical and went over the bars, and I thought that was it. Honestly, when I was laying on the ground, I'm like, I think just all of it, from the prior month, was just really, really tough. And my daughter was there in Dallas, my wife was there, and for my daughter to see me like that, I had a broken wrist and 2 broken hands, and it was just like, yeah, there was a lot of emotions there, and obviously, father time is catching up. I'm not getting any younger,
right?
And yeah, it definitely took some wind out of my sails, and I was thinking I would most likely be done, but then how racers are, we start to get healed up, and we spend some time every summer at our Iowa place, and we're just back there with family, and yeah, I started to kind of get motivated again, and I was riding bicycles a lot, and yeah, that racer in me is just I started the year so good this year.
Yep.
I started, 6-3-10. I was, top 5 in points after the first 3 rounds, and podium, which nobody expected, especially on a new startup team, and the new Honda 450. I adapted to it right away. I only had a few weeks on it before Houston, and just it was so good that I'm like, I still feel like I have some fight in me, especially on that motorcycle, if I can get the right structure around me to where I'm just a racer.
Yep.
And going back to the Muck Off team, I'd essentially been with that team in Uribe for really 4 years in Australia. We got along awesome, won 4 titles down there, and I like Uribe a lot. He's like a brother to me, and it just got to be too much for me because he's in Australia most of the time.
Yeah.
So I was kind of team manager, rider. Not really team manager, but I was calling a lot of the sponsors, right? Even down to plastic and getting handlebars and, just all this stuff and dealing with Honda and coordinating my suspension. And I was kind of creating my own little program within a team. And that was stressful, man. There were so many long nights when I'm on the phone to Uribe because the time change. And I just said, and me and my wife obviously sat down and talked about this because she has to be on board with it first and foremost. And her thing was I just want you to be the racer, and if you can only focus on racing, then let's do it. And I still talk to Genova all the time.
Yep. I knew you guys were tight, right? Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I love hanging out with Mike, and we had good chemistry there. I had another year on my deal when I went to Factory Honda. He let me out of the deal to, and obviously I wanted to go to the factory team, and then a lot of speculation was, if I just continue racing, I'll go back to MCR. Well, then the Muck Off thing came up. And so I was talking to Mike, and we just threw it out there. And next thing you know, to make a real long story short, here we are back with the team, and had a lot of good vibes there. And I still talk to Uribe, though. There's no hard feelings at all.
Was he bummed? Was he bummed? Or how was that?
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And I was bummed too, because I'm like, man, he's like a brother to me.
Yep.
We've had so much success together. But the hard part is for him, and it's honestly not his fault. He's just handcuffed because, for one, he's in Australia.
Yep.
For two, he doesn't have a ton of contacts in America. And three, COVID. Try starting a team during COVID, so he picked the worst time. I know he can do it. It's just, if this is truly going to be my last year with it, which I think it is, I want to just race, man. I just want to wake up every day, train, focus on my riding, and that's it. I don't want to have to deal with all the other stuff or wait, right? Like, I want to have to wait till November to see if we have the funding, and then if we don't, and, you know what I mean? Where MCR is like, it's turnkey. I know exactly what I'm getting. Genova doesn't really need any funding. Of course, he would like it, but he can fund it himself if he has to.
Right. No, all makes sense for sure. Like, I can see where you're coming from, and Uriev's cool. So that, I'm glad that didn't ruin a friendship there or really cause any hard feelings, because you were the program, right? You were the star of that thing. So, but. And
like I tell you, Reeve, to be a startup team, I guess, he had a West Coast team the year before, but we came out in his second race in the 450 class and got a podium.
Yeah.
I mean, how many teams actually could say they've done that in really their first year? A lot of teams take 10 plus years to get a Supercross podium. I hope to go back to Australia for him. I mean, I would probably go this year if it wasn't for COVID and all the restrictions and everything. So who knows? Maybe we could, race in Australia together again or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, like I said, he's like a brother, and I'll help him out as much as I can. It's just, I truly wanted to just be the racer for this last season.
Breaking news, 2028 press release, Justin Brayton back with Urieve and Muck-Off Honda.
Well, hey, so I put this in the new Racer X. I don't know if they're going to run it or not, but we've seen guys ride for two factory teams, okay? We've never seen guys twice. We've never seen guys ride for three factory teams, which is basically three times. No, JB went to factory Honda twice, JGR twice, and now Genova on a factory-ish bike.
Yeah, JB, you're
phenomenal.
You're a pretty nice guy, huh? You don't burn bridges?
I mean, I definitely try not to. And what's funny about that is, so I was JGR 2010 and 11, and then I left there to go to factory Honda, which they were signing James anyways, and all that was kind of changing. And then I come back to JGR, and then when I left MCR, it was to go to factory Honda again, 8 years later or something, with the same team manager. Like, Kehoe was still there, and then now MCR. And I mean, I would say basically every team I've been on, like, I definitely try to leave really respectful, because, like, Daniel, I mean, you're arena cross royalty, so, but before that, you kind of get it. Like, I didn't grow up with a lot, right? I mean, I was stoked to get 50% off of gear, and so now when I'm on these teams and I'm getting paid to run gear, and I understand, like, the budgets of it, and since I am a little bit older, like, I understand all that. So I'm really appreciative. Like, a guy like Genova, he's spending more than $1 million out of his own pocket to go racing, and Coy Gibbs, and like, I had a lot of respect for what Coy did, and even at the factory level, like, the pressure that Eric Kehoe's under at the factory level, like, I don't take that lightly. And all the guys, from engine builders to suspension, all the mechanics, everyone at the shop, like, I really respect everybody that's in it.
You've left one team on a bad note in your whole time that I can think of.
Yeah, BTO.
BTO team and you did not gel.
I think we both. Yeah, I think, and the track record is not very good there either. I think a lot of people have left there.
Yep.
Pretty bummed out.
Yeah. So,
hold on.
Yeah.
Justin breaking news. Press release 2026. Justin Brayton signs with MDK KTM.
Bring it all full circle.
Brings them back.
Justin Brayton on the show, brought to you by OGIO. OGIO Power Sports. Again, we gave away a 9800 from the folks at OGIO. And JB, you've used OGIO forever. You had one of the real funny Instagram social comments, I think last year, when maybe you were going to Houston or something. You had 3 9800s all towed together with your daughter or something.
My son was pulling them.
So
my 3-year-old son was pulling. And what's funny is a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, he's so strong. But it honestly, like, you could just tap it and it would roll itself.
Yeah.
And then, so we had 3 or 4 of them hooked together then. But actually one time in Australia, it was myself, my family, Duff, and Gavin Faith were all traveling together, and we had something like 14 OGIO 9800 all hooked together by just a little clip.
Yeah, the clips.
You could just pull them around, and they would stand up on their own. But
that's great.
I mean, they're so durable, right? I think I have some 9800s from like '02 or something.
Yeah, we got to go to the OGO factory when I was with Nick Way in '02, and yeah, they just said, go pick whatever you want. We're like, what? Really? Triple X? We're janky privateers? And we just filled our shopping carts up. I'm sure I still got some of the same stuff. But anyways, OGO Power Sports, if you want a deal from those guys, use the contact form at PulpMX.com, and we'll get it to OGO guys, and we're going to give 1,900 away a month, everybody, so stay tuned for the next giveaway. 702-586-7857. You got a question for Justin Brayton. So, JB, I'm guessing they're going to kick down you and the Factory Honda guys, as you mentioned, are tight. You're going to get some cool stuff for your bike. It's going to be pretty good?
Yeah, for sure. That was one of my things, too, is I really wanted to stay on Hondas, obviously, have a really good relationship with them. Me and Ken are, obviously pretty good buddies and ride together a lot and chat quite often. And so, yeah, I mean, as far as factory equipment, the usual stuff, the suspension, and I've voiced how much I like the front brake, even in years past. Like, I really like that front brake. And so, yeah, little odds and ends. I think chassis-wise, they'll be able to help me a bunch. And, I think it's going to be awesome. No different than years past. Just work closely with those guys and the MCR team, and it'll be good.
Yeah, that'll be good for sure. I know it's funny that, because I said I heard you. It's funny because Osborne's done. And, I didn't think Zach was going to retire. I thought JB was going to retire. The Fly guys got me mixed up. They did the opposite. They swerved us all. But, JB, you should never make a decision when the night you crash and you have broken hands and shit, like ribs and everything. Like, you got to let – no decisions are made then. That's for sure.
For sure. And, we kind of joked about the Marty thing a little bit when, right when it happened, and then he posted that at Salt Lake, and it was like, oh, man, I was feeling that same way. I really was. If I jumped on social media the night of Dallas, I would have been done.
He would have had his phone with him.
Yeah.
It was over.
Yeah. But it took me longer. Like, I really wanted to take some time with it.
Right.
And because I know, as you guys do too, I know what it takes to be at the highest level and to race at the front and, to have gear companies and teams and all the effort it takes to get me to the races, let alone, 3 kids and a wife at home. Like, that's a lot of sacrifice. So if I'm just going to go roll around in 10th place and just collect a paycheck, like, I don't want to be there. My wife doesn't want me to do it. Like, her thing always is, if you're going to go all in, I support you as long as you want to race.
Yep.
But if you're just going to dabble in it and you're just going to collect a paycheck and accept mediocrity, then we're not racing. So I'm like, I know for another year I can go all in, and
it's kind of when you get hurt too. When you're not all in, is when you get hurt.
When you're kind of playing around out there, you're too damn fast and it's too gnarly to play around. That's when things happen. If you're all, things can happen anytime, but if you're all in, you're prepared for variables way more than if you're just kind of
and you're just going off instincts, right? Like, you're always better when you're just going off your instincts rather than
thinking about
over there. No, should I jump this or hit the loops like this? So I'm excited about it. It'll be fun. I'm stoked. I actually fly to California this Wednesday.
Oh, nice.
Start riding Supercross this Thursday and Friday. So
we're trying to get you and Seeley to come up here. We'll see how that works out, but I'd love to get that later on in the off season. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. We've got some stories.
That'd go way back. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Justin Brayton on the show, brought to you by OGO. Give us a call if you got a question for him. JB, I'd love talking to you about a lot of stuff in the sport, on and off the track. What do you make of this GL thing? And I'm not trying to. Just what do you make of his sudden decision? They wanted to hold him out because he wasn't vaccinated, and then he decided to quit. Talk about Marty with the phone and the decision quickly. GL did the same thing. He did a great job. He was fantastic, and then Fro jumped in there. What's your take on all of that?
Yeah, I guess first and foremost, GL was awesome. Like, he was great at what he did, from announcing as a racer. Just so much respect for him. My gut feeling was, like, just as fast as it had happened, like, I had sensed he maybe wanted to be done anyways. And I don't have any inside information. I don't know. But, and then not to get too political, it's cool that he stands up for what he believes in. You got to respect that, whatever side you're on. So I definitely respect that. And, he's definitely going to be missed. I learned a lot from him just watching the broadcast, and that sure spun out of control and crazy, right? It was wild how quick it happened, and interesting for sure. But I don't want to go down too far down the rabbit hole and get crazy political.
can we release who's your mechanic, or is that not public?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so wrenching for JB. Yeah. Look, we'd like it to be Tony Berluti, but I think Berluti's days off the road are.
Yeah, we tried.
You tried again, right?
Hey, what's more likely?
We tried again.
What's more likely, Berluti coming back or cutting the pony?
You're fucking kidding me.
I don't know. That's a great question.
Cutting the pony, dude.
Yeah.
Pony.
Really?
Berluti's
Tony's
not
that
coming back.
hardcore?
He is done.
We threw everything at him. He obviously loves Delta, and I'm like, we'll fly you first class. We'll do hotels and this and that. I'm flying on Saturday if you want. And
no bite.
Originally, that was the deal with Genova. Like I said, hey, let's try and get Berluti too. Let's get the band back together. And so he's like, all right, I'll try. And at first, honestly, I thought there was a little bit of hope. Genova called me after he had talked to him, and he was like, yeah, he kind of sounds interested. And then, like, a couple days later, it was a hard no. And
no.
Yeah.
So Berluti's not coming back, but you have a great guy spinning the wrenches, Sean Ulikowski.
Really?
Ulo has been living in North Carolina for a long time. Used to wrench for Travis Preston at Factory Honda and at Factory Connection and everything. So, Ulo picking the wrenches back up.
Supercross champ.
Nice. Yeah.
Supercross champ.
Absolutely.
So, I'm stoked. Me and Ulo have been friends for a long time. And what's crazy about that is when I filled in at Factory Connection Honda in 2004, Sean was like the first guy I met at the shop.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. I had this Daniel will remember this, but I used to rock this fro. And it was a
big perm, dude. Big perm. I know about big perm.
Exactly. So I walk in, and then Sean just starts calling me Brizzle. And so now, like, all the old school guys like Mick and Schneike and all those old school guys at Factory Connection, they still call me Brizzle. And Ulo's the one who made that up. And Sean was super nice to me when I was on the team. And then fast forward to JGR days, he was the engine builder for the 4 years that I was on the team.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. And he's the one who really got me into mountain biking, and we raced mountain bikes together for years. And so it's cool. Like, he was kind of ready for a change. And what's funny about that is, too, when Tony Alessi and I started talking about mechanics and stuff, when Berluti wasn't an option, he mentioned Sean. And I'm like, he kept saying, this guy Shane, he lives in North Carolina. I'm like, I can't think of a guy named Shane. He's like, and then when he said he worked for Preston, I was like, oh, Sean Ulikowski. Yeah, he's like, he's one of my good buddies. I talk to him all the time. And I just said, nah, Sean won't do that. He's got a family.
Right.
And then, next thing you know, we kind of started talking about it, and our mutual friend Ryan Kelly, who you met him a few times, Ryan called me, and he's like, dude, I think Ulo really wants to work for you. And I'm like, what? Really?
That's rad.
So,
he's back.
So Ulo's back.
It's all chemistry with that, right? You're a mechanic. You got to be on the same page. When you have someone that you have a history with, that there's especially your history with him is outside of just racing, too. It's like life. I feel like that's like
totally
perfect match, you know.
And then you're going to have another teammate, we hear, right? From what we know.
Is Vince riding a 250? Please tell me that the gods of the sport have come together to make this happen.
Why, Daniel? What?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
What do you mean why?
Why?
Okay,
why would you
best,
want that?
Yeah.
Do you want that, or you don't want that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I want it.
Oh,
I
he
want
wants
it so bad. Okay, so the best Supercross riders in the world don't know what to do with him. Put him with the kids. Do you realize what's going to happen the first 3 laps of these main events with Vince up front and these 18-year-olds that don't know yet? I mean, I can tell you from my experiences, it's brutal.
Wow.
And when I heard that was a possibility, I've been praying every night.
Okay.
It's got to happen. It's got to happen. Vince, if you're watching, listening, force Tony's hand, race 250s, please.
Okay, yeah.
For all of us.
If he did, do you think he gets podiums? Would he get a podium?
Dude, nothing is out of question with him. Possibly, man. I mean, he's going to get good starts, and how are they going to pass him? They don't know how. You guys don't know how. How would the kids know how?
Right. Oh, okay. All
this
makes
is
sense. Yep.
just so good. It needs to happen.
And JB, it'll be one more 450 guy? Or 2 more?
Yeah, I really don't know the full structure of the team. I do talk to Mike all the time, but I think it's still up in the air, and just was worried about getting my deal sorted and kind of getting a Supercross bike ready. But
and can we confirm you're in Fly? Do we know that for sure? Is that?
Oh yeah, for
okay.
Sure.
All right.
Fly. 100%. To be totally honest, I don't think I would have done it. Nothing against any other gear companies, but I'm a Fly guy. I love everything about Fly, and
Right.
And
I thought so.
Forever. I don't know why I would leave. Yeah.
I figured so, but they do have a gear sponsor, so that's why I was sort of asking. But yeah, makes sense. For sure.
It's one of the first conversations with and he understood too. Like,
JB's on the
he's
on the Mookie program. Mookie ran his own gear too.
Right. Mookie runs his own.
I
gear.
did too last time I was there.
Yeah.
On MCR.
Yeah. That's a good point for sure. Justin Brayton on the line, 702-586-7857. We got him for a few more moments, and then Ryan Dungey stepping on, and then Phil Nicoletti, of course. He's our weekly correspondent. JB, Phil Nicoletti. So
nice. Yulo borrowed Phil's road bike to go. We climbed Mount Mitchell. It's like the highest point on the East Coast.
Okay.
And so went over and got a Phil update, fresh out of surgery, limping around, and he was in pretty good mood actually.
I'm surprised Phil would borrow out a road bike. I don't know. I just picture Phil wouldn't borrow anything out. He'd rent it or something.
God bless.
Or say it's broken when it's not.
Yeah. JB, so you're going to start Soupy next week? That'll be kind of the start
this
of
week,
stuff?
Yeah. This Thursday and Friday I'll ride Honda track, and then they'll ship a bike to North Carolina, and then I'll probably get going. I'd say October 1st-ish, right around there, get going full time.
Are we going to Paris? Do we know?
I mean,
what?
I hope, but yeah, there's so much going on, right? Like, I mean,
you think because of COVID? You think of COVID?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just changing daily.
Right.
What's the date on that one?
November 12th or something.
It's so far ahead. You don't know. You never know.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell, but I hope so. Yeah.
If there's a race, you're going to be there.
For sure.
Like, I didn't know if Eric had taken your money, and give it to another guy, and you're screwed that way because you were hoping for Aussie, So that's why I was kind of
Well, at first, So the first time Eric called me about Paris, I was still in for Australia.
Yeah.
And then I said, but I'm not 100% sure, so keep my name on the list. And he was like, well, obviously Eric, he always hooks me up, and so I called him back a couple weeks later. He's kind of, it's unknown a little bit. Obviously, there's a few guys confirmed, but I think there's a few unanswered questions.
Yeah, we'll see. I look forward to going and having some club sandwiches with you in the hotel restaurant. So.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't you? Club sandwich right there, sleep in a little bit.
Yeah, why would you go anywhere in the best city in the world for food? Why would you go anywhere, JB? Just stay in a hotel. Absolutely.
Yeah.
How's 10 Cycles going? We know it's a KTM Husqvarna dealer there that you are a part owner of, and e-bikes as well. That must be crushing business, JB, like everybody.
It is, yeah. We started it a few years ago, and got a partner, my buddy Ryan, who, like I said earlier, you know him, and when we were sitting down, so I wanted to do this like a long time ago, and a lot of people still don't know that I own it, but my inspiration was from Eric Bernard. He owned half KTM, half Scott Bicycles shop in Florida. And I was in there like 10 years ago. I'm like, this would be so cool. These are my two passions. I love both of these. And when I'm done racing, it'd be sweet to have a shop,
Yeah.
I mean, a few years ago, started it, had some opportunities come up when I was actually on the BTO KTM team through KTM. They needed a couple dealerships actually in the Charlotte area. It was one of their biggest open points in North America. And one thing led to another, and here we are. It's Specialized e-bikes are crushing it, and
Intense Tasers, everybody use the code at Intense Cycles. So
Levo Life. Levo Life.
This is our daily battle.
Yeah, exactly. It's going good. But what's funny is when we first sat down with a couple of the guys I talked to for business, they're like, well, I think it could go really well unless there's a few things, or a pandemic, and then this, and then that, and then when COVID hit, it's like I got a call from my buddy. He's like, "Remember when we were sitting down in those business meetings? You said a pandemic could possibly." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what a terrible time to start a dealership!" We're I don't know, a year or two in, but
still,
who would have thought it would like triple the numbers.
It's insane, man.
In the good way.
Yeah, it's such a gnarly thing. So many families have been hurt by this. So many businesses have been hurt by this. Restaurants and then the power sports side of things is just thriving. OEMs can't make enough TTRs and that kind of bikes, and bicycle companies. You can't get a derailleur for your mountain bike.
So wild. Huh?
Yeah, and it's just at one point you're like, wait, this is good. Wait, no, I'm bad. Like, it's nuts. So
And the e-bike thing, Steve, I'm sure Intense is crushing it, but what a time to really make e-bikes big.
Yep.
Like right before COVID is when they were really first kind of starting to hit it pretty hard.
Yep.
And now through COVID, it's like I've met so many people on the trail that are riding e-bikes that never would have even touched the bike. So I think it's cool. All the e-bike haters. There's a few of them left. They're all starting to convert over. But
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too.
I know. Last time I went to e-biking with JB, I pushed him too hard. He went down, Daniel, on the Levo. So
pushed him too hard.
I did. I crashed through a rock garden.
Yep.
Yeah.
Couldn't handle the pressure.
I wasn't even supposed to be mountain biking, which Steve doesn't know this, but so I was fresh off my hand, right? I had 2 broken hands and a broken wrist.
Yeah.
So I was riding, and Daniel pictured us. I was riding without my thumbs, like underneath the bar. I was just riding on top.
Yeah, the old.
And I'm going through a rock garden, and boom, my hand slips off, and I go over the bar straight to my hands into a rock garden.
Oh my god!
I'm like, oh my god.
The taser was pushing him. Taser was pushing
him. Couldn't handle
it. Yeah, couldn't handle the heat. So, well, hey JB, thanks for coming on. Congrats on the new ride, and Mike Genova, Tony Alessi, you're back with those guys, and yeah, should be good, man, no doubt. You made a podium last year, and yeah, why not do it again, right?
Hey, what's the oldest guy to ever get a podium? Was it Chad at Detroit?
I think so.
Ago?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, that Triple Crown.
I think he was. Yeah.
So if I got a podium this year, I'll be the oldest winner and oldest.
Oh, he'll be so bitter. Yeah. He will be so bitter at that. Yeah, I think so. I think you will be. Yeah.
Yeah,
let's do it. Let's work on that. No, I think it'll be good, man. And you got a good bike. You know that. You know the team. You know the bike that's underneath you. All of that stuff. So that part's really good. So I think you'll do well. And I'm glad to get you on the show ahead of any sort of Jason Wygant interview. So really happy about that.
I know. What a bummer. What a bummer. I'm slipping. I'm slipping on Weege's list, I think.
The GL thing just rattled him. He's rattled. So
that's what it was. He was just super rattled. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Thanks, JB. Appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Later.
Appreciate it.
All right. That's Justin Brayton, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at OGO. And Decal Works, Daniel. You know Decal Works?
They're around forever.
Ron and the boys there. Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom graphics around. Decal Works, officially licensed with all the OEMs. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge. I took Sean out from Decal Works. He lives here in Vegas. I took him out on an e-bike ride last week.
How'd it go? Did he crash into a rock garden?
He did not crash into a rock garden, but maybe I'll get him in here to explain how it went.
It was one of those stories that needs to be told.
He did well. He didn't do great.
Okay.
He did well. So thanks to Decal Works and Sean for all they do for us. They're a proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team, as well as the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna off-road team. DecalMX.com. They'll custom make your graphics. They got quick turnarounds. Promo code PulpMX to get 20% off your order. So it's really easy to do. PulpMX to get 20% off your order. DecalMX.com is pleased and proud to bring you our next guest of the night, from Justin Brayton, a Supercross winner, to this man who's won quite a bit of Supercrosses and motocrosses. It's Ryan Dungey, everybody. What's up, Dunge? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're good. Thanks for coming in. So, Daniel, are you worried about Dunge coming into grabbing your job next year?
He's getting better.
He's getting better.
Pissed
He's
me
coming
off.
in.
I noticed this weekend, Dunge, you're extending your points. The analysis is getting deeper.
Yeah. Watch
Damn
out,
it.
Blair.
You need to chill out. Don't you have a coffee company to run? Get the hell out of there.
You sure set the tone, so it's you're a hard path to follow.
Yeah, that's gonna be fantastic when Dunge replaces Daniel Blair.
No, hey, it was good this week. Ryan was, and you handled this so non-ego, which was awesome. You said before the second moto, Jet just has to do this. He just has to do that. And if he does this, this will happen. It was like he kind of set the the keys to Jet's race. Mm-hmm. 2 laps in, Jets did exactly what he said, and it goes back to Ryan. And it was like a perfect opportunity for Ryan to be like, "Yep, just like I said." And Ryan goes, "See, he did exactly what he needed to do," and just kept it with Jet. It was like a super good broadcasting, full circle, non-ego moment. And I was like, "Damn, Ryan, that was good." And Brian, tell me it doesn't feel good when you kind of give a keys to the race for a guy and then he just goes and nails it, like exactly word for word what you said. Tell me that don't feel good.
Yeah, no, it's good to see because, up until that point, either Jet had a good second moto, but the first moto was off. So you're like, I'm just like, which one of these guys are going to put it together? So granted, he did it. He got good starts, put himself in a position, and I mean, he's proven he can come to the pack. But he was on fire this weekend.
Yeah.
It was quite fun to watch.
Our guy Travis here, Don, just told us, and Jet told me after the race, but I want to confirm it. He had in the first practice, he had the 4 fastest laps. So out of any rider, the 4 fastest laps Amazing.
No way.
Yeah. I don't even know that you've done that. I doubt you've ever done that. That's crazy.
No, I haven't done that. No. The first practice he was, I think, 2-3 seconds faster than the whole.
Yep.
Was it 3?
Yeah, 3.
Yeah. Which is
nuts. So hey, you're getting more TV stuff done. You're getting more comfortable with it. You enjoy doing it? You like doing it, or are you? Is it frustrating to you because you want to be better? Are you happy with it? Take us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daniel can tell you this too, but I think you can always be better, and I think that's the part that's never ending. But I got to tell you, Redbud. I will say Redbud. I was more nervous behind that camera than I was sitting on the starting gate. I was just I don't know why. If it's just it's live television, you can't mess this up, Dungey. It's but. It got better. It got more comfortable. I feel like as we got to Millville, things were a little bit better. And then this weekend,
sure,
it was nice. Yeah, it was just nice to, I've done a couple of the positions, sat in the booth with Grant and Jason at times, and even in Supercross with Ralph and Jeff when back in, I think it was 18. But this trackside reporting, it was unique and different and fun. It's nice to have that experience to be able to kind of know what these riders are going through, so I can almost kind of tell that scenario as a rider would be in. So that helps.
Right.
Ryan, you never answered Fro's question because we each rudely butted in.
Yeah.
But why weren't you sweating? Fro threw it out there and we just changed the subject, but I was like, yeah, why the hell isn't he sweating?
Because he's Ryan Dungey, bro. He's an elite athlete.
I don't know. I guess thinking about it, but I will say the one thing that was really bad, which I thought the cameras would sure pick up on, was the gnats.
Gnats were
I felt that was back in Tallahassee, just sitting in the chair recovering, just gnats swarming your face.
Ashley swatted some away in one of her.
Oh really?
Yeah, I forget when, but she kind of had a little and kind of swat. So something I didn't know what she was doing, but now it makes sense.
You seem to be getting better at it, so that's cool. They're probably going to ask you to do more of it down the road. I don't know if is that something you want to pursue and kick guy like Daniel out of there, or do you want to do more of that?
I mean personally, not downplaying. I don't ever think I'll have the ability. I mean, what Daniel does. I mean, and Ricky just being in the booth. I mean, that takes a lot of heart. That's a lot of work and definitely a gift to be able to do that. So for sure, I don't know if I'll ever get to that point, but for sure, I mean, some trackside stuff, I definitely been enjoying it, so it'd be fun to do more for sure. Yeah.
702.
Before you think about taking my job, just know that I have kids. They have to eat,
and you need the money.
Yeah,
Dunge doesn't need the money.
Just back off.
Good point.
Don't worry, Daniel. I'm not coming for you, my man.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Ryan Dungey, multi-time Supercross and Motocross champion. Please give us a call. Brought to you by DecalMX.com, and their official sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team, which brings me to my next question. Dunge, you're back on Orange. You're riding a KTM again. Is that a little bit more of an official deal, or take us through that a little bit?
Yeah, no, it definitely feels good. I'm excited to be back on the KTMs, and we were chatting within the last couple months. Ultimately, I was also in the and gosh, this was probably dating back 4 or 5 months ago. I was starting the work of my foundation that we just launched, and so with that, just the kind of the natural chats with KTM kind of came on board. They were talking what they were looking to do in the sport. One of the things they want to do is grow the sport, and by doing that is getting kids on two wheels, and whether it's the Stay Six and the 50s, and just trying to introduce kids at a young age and just kind of grow the sport, right?
Yep.
And there's kind of a natural fit. I told them hey, I'm just starting the foundation. One of the things we want to do is creating opportunities for the next generation of children. We're going to continue supporting the fight against childhood cancer, but the other part of it is getting kids on two wheels. Through one of the beneficiaries of the foundation is All Kids Bikes, and they what they do is they put these learn to ride programs in PE classes, and so it was just they're striders. So yeah, it was just amazing, and what we were talking about was man, this sounds like it's aligned perfectly and good, and so they wanted to be a part of it. And I'm really actually happy to say they're a huge supporter of our foundation, which is amazing. And so I like that. And just ultimately, back on KTMs, riding KTMs, we're going to have events and as well. And so going to a few races here and there. So yeah, it's cool. It was a natural kind of naturally came together. I didn't really quite expect it, but it was a good fit. But it's nice. We have such a long history together and good people there. Got a lot of good friends. Got a lot of good relationships. So I was back at the race this weekend, hanging out with everybody. It was quite nice. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is? And we're going to talk about your foundation here in a second. But do you feel like this could be something that leads you more into, I don't know, an advisor to the riders on the weekends or anything like that, or are we jumping too far?
Yeah. The one little piece that we've been chatting about a little bit is just being able to do a little testing for the guys.
Oh, yeah.
I think. I've been riding a good bit now and getting back on the bike and, going into the season. So it's not necessarily a full-time commitment by any means, but, I'd like to apply myself and my experience of riding. And if I can jump on the track and heck, get to ride for fun, and not to mention get to do a little testing with the guys. And I don't really have to worry so much about lap times these days. I can more kind of focus on the field, but that's kind of a never ending for teams. They all, always trying to get better, always trying to improve. And, if I can help in that little bit of a way, then we'll do that too. But yeah, I mean, geez, I think it goes without saying, the whole team and all the riders, it's like, I'm always here. The phone's always open. So it's,
that's awesome. I think, Trey's doing it for Honda, and Trey, I mean, I've talked to him privately about it. I'm like, dude, do you get sketched out by riding soupy and doing? He's like, no, I love it. I don't have to push myself. I'm not laying down a heater. I can do the Supercross all day long. You know what I mean? For Trey, and same with you, Dunge. Like he said, it's fine. It's 100% fine. I have fun. I'm in my comfort zone, and it's really cool to see Kenny and Chase win with something that I had developed or I, helped to build. So, Trey is all about it, man. He loves it. I don't know if you want to do it as much as Trey does, Dunge, but something like that could really get you going. Yeah.
For sure. And it probably wouldn't be as much as Trey, but at the same time, who knows too? Because, Daniel, it's like, we always got to get better, right? So it's teams, whatever it is. So I'm excited. I'm really pumped. And, KTM's got a new model coming out next year. And so there's, quite a bit of stuff to kind of work through. So yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes.
When I saw the post of you back in the KTM, I was like, man, Roger Needham must be really pissed at Coop and Marv. like we got to call Dunge. Get back. We need you. Like the bat line.
Well, especially
Ryan.
Oh, no.
Hey,
Ryan, have you been riding?
Especially Raj, who's not scared. Right? Dunge, Roger's not scared to call it out as he sees it. So
no, that's what I love about Roger, and it's hard at times because he's always was honest, but at the same time, it's the best thing. There's multiple times in my career I'm like, damn, that was too honest, Raj. But you're right. You're definitely right.
Hey, this weekend, Weege went over and was like, hey, Marv's not racing because Marv showed up and then obviously COVID, and Roger's like, he's got COVID. I don't know if he wants me to say that or not. I don't even care anymore. He's not racing. He's got COVID. Raj,
Yeah, I on the broadcast, because I thought I didn't know whether they were keeping it on the low. I really didn't know. But I saw on the broadcast, it was like, these are the riders out. Marvin, got COVID and this and that. And I was like, oh man, like
they're just dropping
it. I wonder if that was like, but
that's Raj.
It is.
That's Raj.
But it is what it is. I mean, it's a nasty virus. So
no, exactly.
And how about Coop on the podium? They're gonna kill Raj and Ian are gonna kill me.
Yeah, for the frame. I know. I know. It's great. It's great.
Yeah. All kinds of good stuff.
It was funny.
So, Dunge, you started this foundation. You got a ride day coming up at Fox Raceway. That's super cool. You've teamed up with KTM. You teamed up with Fox. You teamed up with some of the guys that you're involved with. And I didn't even realize this looking in your foundation. So you've had this bike ride going on for a long time after Millville normally, right? With people. You've raised $1.2 million for childhood cancer for St. Jude. And these organizations you've been involved with, good job on that. I know you've had this bike ride. I see it on social media, and I just scroll past it like whatever. Dunge's got a bike ride. And then, dude, good job on that. $1.2 million you've raised. Awesome job.
No, I appreciate it. It's been a work in progress. That's kind of dating back to 2012. And, but yeah, unfortunately, we don't have that ride anymore, which is okay. We've kind of gone in, for the better of the good in a different direction, with the foundation. And it's kind of nice because ultimately, I've, we've been had a long relationship with St. Jude and what we're doing there. And it's nice because with the foundation, we get to continue doing that. Yeah. And ultimately, I believe that the way we're moving forward and what we're doing now is ultimately, hopefully, we're going to raise more for the hospital, as well as other organizations like All Kids Bike as well. So, we're not having the bike ride, but we are this year. We're going to have the opportunity to wait to ride day. That's going to be at Fox Raceway September 18th. So, it's nice. It's kind of back to the roots a little bit, dirt bikes, and it's just going to be a fun day. We're actually, Stace is going to be there. They're going to have a full track. Strider is actually going to also have a bike there,
Oh, cool.
a full track as well. So it's not just kids on dirt bikes, but also like if you got Stasics, Striders, kids who we got demo bikes there too, and just a good family fun day. And we'll have it the riding structured as well. We'll break up the classes and everything like that. So I'm excited. It's coming quick, but it's been a work in progress. But I'm we're definitely we're getting closer within a couple weeks. So.
That's awesome. September 18th at Fox Raceway. So, and you're going to ride with people, too, which is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, you hang out with Duns or go ride. And, that's kind of a neat deal. Kind of cool.
Yeah, we do got a couple special guests that I'm excited to announce here, too, within the next couple of days on the Instagram. So it's fun. So go to some good supporters.
RyanDungeyFoundation.org to sign up for that. It's 8 to 4 at Paula on September 18th. So, yeah, that'll be fun to do, and with you and the connections you have, I'm sure it'll be cool to have some guys out there for sure.
Yeah.
Sure. We got a call for you from let's see who's on the line. Alex is on the line one. Alex, thanks for calling the show. What's your question for Ryan Dungey?
Hey, thank you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
So Ryan, huge fan. Grew up in Minnesota. Steve, pretty sure I live just down the street from you now, but. So you had a little drive to come back in 2019 to come race, and you're now on a team that you won and dominated with that over the years. Is there some kind of drive coming back for you to want to race again at any time? Or
Dodge, any comebacks, anything coming?
Get it started again, though. No, I think there's always that drive to want to race. It's what we did growing up. It was fun and enjoyed the heck out of it. I think with KTM, I'm excited to ride, do some testing and whatnot too. But they're pretty well full. They got a good solid 450 program on the KTM side, the Husky side, gas, and so at this point, no, there's no.
They got a 250 in the rig.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, well. No.
Sorry.
To catch that right away.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for the call, man.
Hey,
yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Dunge, did you see Hurlings on Instagram riding a 250?
I did, yeah.
Did that make you go like, I kind of want to rev out a little bike again? Like, when was the last time you rode a 250?
Gosh, I want to say I rode a 250, and it was actually at a right outside of Rome in Italy. KTM was having their new bike launch, and that we went over there for in 18. And so we rode, 450, 250. But yeah, that was the last time. I'm actually, it's fun I'd rather rev out a 125 two-stroke than rev up a 250. I just like once I got on the four strokes, there was just something about like I couldn't wait to get to the 450, honestly, just because you had the torque and you didn't have to rev it so much. I always, like, even on the 250, I felt like I was revving the crap out of them, and I'd come back and they're like, dude, the thing's not revving at all.
Yeah.
It just was kind of always, but yeah.
Did you get a 150?
Did you ride a 350 much, Dunge? Did you ever do much on a 350?
I did not. No.
I
rode a stock one, but actually I haven't ridden much, but right in the beginning when I was right before I signed with KTM, I got to ride a 350 and a 450. The 450 was like a really quickly put together deal just because they didn't have a 450 and they were going to create one if we were going to do one.
Right.
And but yeah, I rode the 350 and the 450, but for sure I just wanted to make sure we had the power and the torque. Went with the 450. So.
Again, Ryan Dungey, RyanDungeyFoundation.org, September 18th, Fox Raceway. Sign up, 8 to 4. Should be a fun time to go there. And again, the money's going to go to St. Jude and Kids on Bikes. So it's fantastic. Ryan, we were talking about Team USA, and that's up in the air as far as going this year and all of that. But you yourself, tremendous rides for Team USA at a number of events, but also some rides that you probably weren't too stoked on. I think you went 3-3 at the Motocross the Nations. What's that like, man? Because I was a mechanic on a team that lost with Red Dog in 03, and I just remember like the whole team. Like I was sort of like, hey, this was still cool. We got second. This was still cool. That sucks we lost. But like Kehoe and Ricky and Rhino and Brooks, like they were like somebody shot their dog, right? And I'm the guy going like, hey, this isn't that bad. But anyways, so I've been there a little bit. You, like I said, you've had some crushing defeats and some great highs. I guess you're like most racers. Do you just think of the ones that got away than the ones you won when it comes to that event?
It's kind of when we started out with the years that I was involved, we won the first 3. So it was like anything less than winning, it was like, man, that's a bummer. And I think I could handle, not, winning the designations. Granted, like, gosh, there was a better team and that was the case at times, but like 2012, for example, like just how I didn't even know what I was in for. We go to the sand. They just cleaned up on us. It was just a struggle all week. And I think that was more, we still made the podium. Mm-hmm. And I will say, like, for sure, every time I went over there to the designate, every experience is like hands down. It is win or lose. It's like, dude, it's awesome. You're in Europe, you're traveling. It's like so fun. But the racing wise and the performance of just 2012, that just was more of a bummer just because, I almost wanted to go spend a year in at Lommel just to like master that track like they had it down. And so that was tough to accept. Then in Germany the next year, just rode terrible. My performance. So I think those were the, just when I struggled that much, it just was like that was hard to accept, especially when you just had to be on for that, those 1 or 2 days. And, but
it's kind of a weird track, right? Germany was a weird track. It was like hard pack, but then like had some traction at the bottom of the valleys. Other times it was like hard pack.
Yeah, it is unique. I mean, those tracks over there are, the way they develop, how rough they get, the lines. I mean, it is different from here, but at the end of the day, it's racing. And, it's crazy because they just started taking the European riders. They just were getting better, all of a sudden. And so, they were challenging. And so if you weren't, I noticed the thing, if you weren't getting good starts, I feel like you could, maybe, if you could get a good start, maybe get past or just kind of run that pace and follow that groove, that was good. And even 2014, I feel like we were there. Everything was good. The first moto got second, and then I actually went down on the first lap because I got a bad start and I tucked the front, and so that was like, damn, and then Jeremy Martin, he had an injury that year as well. So it just was like, it's not just one guy though. It's 3 guys. It's the whole team. It's the strategy. It's everything. So a lot of things got to come together. And the fact that we won the first 3 years that we went was, there was a couple years going into the last moto. It was like, we needed things to go our way, and they did. Right. So, but it's a lot of things that kind of come together too.
Yeah, the France one was tight, and you and RV just dominated. That was awesome. And then the Lakewood one was tight too, until the third moto. So for you, so I'm guessing though. Okay, going back to my question, you don't let the defeats get you too much. Like you're okay. Like you're okay with going 3-3, and it's not something that hangs over you for your career type deal. Like you're
for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
You come back into the States, and you want to be like, guys, we won. Not that we do it but like we wanted to win, you just kind of feel like we came up short, and I think that was hard. But you move on. It is what it is, and you hopefully get another shot at it next year.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hey, so you brought me a bag of your coffee this weekend. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I ordered a bag, I don't know, like a month ago, and the amount of coffee my wife and I drink, it didn't last long. So I was bound. I needed to place another order for you, but you brought me a free one, so that's sweet. Thank you for that. rdcoffees.com. How's that going? We've had you on here before to talk about it. It is definitely something that you're into.
It is. No, it's going really good. I think the last time we chatted, I had a couple rows, but we're up to 5 and got a bunch of merchandise products now, and got light, medium, dark roast, everything, and it's been great. Honestly, the response has been good. We're a little over a year now since I started it, and things are going really solid. So I'm excited. It's been really good and received really well.
When will we be in Target, Dutch? I mean, I know that's a big order.
Yeah.
But when are we going to be in Target? It just makes too much sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, those wholesale accounts are huge, and
scary.
I gotta make sure my margins.
Yeah, you gotta be ready for those ones, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like maybe too with your company, Daniel. It's you turn that on. That's a big turn on. So I think at this point, I really want to. My biggest focus is building a really solid foundation, really good customer base side of things, and being able to just branch out and hopefully, to be able to do wholesale accounts like that one day. But I've always just committed from the beginning, whether, however big it gets, like I never want to sacrifice the quality. And so I'll always stay true to that.
Also, before we let you go here, brought to you by Decal Works, by the way, decalmx.com. Dungey's probably got Decal MX bike graphics on his bike because it's their official sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team. So if you have graphics from the team, Dunge, you have Decal Works. PulpMX code to save 20% off. Intense Cycles, we were going to get you here. I was going to take you on a taser ride. I ride the taser, you ride the primer, and then we were just going to go out and ride. I was going to put it on boost. But anyways, how's things going at Intense? I mean, like everything, we just had Brayton on the line, right? He's got his 10 cycles, and he can't keep the damn e-bikes in stock. And for the guys at Intense, almost the same deal. Yeah,
it's going really good, thankfully, and credit to the whole management team, Jeff, everybody involved there, and Jeff Stieber, and it's been amazing. Ultimately, I think when this pandemic hit, people kind of shifted to bicycles and whatnot, and the e-bikes been really good, that market, and then ultimately the mountain bikes as well. And it's been fun to be a part of. Ultimately, one, just my passion for mountain biking, but two, the passion for the business side of things and learning. And so, I get to be, hands-on and, right in the mix of it all with, Jeb, John Eric, and Jeff, and Mark Blackwell, all those guys. So it's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Intense Cycles. PulpMX 10 is a code to save. If you want to get an Intense bicycle, a mountain bike, e-bike, or a regular bike, use the code and save. Daniel, coffee, bicycles, TV, foundation. I mean, Dunge has got it all.
He's on it.
He's
right
making
now.
you and I. He's making you and I, who just have these petty little small lives. we just don't look. I mean, we have nothing compared to Dunge. We just talk into a microphone.
He's busy. He's busy.
Yeah.
No, it's a good balance, and trying to make sure I put the effort towards being. Manage the time well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you're a new father too, right? You got that going on. Like you've got a lot of stuff happening, Ryan, in your life. So that's cool, man. A lot of guys struggle when they quit. Like they don't quite know what they're doing, right? So
yeah, no, there's a learning curve for sure, but gotta keep applying yourself. And
well, awesome. Hey, if you want to ride with Ryan Dungey, go to the website, go to his foundation website, RyanDungeyFoundation.org. Sign up for Fox Raceway, September 18th. And 8 to 4, ride with Dunge and some special guests, and that sounds like a fun time. Thanks for the time tonight, Ryan. I appreciate it. Good to see you at Indiana. Will you be at Paula this weekend? Do you know? Or?
I won't be at the last two rounds.
Okay, all right.
Because the very next weekend after Hangtown, we'll head out to California.
Right.
So
we got one more question for you. Let's get into this. Jimmy, what's your question for Ryan Dungey?
Hey, gang. Recently I heard Villopoto talking about what it was like to race Dungey. I would like to know what Dungey's perception was racing Villopoto.
What did Villopoto say about racing Dunge? What did he say?
He said he was clean and he could go in, he could go in tough, and it was cool racing him. He trusted him.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I feel like we always had that. Villa was just, from my side, Villa definitely got the winning end of that. He's a tough competitor all the way around. I think he was just a guy that mentally he was strong. Like, you could beat him 1 weekend, 2 weekends, but like when he started training with Eldon and getting his stuff together, like he'd come back the very next weekend like even madder, and you're just thinking like, wow, this guy never gives up. And I just feel like he was going to do whatever it takes, and that made him a tough competitor. And there was the fact that we raced clean and hard. That was always like, I never worried if Villa was going to come in and clean my clock or do something crazy. He just was, we just had that respect for each other. And but yeah, he definitely elevated my game. Just like, I just feel like he always had that edge over me. I couldn't ever can never surpass it. So I had to kind of keep going back to work harder. And in the end of my career, it really helped. So.
All right, Jimmy, there you go, man. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. Dunge, RV, he comes on this show a lot, and he claims he's the greatest retired rider ever. So I just want you to know, like, if you're going for that title, he says he's the greatest retired rider ever. So
no shit, asshole.
There he is. There he is, right there. So, so just that's what you got. That's what you got, Ryan. So
Yeah. Well, yeah. In what way? On the track or
who knows?
Or drinking beer.
I think drinking beer. I think I don't really know. I don't know.
Running a cool mustache.
I don't
winning
know.
that too.
I don't know his standards, but that's what he says. So.
No, I see the photo. He looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, he is. He is. Absolutely. Well, hey, man, thanks for coming on. Good luck with everything. Thanks for the bag of coffee. And have fun at your ride day, and we'll get you back on here at some point for sure down the line.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on tonight, and good chatting with you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Ryan. All right.
Later, Ryan.
Okay.
That's Ryan Dungey, everybody, coming for Daniel Blair's job.
Getting better, too. I noticed he said he's not doing the last two, which is good. We don't need any momentum going into the offseason.
Yeah,
we need to end it right there at Ironman.
He's gotten better. He's gotten better.
Well, he said it. It's scary at first because it's like 3, 2, 1, go. And I could tell this week he was extending his points. When you would think he'd be wrapping it up, he'd give a little bit more.
Yeah.
That comes with comfort. When you really are like, I don't mind talking into this microphone, you start to layer deep. And I noticed this weekend, too. Before I even knew he was coming on, I was like, man, Ryan did really good. So I'm glad he was on.
Yeah, you are not getting out tonight without your opinion on the GL thing. It's coming, so
that's fine. I'm ready for it.
All right, okay. Because you're in the TV business.
Me and Weege have the same lawyers.
Are you are you doing the play-by-play now full time? I heard. Was that what I heard?
You heard that?
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard that. You're lying. Did you just make that up too?
I just made that up.
Okay,
again, yeah.
God, don't do that to me, man. Because I haven't heard that at all, dude. That's rude. Yeah, not now.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening tonight. Ryan Dungey, Justin Brayton already been on. We're knocking these things down quickly, and we're going to get
the mood is so good right now. Like, how do we ruin the mood? Who's next?
Well, I'll tell you how we ruin the mood. Absolutely. We get in a rider who barely raced this year, took a bunch of his sponsors' money, did nothing with it. And let's welcome our next guest, Filthy Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Phil?
Well, that's one hell of an intro. Thanks for the appreciation.
I can't wait for next Monday night. Like, how many liberal jokes are you going to make for Troll and I?
Oh, we're already stacking them up right now. So
I have an idea. I have an idea for a nice little game we're going to play between you two, and it's going to be fantastic.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
It's going to be great.
I'm pissed at Phil right now. I'm pissed at Phil right now, though.
Why?
Where's the confirmation on the fantasy league? I mean, how hard do we have to hammer you all day? Like, just do it, cheap ass.
I'm not spending the money to watch a bunch of kneelers play football.
I knew that was coming.
Not happening. I refuse to watch NFL, NBA, anything. I'm out.
Really?
Wow. Yes.
That's where you're at.
Yeah, dude, I don't care. I'm not getting in the view. I'm out.
But they don't do it during the game that you like to watch. Like that part, they're not kneeling like
Kaepernick don't even play anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm out. I'm done.
Well, like GL, I admire your principles, Phil.
I was gonna have Lucas. He was gonna flip my bill for me, and then I was gonna let him pick. Basically, have two fantasy teams.
Oh my God! So Myrtle would have two teams, Steve.
Yeah, exactly. And then he'd give me a cut.
Right. Okay. Wow.
But then I can get some money back from all the money he's taken from me over the years.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even get you a boot deal, the bastard.
No.
Thanks to the guys at Motorsport, by the way, for having Filthy Phil on the show tonight. Great guys at motorsport.com and ORW, and also on board with us with Phil, of course. Also, we're gonna have Greg and Thomas call in here right away with Phil. They're not in studio, Phil. They had a flight issue, so.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Tom said.
Right, but Phil, so knee's good. Knee's getting better. You're cycling, right? You told us that last week, so all that's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything's coming along with it, so walking pretty well. So it's still a little stiff, and like I said, it's not even 4 weeks yet. So, but I feel like I'm ahead of the game.
So your team, PulpMX, they announced Garrett still can't figure out this issue he's got going on, and your Thury's hurt, and Shar, I guess, could come out, but the team is not coming out to the last two. It's kind of understandable, which sucks because it was going to be a PulpMX title sponsor at one of the rounds. But
yeah, that would have been cool, and I think maybe get you in there, spin some spanners and stuff, strip a few bolts, have some seats fall off, But yeah, it's a bummer because they're going to do something with ORW at Paula, because they have a bunch of stores right there, and then in Hangtown it's going to be a PulpMX type theme. So, but bum for the ORW thing. Could care less about the Pulp deal.
Right.
So,
Yep. That's per standard.
Yes.
Ironman, fun track. Looks like a fun track to ride, huh?
Yeah, I think it's one of the best ones on the circuit.
Underrated.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Hey, how about the overhead shot of the facility? I've never seen that place or been there. That place looks sick just as a facility, and that one part had the semis. I mean, I've never been there.
You know they do the GNCC there, right? The GNCC
I know they
goes all
do,
back in there.
but it just looked like a cool place. I think underrated a little?
I think it's underrated, yeah. I think it's absolutely underrated. Phil?
Yeah, tracks, yeah. I mean, I think the track's underrated, but the only thing that does kind of suck is a little bit is the hotel lodging part is a little bit but other than that,
stay in Indy. I stay in Indy.
You do, yeah, but that's far for riders and
45
stuff.
minutes.
You know,
It's 45 minutes.
It's longer than that.
No, it's not. It's 45
It's
minutes.
not,
I just did it 2 days ago.
I don't know. I mean, I still think it's a little underwhelming as far as that, but track is unreal. So I don't know if I like the new track changes that they've made over the years. I like how it used to be with the old layout with the big step up and stuff, but it's okay. If it works better for spectators, that's fine.
Right. So J Coop is in trouble here, huh, Phil? The Jet was great, and he's going into a track he won at. Hard to see how Coop can pull this thing off.
Yeah, I don't know what happened or what the deal was, because it wasn't like he got beat by a little bit. He got beat by a lot. So I don't know. I thought the first moto was going to be, same song and dance from the past couple of races that they've been, Unadilla and Buds, but it just was not there. So I didn't think J Coop's bike looked the best the first moto. I think it looked a little stiff and stuff, but I think that I talked to Seth. They made some changes and whatnot, but I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if he's hurt or what the deal was. They've been pretty quiet with everything, but
you do know what the deal is. You know what the deal is. You're just not telling us.
I have no idea what the deal is, but I'd be hitting the panic button right now after what was it, a 14-point swing on the weekend?
Yeah, 11 up now, right?
That hurts. That definitely stinks.
Yeah, exactly. It looks good for Jet. I think Justin was dealing with a thumb injury, right? And I don't know what the status of that is, but now he's been sick, so he said he hasn't been riding much, right? So all of that is just
Yeah, no, Germa's out, the guy that could have got in the middle to kind of help out a little bit here and there, and it's just it's looking pretty good for Jet if he can keep everything from being a ticking time bomb, which he has so far. So we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely right. Jet for a kid rides really smooth and in control. He really does.
You don't see it very often. It comes like in generations, every so often.
Jesus, here we go.
I agree with Daniel, but Jet's flow is unbelievable. I still think I would have loved to see the Jet J-Mart duel that first moto.
It was common.
Yep.
It was definitely coming, and I think J-Mart did have the upper hand because J-Mart was fast. He reeled him in, laid down some burner laps, and I was actually talking to Troll Daddy on the phone while it was going down, and I was about 30 to 40 seconds ahead of Alex.
Okay.
So when I started screaming at the TV, when Jeremy went down, he's screaming, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He says, "I'm not there yet." And then all of a sudden, I kind of calmed down, and then Troll Daddy started screaming at the TV. That's funny. It was a bummer, but I don't know who would have taken that, if it would have been Jet or if it would have been J-Mart.
It was going to be good.
It's been heated.
J-Mart was out for blood, right? Like he just wants to crush everybody. Do you think he goes back to the dealership after his arm heals up, Phil, or do you think?
I don't know. He's got to embrace coming back as an underdog again, for the 11th year in a row, and see
that chip. Do you think that chip will still be there? That chip on his shoulder?
It'll be chipper than ever.
He's got a bag of chips.
Yes.
Him and I were talking a little bit, and I mentioned Al was coming in, and he said he knew that you were coming in too, and He's like, I'm sure my number one fan Phil will be making my ears burn. And I go, yeah, German, there's going to be a lot of talk about you, so just better not listen.
Yeah, skip this week.
Yeah, skip next week's show.
Tell the parts counter to turn the show off this week.
Right.
Exactly.
We got Phil Nicoletti on the line, brought to you by motorsport.com, of course. Dedicated team of gearheads there helping you out. And anything over $79 is free shipping and OEM parts and aftermarket parts. Hey, so Phil, are you are you thinking Cooper Webb is back? Your buddy C Webb, is he back? Is this where are we at?
I don't know, but the weekend was really good. I mean, he was on par, even the first moto, going lap for lap with the guys. So that was pretty awesome. I don't know. Obviously, there's been bike changes and stuff like that to get it more comfortable. So, with those guys at that level, it's just a comfort thing. And he's been struggling with it all year. And I don't know who's been fighting it or who's been battling against it to go one way or another with a bike change. But I guess they kind of met in the middle and got there and seemed to work out on the weekend. So.
Are you a believer in that? So they took the brace out of the frame, right? He didn't have the brace there at Bud's either, which was just an okay race for him. But are you a believer in that's a big change as a former mechanic? That's a big change to the flame.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to scream and yell about setup like I normally do. That's a legit change. But are you of the belief, Phil, that is something that would make a massive difference for him?
Yeah, I think so. I think Paulo will be a better telltale because of the track, because of the way the bumps, square edge, whatever. If he can carry the speed of Paulo, then for sure. Like Iron Man's a little softerish kind of dirt, so I mean, even if the frame was a little stiff and rigid, you can kind of get away with a little bit more, I think, at Iron Man. Whereas Paul brings out the negatives a bit more. So we'll see compared to the last time he was there to now. I mean, it's kind of a good comparison.
Phil, from a rider's perspective, does Iron Man feel fast?
By the way,
guys?
before we get hold on, JB and Dunge both brought up Daniel, as a racer.
They know. They know.
That didn't make me very happy.
They know.
I'm just saying.
They know. Wait till JT gets on. You're gonna hear it again.
Right.
Phil, for me, just watching again, I've never been there. It just seems like a fast track that when you get in the rhythm and the flow and the rut, you can kind of like a choo-choo train. Like you can kind of just get it going and next thing you know, you're just kind of flying every lap. It doesn't seem like there's as much stop and go. Does it feel that way when you ride it?
Yeah, Iron Man's fast. I don't know, but it doesn't seem that fast when you're riding it. But the way the track flows and the way I guess you can connect it, I haven't rode the new layout, but in the past, it was fast. But when it's prepped the way it is and it gets super rutted, I don't know if I'm going very fast, but certain sections are definitely quick. But where they come through the tunnel and they're going over there's kind of like a step up, and they ended up wheel tapping it, right after where German went down.
Yep.
Yeah, screw that. I don't want to go that fast through that section.
Yeah, no, that makes sense
that
for
whole
sure.
Run was fast.
Have you talked to the guys at Club about riding there next year? Is it way too early? Do we?
It's most likely. Yeah.
But no Death Cross.
I don't know. I haven't thrown the idea out.
Okay.
It's only because I want to race, and this year I was kind of behind the eight ball with not racing. So I don't know. I'm not opposed to the idea. So
please, Tallon, please put out on PulpMX Twitter right now. Breaking news: Filthy Phil may be in for 2022 Death Cross. Thank you, and I will retweet that because the world needs to know that.
We will see. We will see.
250 or 250 or 450?
Oh no, he's going 450.
Because
I'm not riding a 450.
Okay, because Freesy's riding 250 next year. You might want to get in on that. That'd be fun.
Is he?
No, I don't know. It's a rumor.
Arena cross.
It's a rumor. I heard.
No, yeah, he's doing 250 Supercross.
Oh my God, please.
And by the way, the other rider on the team, Brayton didn't want to say, and he didn't tell me this, but it's Mitchell Oldenburg.
Okay, so
yeah.
Man, everybody's leaving muck off.
I know, right? All right, we got some phone calls here for Phil. This gentleman is anonymous, but you're a friend of J. Coop. Anonymous. Hello. Okay.
He wanted to go ghost.
What's that?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. You're on the air.
Hey, so I just want to touch on why
is everything such a big secret? Like, we know Jay Coop is hurt. Like, why doesn't the team come out and say something?
I don't know. It's the dumbest thing ever.
The dumbest.
It's the dumbest thing ever.
Because, what's going to happen is at the end of the season, if he loses the championship, they come out and say, oh, he was riding with a broken thumb, and then it just turns into everybody commenting, oh, you're just making excuses now because you lost.
It's the dumbest thing ever. I had somebody tell me that if Phil came out and said, I hurt my knee, then a rider's going to target his knee, and I just fucking couldn't stop laughing when I heard that theory.
Come on.
I know. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard that theory.
Ricky has said this multiple times. When he was racing Chad, and he knew that Chad was hurt, and then you get 5 laps into a main, and he's sitting right behind him, going speed for. He said it would ruin him because he's like, wait, this guy's supposed to be hurt, and he's matched me now. It would actually work the other way as an advantage to the guy who's hurt.
Let's ask Phil. Phil, what do you think? Like, we know Coop's hurt his thumb, but yeah, it's just not out there, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know, but if I had a result like last week, and I'm coming out and saying something,
right. You would think if he came out, because Justin's a guy who posts everything on Strava, and I went and took a look, and he has ridden twice in Washougal.
Yeah.
And it's just like when he beats Jet first moto at Buds, you would think that would hurt Jet, knowing that Justin has a broken thumb.
Now, the flip side is Ferry told me one time years ago that if he knew a guy was injured, the flip side, Timmy said if he was behind a guy and he knew he hasn't been riding because of injury, that would motivate Red Dog. He said that he knew that guy was going to be struggling late in a moto. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, because the guys had performances, Budge Creek and Unadilla were phenomenal. So I don't know.
Right.
And a Toradol shot, if something really is jacked up, isn't going to completely block the pain.
Right.
Yeah, you can do,
especially one second motos.
Yeah, second motos, right? Exactly. So
but you go get another shot. You don't have to.
You can't get another shot.
Sure, you can.
You can't get two in a day.
You can break the shot up. You can do half in the morning, half in the. You know what I mean? It's
right.
You done that before, Phil?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. I agree they should be more open with that, but it is their health, I guess. Thanks, man. All right, 4 is Steve. Steve, what's up, man? You got a question for Phil?
Yeah, Phil, you guys were talking about the battle between Jet and J-Mart earlier, and J-Mart's trying to dominate everything in 250s before he goes to 450s, but would there be any teams that would just hire him to be a 450 rider and get him out of the 250 class where he keeps getting hurt, Like, at what point does his value start to drop if he just doesn't get the title and keeps getting hurt?
What do you think, Phil?
I don't know. His value doesn't drop because he can stay in the 250 class and keep winning. So why jump up to the 450 class when, there's nothing really there, and, you got to settle for something that you don't really want,
He's had a physically rough season, but he's won a bunch too this year.
Oh, dude, yeah. You look at his races won to lined up, right?
I actually looked at the points too last week after Budds Creek, and if you took out the races that J-Mart was not there, and you take Cooper and Lawrence's results out, J-Mart was winning the point. He was? By 3.
He was up by 3.
So if you take just the 3 motos that he wasn't in, he was winning. So, I mean, he's had an incredible year when he's been up.
And I'm the first guy to yell and scream about these guys staying down. But in J-Mart's case, I get it, man. He broke his back. He missed a year and a half, and now he broke his shoulder and wrist. Like, It's
and outdoor, it's a full-time
exactly.
national championship, too. It's not a regional. The Supercross debate is different for me, but outdoor.
And props to J-Mart, I think at a press conference last week or whatever, he's like, I want to move up. I don't want to be here. It's kind of embarrassing. They told him about beating Lamson or tying Lamson.
No, he didn't want to beat the record.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, man, I'm not stoked to say that, right? So
yeah, that's what I mean. Like there was that Daytona where he was on the Geico Honda and he killed it, and it was like, all right, cool. In the next couple of years, J-Mart's coming to 450s and he's gonna be really competitive, but now he seems like he's kind of stuck in this rut of 250 dominance when, what if like moving to a 450 would just kind of give him a fresh start and kind of
like Phil said, why would he do that, right? Because they're still going to pay him. They're going to pay him $200,000, $300,000 to ride 250s. So
or work at a dealership.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Steve. Thanks.
And I get the indoor thing with him. Just he's had his struggles indoors, so I kind of get maybe not feeling like you could be competitive. I think he believes he could be competitive indoor on a 450, but 250 he's got straight chance of the title. I don't think he does indoor on a 450. But outdoor, I would love to see him race 450 outdoor. I think he would be unreal. And it's like, are we not going to get that chance ever to see it?
Dude, he's 28 now. We might not.
I know, and it's
we got another call for you, Phil, here from Spencer. What's up, Spencer?
How's it going, Steve?
Good.
So I had a question for you, but I also kind of had a mini rant for Phil.
Okay.
That kind of went back to this Freak National, but I haven't been able to call in.
By the way,
So-
sorry, Spencer. Phil, I got a couple of texts from riders that absolutely loved your rider vlog rant from a couple weeks ago or last week or whatever. Yeah.
Mine, not mine, DV's. I just somewhat agreed with
You
him.
just agreed with him, yeah.
Oh,
that whole
about-
segment.
about the riders
Yeah.
doing vlogs?
Yeah, the riders doing vlogs, right. They love that. You and DV going back and forth, they thought that was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, but they don't know shit.
Yep, so.
That was pretty good.
Yep. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so Phil, do you remember on Friday for the amateur day, you kind of came up to the line and you were talking to Milt right before he took off for one of his motos?
Yes.
So I actually came up and I was kind of talking to him, and you were right there, and I thought that was super cool, like getting to see you up close and stuff, and you were out walking around. I saw you on the team pit vehicle, whatever they have. Well, then you go to take out your phone and take a picture with Milt, and you stood right in front of me, and I got so excited I was going to get a picture with you two, and then you completely cut me out of it, so I was a little butthurt about it.
Oh, wow. Phil?
I didn't remember. I just tried to get Milt to get a get the thing, so he sent it all to his FXR employees.
Yeah.
So
No,
I could file a complaint
I
to
figured that.
HR.
Yeah,
I just wanted to give you a little shit for it, but it was pretty cool.
Sorry,
to see
buddy.
you, and I think
I
that's my
should've-
fault.
Yeah. you should've spoken
Phil, you're breaking up. Your phone. You probably didn't pay your phone bill or something.
Hold on. Wait a second.
I was going
My
to try to
house
find
is
you
built.
later to see if I could get like one of my jerseys or my helmet signed or something, but I wasn't able to get into the pit because they only had the limited pit passes.
Well, next time speak up, man. I'm not a mind reader, you know?
I got you.
All right, thanks,
And
Spencer.
then my other question
Okay.
was for Steve real quick.
Yeah.
Do you know if they're doing the Monster Cup this year at all? Have you heard anything?
No Monster Cup. No, none at all. Daniel, they wanted to, and Daniel said he didn't want to have it. So it was
No, I
canceled.
told him no.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Spencer.
Hey, mate.
Thanks. All right, listen, the motorsport guys are on board with Phil, but so are the Off-Road Warehouse guys. Offroadwarehouse.com. You can use the code PulpMX to save. You can get your bike to the track with style and performance from those guys. They got the latest Jeep, truck, overland, UTV racing products from the industry's leading brands. Phil and Marchbanks have the ORW butt patch on, but nothing's been going on with those guys. Thankfully, ORW's on board with Cody Schock and Mumford, because that's what's really saving this deal. Certainly Phil and Marchbanks are not. But let's welcome a couple gentlemen that support Phil and they're behind Phil for a number of years. It's Thomas Fichter, our buddy Thomas. What's up, Thomas? How are you?
I'm good. How you, Steve?
I'm good. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
I'm
Also,
just over here. I'm looking at the Pacific Ocean here in Manhattan Beach at Greg's house.
must
Quite
be
the spot.
must be nice. Greg Adler from ORW also on the line. What's up, Greg? How are you, man?
Hey, good, Steve. Good
So-
to hear your voice.
Thanks, man. Yeah, Greg. So when Thomas, your buddy, you guys are tight. You guys are friends. When Thomas sells you on this Phil guy, and then it goes the way it's gone. I mean, what kind of friend is this?
How are
Thomas?
you guys still friends?
Yeah, Greg.
Well, I'd say leave that friendship term pretty loose at best. He's got a garage full of pretty awesome rides, so I usually will leverage that. So the Ferrari's been working pretty good for me now.
Yep. Okay.
Since Phil's had hasn't had the year that he was hoping, but
yeah.
no, it's all good, and we get it. I've had plenty of times of racing and ended up on my roof, so
Yep.
the good and bad.
Thomas, but Cody Schock and Mumford coming through for ORW.
Well, from my perspective, I think they've all done a great job. Phil's still trying, to connect the dots here, especially on your medium. But Cody Schock is definitely what can you say about that guy and his results? They just keep getting better and better. I'm just wondering if he's going to win one by the end.
Yeah, maybe, right? Phil,
Am I a little too aggressive?
You're
with that
too
thought?
aggressive. You're too aggressive.
Yeah, but anyway, a sixth place is a win. I consider a win for that guy. So And Mumford's coming up too. So I've been really excited about bringing the butt patch back. I mean, Greg's not so happy with the placement, but I think it's the best place on the motorcycle. I mean, it definitely sticks out, right?
Well, you did NFAB, and that's where the JGR guys ran the butt patch, Phil, when you were there, and it worked out great. You know,
we were trying to bring it back. Exactly.
Right. But no, it's been going well for sure. Offroadwarehouse.com, again, motorsport.com, behind this Phil bandwagon. So, Thomas, did you hear Phil may be riding Death Cross next year?
I heard rumors. I don't believe them, but I heard rumors. And more importantly, on a 250.
Right. Jeez. Phil.
If the stars align, but nothing really lines up for me ever, so it might not happen.
Thomas, did you
shooting in the dark?
Thomas, did you warn Greg before this season about Phil's sunny, optimistic outlook?
No, I don't think I warned him, but I think with Phil's sunny, optimistic outlook, there is underneath that there is a lot to be said for his whole career. I mean, he talks about it like it's so horrible, and he acts like it's horrible, but he's done a great job at being that guy that's able to continue to go racing, and as he knows, and as we talked about before, I'm very proud, as with like the doctor and some other people, to have prolonged his career. I'll put that on my shoulders, and he does the work, and he does a great job, and I consider Phil one of my closest buddies. So
wow,
he doesn't call, he doesn't write anymore, but I know if I needed something, he'd still be there.
That's because I spend too much time on this damn show, Mr. Tom. That's the problem. It takes up too much time. By the time I hang up,
Between
I'm over
this and your Racer X,
are
you still doing that?
Yeah, he's still doing it.
Yeah, I got no time for nothing anymore.
Well, I think he's just been calling, texting Greg now, Thomas, because that's who's helping him now. So he's moved on.
That's how these riders work, right?
Except for Brayton.
Yeah, except for Brayton, right? Phil, so Greg, you had Brian Deegan at your store in the new one in Georgia, right, Marietta?
Yep. Yeah, we had Brian and Hayden, Danger Boy. So we've had a good friendship with the Deegan family and with Brian for a lot of years, going back to early days of short course racing and banging fenders out there on the track. So we've done some stuff with him in the past with products, the Metal Militia products, and the Deegan 38 wheels and tires and other bumpers and NFAB steps that they worked on. So we've brought that relationship over to Off-Road Warehouse, and they came out to help us kick off that kind of our first store out there on the East Coast.
How'd it go? Was it good? Packed with people?
It was good. It was packed. Yeah. We had a good turnout. And honestly, we had a lot of folks come down just to see Brian and to see Hayden. Right. I think Danger Boy's line was bigger. And
wow.
People with the Deegan tattoos and showing that stuff off too. So good crowd all together, and it was great to spend a little time with those guys.
Yeah, we race Rider D. We'll get there. We'll race when it's time.
Hey, so
they got quite the following now.
Yeah, that's Wygant. So hey, why don't we do, Greg? So why don't we do like next Monday? Phil's here for Vegas, and in Vegas doing the show next Monday night live. We'll do a signing at the ORW Vegas here with Phil. I mean, that'll, and then we'll compare it to Deegan's signing.
Yeah, line will be super long.
I mean,
hey, I'm game anytime, so we got to figure something out using that Vegas connection. We almost flew out there today, but
bummer.
Little bit of weather, and Thomas is such valuable cargo that I didn't want to take any chance.
What do you think, Thomas? What about a Phil signing next Monday for like the people in Vegas here?
Well, let's just say I'll give Phil $1 for everybody that gets a signature.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Hey, Greg, obviously I met you through Thomas. Thomas is a longtime friend of ours and everything else, but he sold NFAB and then he got fired from NFAB. Greg, we've talked about this on the show. How surprised are you,
hey,
Adler?
No. Let's go backwards a little bit.
Okay, what?
I've been fired from 2 people from 2 jobs in my life. I've only had 2 jobs ever. I've always worked for myself.
Uh-huh.
One was Truck Hero. The other one was Greg Adler. I know you don't know this story, but in my past life, he bought some stereo stores that I had, and I worked for his past company that he was building up at the time. And one day he called me up, and I was at lunch, and he told me, "Hey, you've made your bed. You're done."
Oh.
I was like, okay.
So
so fast forward, what was it, 20 years, 30 years now?
Yeah, see, so he says I fired him. I think I inspired him to go out and start NFAB, and
that's a true statement.
And now have all the success and that he had. So and I gave him plenty of warnings too. There's always 2 sides of that
yes,
story,
of course, right.
You can tell this guy's not the easiest to get along with. But,
so for
all in good
payback,
fun
Mr.
now.
Tom. Yeah, so for payback, Mr. Tom's getting Mr. Greg into motocross to sabotage.
Yeah, ruin his life.
Exactly.
Suckering him for all the money in the sport,
Yeah. Yeah, Greg, Thomas has got you hook, line, and sinker into moto now with ORW, and your riders get hurt right away, or they have diseases or whatever. Yeah, just, welcome to the sport, Greg.
Yeah, no, we get it. We're having fun with it, and Thomas obviously had a great success with NFAB and the connection with moto, and so he's definitely helping us steer the bike in the right direction here.
And you politically align with Thomas too, so that works out really good, Phil.
He aligns with you more than he does me.
Don't say that.
We are leaving politics out of this one, I think, for
Greg, PulpMX code saves money at offroadwarehouse.com. You've got Corona, you got Vegas, Temecula, San Diego, you have Arizona, you have Georgia. Am I missing one in there?
Escondido, El Cajon. So we got the San Diego market covered. That's where ORW started in
73.
In 1973, mainly for off-road guys going down building VW Beetles and Baja Bugs to go play down in Baja. So a good heritage of racing. But yeah, we're moving, growing and moving out east, and so big steps for us. And we're trying to get it right, but having this connection with you guys and the moto, industry and all the riders and guys that love to, go tear it up, it's good for us. So we're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a natural progression for sure because everybody has trucks, and if they don't have a truck, they got a UTV, right? So yeah, it all works out for Off-Road Warehouse. Absolutely. But
it's not Ridgelines.
What are we Ridgelines? Ridgeline sales are off the hook at ORW. I heard, Greg. Ridgeline stuff.
You know what? Every time I see one of those in the parking lot at the mall, I think of calling you.
Thomas is the same way. Thomas does the same thing. So
that's the only other place where Ridgeline goes is the mall.
They are making that one look a lot better now.
They are,
and they're doing a lot. So I'm supporting that.
And again,
Ridgeline.
and thank you, Greg. And again, I moved 3 pairs of steps for Thomas for Ridgelines for NFAB. At that back in the day.
Yeah, 2 of them I gave away.
Lost money on the deal.
I moved some steps for Thomas for Ridgelines. That's all I know. So what are we doing, Thomas, for 2022 for Phil then? Are we getting Off-Road Warehouse back on, or what, is Greg too scared, or how are we doing for Phil?
Well, it's a little premature at this point to really know.
Okay, all right.
So basically, I'm quit from the program.
Yeah, but Phil knows that if he's going to put a program together, and I'll say this.
What?
It's been a pleasure to, because from back in even 2007, 8, 9, I mean, I was sponsoring, like Hewitt with the Suzukis and Bobby Reagan. So I have a long history of trying to build brands through this, which I've always thought has been great. But I think for next year, it's been a pleasure to work with, Brandon and the PulpMX team, and I really appreciate how hard he works and what he's trying to do, as I do, Michael Lindsay. So we're here to try to help and support the underdog, and when Phil moves on, maybe we'll pick up another guy like Cody Schock or something and see if we can extend his career half a dozen years or so.
What do you think, Phil?
Hey, whatever works,
Because that's what I am. I'm the career extender.
Thomas, have you thought any more about buying PulpMX? We tried this in Houston when we were there for the race at your house. Have you thought any more about this?
Well, what I will say is, and Greg will probably back me up on this, is, when you look at what people are looking at and what they're paying attention to, it's all social media, right? So I would assume that this is kind of something you could build a brand with, right?
Yeah.
So I thought about it a little bit more, let's say.
Okay, there we go, Greg. PulpMX.
So when you come down on the price to make something make sense, then, maybe I would love to have control over your paycheck.
Phil, I offered Thomas PulpMX for $1.3 million, and he wasn't interested in January.
I don't remember that conversation, but that sounds a little hefty.
Greg, are you interested in PulpMX.com and the internet radio show? Greg, at all?
All of my moto, I'm contracted with through Thomas Fichter Holdings.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
With all my moto.
Okay.
Contract. So I'm sorry, I can't comment further.
Hey, how's the code working, Greg? I don't know how much you check it out. I hope it's working well. Again, PulpMX code at offroadwarehouse.com to save.
Yeah,
so.
no, it's been good. Look,
Good.
We really appreciate that connection and your listeners, guys that are riding. Luckily there's a great connection. They're driving trucks and need stuff to get them back and forth from the track and looking good, going down the road and playing in the dirt. So
right.
It's been working out real well. We're happy and looking forward to continuing it on.
Well, good to hear that. You hear that, Phil? I deliver. I deliver for these guys. Phil.
I don't know how. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I was hoping Mr. Tom, Greg, and Corey would buy and shut it down.
Sorry. Whoever's going to the race, ORW will have a presence still at Glen Helen, even though the PulpMX team won't be there.
Paula. Yeah. So, Phil, you want them to buy it and shut it down? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I thought Thomas, Greg, and Corey should, all three of them, just pitch in and then shut the whole radio.
Buy it and bury it.
Yes, do us all a favor.
That's fucked up, Phil. Thanks. Scott from motorsport.com, he put into your program too, Phil, and then that's why you're calling in every week, and he can probably relate to Greg and Thomas here. So
yes. I only have two more of these or what?
Yeah, two more.
Really, that's sad. Kind of starting to like them a little bit.
It's
but,
not till the end of the year?
No, it's just for the 12 outdoor rounds.
Mr. Tom, don't give him any ideas.
You got to go till the racing starts again.
Oh, okay. All right. ORW wants it. That's what ORW wants, and motorsport.com.
That's what they get.
That's what they get. Phil on weekly. Absolutely.
Yeah, Phil fell short on the track, so he needs to come through for us for the rest of the year.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yes, I can handle it.
Hey, Greg.
Extra workload.
Greg, you've got a big following in the truck racing world, and one of my buddies that I mountain bike with, it was very impressed that we went out mountain biking, there 6 months ago or whenever the hell that was, last year. I don't even know. But so what's going on with the truck racing right now? I know that Lucas Oil Series, that's something that you did, isn't really around anymore. So, Greg, what kind of stuff do you do now?
Yeah, so short course on the West Coast, we're trying to keep it alive, at least for the kids. There's a bunch of youth racers. They got these mini little trophy carts. My kid, I'm pretty invested with at least 3 or 4 of these things. So we're trying to keep something alive and get the trucks back. So because of short course on the West Coast kind of dying on the bigger trucks, like the Pro 4 four-wheel drives were just fun as hell to drive, but expensive as hell to upkeep. So I got my partner over here, Thomas, and we decided to invest in a trophy truck to race the desert.
Oh, my God, Jesus.
We're going Baja Racing, and we'll see if we survive one Baja without killing each other.
Phil, trophy trucks are pretty cheap, I bet, Phil. They're not much. Yeah.
No, it's just like dirt bike racing.
The trophy truck is the cheap part.
It's the parts and the support, yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah. So the rest of it, the going racing part, is the expensive part. But, honestly, there's kind of been a game plan for a long period of time. I just didn't know if it'd come to fruition or not. But Greg's done a lot of what they call point-to-point racing down in Mexico since he was a teenager. And I've always been obviously interested in that, and now I have the opportunity to team up with somebody that has the experience and the. So I'm actually also gonna had to talk with him this week, but Rick Johnson's gonna help me.
Oh wow!
Gonna try to get a little seat time with me and kind of learn the ropes. So,
Mm-hmm.
but the first race that we'll do is the Mint 400 there in your hometown. So you'll have to either come out or hang out or at least, throw us a kind word here and there.
Can I drive the truck?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
God, didn't even
It's
think
a little
about it.
different than a Ridgeline. You know what I mean? If you moved up to a real pickup truck, we might be able to
Oh,
get
here we go.
Yeah, you don't have enough experience.
Probably a little too steep of a curve for you.
Listen, the Ridgeline was mid-sized truck of the year for car and driver. Mid-sized truck of the year.
Yeah, like 9 years ago. What have they done for us lately?
No, Greg, but hey, Greg, I don't know anything about truck racing. I know you're really good at it. I know you've done really well with it. I was bummed at that Lucas Oil. Like, I watched it when I was perusing through the channels and I
They
saw
were
it.
good.
I liked it, man. It was cool. Jeremy was in it. Brian was in it, as you mentioned yourself. Like, I thought that series was really neat. And I guess Lucas Oil decided that was it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it had struggled a little bit. I mean, more guys were spending money to go desert racing because for a lot of reasons it was hard to figure out. The action at short course was awesome. I mean,
yeah, it was.
It's like Supercross for you guys. We're just banging fenders and tearing shit up and going for it. It's like a 100-yard dash versus, the Baja races are more of a marathon. And it just, for whatever reason, Lucas, I appreciate that they supported this series for so long. I don't know if it, obviously wasn't a huge moneymaker.
Right.
As most of us know, racing's, you become a millionaire by starting as a, multi-millionaire or something like that.
Right.
So I think that was ultimately what did it. And they've had some changes in how they're managing their business. So it sucks, really, because the sport is really cool. It's great on TV, but it's so much better in person.
It is, yeah.
It's hard to compare, but it's just like you guys, on I think Supercross and motocross do a great job of showing that on TV. But when you're there live, your jaw's dropping at the shit those guys are doing on those bikes. So similar deal, but
right.
yeah. So it is what it is. The short course is still going strong in the Midwest. With the Champ Series. So for anybody likes to follow that, the Champ Series is doing a good job with the Pro 2 and Pro 4 trucks. But I'm mostly a West Coast guy, and for the business, just made sense to just go back down to the desert and have some fun down there.
Well, you got 10 and growing ORWs, so you got a lot of stuff going on. Absolutely, right? You got a lot of these businesses.
Yeah, and I appreciate all the nice things about my racing, but really, I couldn't quit my day job to go full-time racing. So,
right.
We competed against a lot of fast guys, rubbed fenders with a lot of the best, and usually somehow ended up on my roof, but at least we had a good time.
Well, like Phil ended up not on his roof, but yeah, on the ground. So.
Yeah, so maybe that's why Phil and I, and Thomas, we have this triad of mutual respect or something. I don't know what you call it.
Right. Well, Thomas, Greg, thanks for calling in, guys. I really appreciate it. Good to have you. Thanks for your support of Phil and Shock and Mumford and Marshbanks and everybody. It's worked out really well, and I'm glad ORW's having some success and all of that. And Thomas, you put everything together. You're the deal maker.
Well, I think everybody's done a great job. I'm happy with the results. I hope it's making an impact, and I hope we can keep doing it for years to come.
Right. Now, you told me to buy this house, by the way, too, Thomas. So I just want you this is all on you. So.
Well, I gave you some sound financial advice, and you were smart enough to take it. So I appreciate that as well. I mean, I see when I look at the studio, it's not quite as palatial, but
it's not.
The rest of the house is great.
We're getting by up here. That's it. That's what we're doing.
I'm sure. I'm sorry we missed out today, but
bummer.
We'll make it another time. And we appreciate you helping us get the ORW word out, and I appreciate the friendship. And I mean, I hope Phil will come on next year. We'll see how that works out, but I hope we can continue this on.
Awesome. Well, awesome. Thanks, Greg. Again, thanks for the support of the show and everything. And Thomas, you too. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
See you, Phil.
Thanks, fellas. See you, boys. Thank you.
All right, that's Greg Adler and Thomas Victor on the line. Good guys. They were going to come up here in studio, but, weather got a little bit because they don't fly commercial, so they have a smaller plane.
Jeez, I wonder what that's like.
I don't know, Phil, right? Wow, can you imagine? Well, buddy, thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. I know it's late there, but this is all part of your contractual agreement. So
no, it's fine. I can swallow the bullet, no problem.
He loves
Harsh.
it. He loves it. I can't wait till next week. Like I'm in here.
Oh, yeah.
We're going mountain biking. We're going e-biking. We're going to do the show. It's a whole thing. So
yeah, I know.
ORW signing.
Yeah, Troll Daddy's got his teleprompter all set up. He's just going to read word for word, and he'll be dialed.
What about troll training? What's the over-under on jokes you make at trolltraining.com? What's the over-under?
I'll take it easy on him. He's had a rough year like me, so.
Good point.
I mean, we'll light him up a little bit, but,
Please do. All right. Thanks for calling in, Philip. Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries. See you, Daniel.
Later, Phil.
All right, see ya. That's Phil Nicoletti. We're going to commercial break. Thanks for listening, everybody. We got Jase Macalpine coming up, Jason Thomas, more talk with Daniel Blair. We'll get to the bottom of what he's doing for Supercross next year. Big news for that. We'll drop that as well. We got much more coming up right after this, everybody.
He's a fat fucker.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning, may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on PulpMXshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate, as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 1-2-3 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of
Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati.
Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to
KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, and TM.
From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
On, and thanks to my co-host too, the great Daniel Blair. What's up, DB?
The
great Daniel Blair.
That's rad. I've never been called the great before.
Jason Thomas coming up.
it.
Jase Macalpine as well from Gypsy Tales, all coming up here. And yeah, man, it's going well. Thanks to our sponsors, by the way. I want to talk about Maxima USA. Of course, those guys are fantastic oil, great, fantastic stuff. And whether it's Pro Filter or whether it's Maxima, those guys are doing a great job. Monster Energy Pro Circuit, Monster Energy Kawasaki running Maxima USA, SC1. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Jalik Swole might have had too much SC1.
Too much.
Flew over the bike.
Too much.
Dislocated his shoulder. Get well
what,
soon. Jalik Swole.
Was it on that crash or not?
Yeah.
I thought I heard that it wasn't from that. It was something else or something.
I thought it was. Okay, maybe you heard differently.
I could be way wrong.
Don't spray a lot of SC1 on your bike because you'll fly off like Jalik Swole. I really don't even know what really happened there. a whip that just got away from them. They got the 927 two-stroke oil as well, Super M as well. They got the good old trusty Super M. Great, a bunch of oil at Maxima USA. Use the code PULP20 at checkout to save, MaximaUSA.com. So whether it's 4-stroke stuff, 2-stroke stuff, grease, SC1, whatever it is, they got it all. And Pro Filter as well, PULP20 at checkout, ProFilter.com. They got top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between, sold through Power Sports dealers nationwide. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service. So thanks to the guys at Pro Filter and Maxima USA for coming on board. And if you want to see the codes, sponsored deals on PulpMXShow.com have all the codes there as well. So Jason Thomas coming up here shortly. We got some phone calls as well, Daniel. Let's go to line 4. It's AJ. What's up, AJ?
Quick question. So I'm just curious because so what was it, 2 weeks ago? I think Bud's Creek, Sexton and Roxton. That was when they were talking about their bike, right?
Yep.
So if you test and you set up the bike the way you want it, how many times can you keep blaming the bike? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
100%.
Daniel?
Yeah, I get bummed. I'll use the word bummed when you hear a rider blame the bike because you set the bike up.
Yeah.
You know, and now I have one experience on a factory team. It was for 6 weeks. It was a nightmare for me with the bike setup, but I never had a chance to set it up. It was someone else's bike that I rode, so that was kind of a different scenario where I wasn't happy ever the entire time because it was someone else's motorcycle that didn't work. But if you have an off season and you're in season and you work as much as these guys do and you get the bike set up and you're like, oh, it's so good, I have a really hard time accepting hearing otherwise. You set it up, so it ends up being on you.
Because Tomac, whenever I think, and I don't know whose press conference it was or what he said in the press, but he said no bike changes this week. It was just more on him. So that's what made me think. I'm like, if you set in the bike, you're setting the clicks, you're setting whatever, everything and everything. You keep blaming the bike. It's kind of making you look terrible.
It makes them look really bad. In my opinion, first off, you're not self-owning the issue, which is always what you should do. Even if it's not, you should always take it on the chin. Hey, I did this. Or if the bike's running wrong, you say, man, bike didn't work right that way. I made some bad decisions. Whatever. Own it, and you always will look better, even if it's not fully your fault. But I just have a hard time with these guys, and the main reason why is I think there's a philosophy out there that these guys think they can get 100% perfect bike.
Well, that was literally I was biting my tongue.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been there as a mechanic, right? I've been factory teams, 2 factory teams, privateer guy, long-time mechanic. This isn't road racing. The track changes every lap. Dirt changes. You'll never, ever get a perfect working bike. And if the bike kicks you in a corner, don't hit that bump the next lap. And if you keep hitting
adjust your body.
Yeah, you'll never get a perfect bike.
It goes back to, I think, a kind of like a theory in the rider's head where it's, I'm looking for the perfect bike, but that doesn't exist. So if you kind of change your perspective and go, I'm looking for a 90 to 95% perfect bike, and the other 5 to 10 will be on me. I'll adjust. I'll move lines. I'll do something else. If you at least have that mentality first, you probably won't have the issues. Osborne, last time I was on, or one of the times I was on, he was on and said, I ain't changing stuff. I'll maneuver around some of the issues. And it's like, thank God when you hear that, because the perfect bike don't exist. So stop looking for it.
And again, things will change all the time. And the team can get you. The team has engineers and suspension guys and motor guys and real engineers. They'll get you 90% there, man. They'll get you real close, and you got to do the rest.
Just to follow up, as far as like the bike setup goes, so how much restriction does the team have towards the rider as far as a setup goes? If there's even any restriction.
Well, there's some restriction. You couldn't roll out a year-old bike if it looks a lot different. You know what I mean?
I mean, just suppose Tomac. Just suppose he won by 30 seconds the first moto, right?
Yeah.
And he wants to make a bike change. Is someone going to speak up and say, I don't know if you should or not? Or
push and pull.
Yeah, push and pull, exactly. Yeah. The guy Tomac could be like, hey, man, I think we need to do this. And a guy on the team can be like, listen, I don't think we should do that because of this, but we'll do what you want. But here's what I think, and then the rider has to make that final call. The rider
and then when you go on the podium and it don't work out, don't be blaming your bike, because at the end of the day, I think the rider will get the final say on race day. He's not going to – maybe they don't get the final say when it comes to, hey, I want that part. And it's like, no, we can't run that part. That was my issue, is I didn't like the oversized kit forks. I didn't think they were necessary on East Coast Supercross. It didn't need it. The whole bike felt rigid and harsh, and I wanted them off, but I wasn't allowed because of the contract. They had to run these oversized 50 mil forks. I hated them. That's different. But when you're on race day and it comes to clicker adjustments, sag adjustments, those kind of things, it better be on the rider. I mean, the rider better be the one making the decision. If not, that's a problem too. So I think there's a theory out there that you can get a perfect bike, which does not exist, because as Steve said, the track changes every single lap.
I get frustrated when I hear the bike setup stuff. Like JT's argument a few weeks ago on the pod was ridiculous, that Justin Cooper said, my bike didn't work that well in the second moto. Come to find out, we know he's battling a thumb injury, and JT just bought it that the bike wasn't working for him. And I'm like, 1 hour earlier he smoked everybody. So no team and no rider would make massive changes to their bike after a moto win. You're going to move some clickers because the bumps are bigger.
Yeah, you're gonna maybe look at the year before. You're gonna go, okay, the track's drying out a little, so maybe we do this.
But to claim bike setup after you won and smoked everybody is ridiculous. And now again, thumb injury, right? So Cooper's probably just doing that to like sort of take the spotlight away from his injury. And so, but JT and I were having it out, of course, our annual bike or daily bike setup issue. I just don't buy it. I will not buy that fight. If you want to tell me about taking a huge brace out of the frame, then I'm down. Well, that's a big change.
And the reason why is if you take that brace out, the entire bike feels different, so everything is going to work different. That is a huge change. That's not 2 clicks on the rebound and add a little compression in the forks. No, we made this change, so now everything has changed. And again, these riders always talk about comfort. Comfort is always feel. That's what they should be saying. It's feel. It's not comfort. It's feel. And that comes in the off season and all the work you do to get the bike to feel right. From there shouldn't be that dramatic of changes here and there, and you should not be coming off the track after a bad moto and blaming your bike. It's
okay. Thanks for the call, AJ. Thanks, man.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Derek on one. Derek, what's up, man? Derek.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, just had a question about the Grant Langston deal. I'm not sure if you guys have covered it yet. I was listening to your review show earlier, hearing JT and you guys go over that. My question is given, I understand companies having COVID restrictions currently, but I completely disagree with mandatory vaccinations from the government or private corporations or whatever. That should be individuals' decisions. So, anyways, my question is if NBC Sports comes out and says to their employees that it's mandatory, is Grant Langston now right in what he's doing?
No. Why would he be right? What do you mean? I know what you're saying. If they make it mandatory, what would make Grant right in this situation? Because it wasn't mandatory now.
I just think he sees the writing on the wall, and he sees that that's coming down the pipe eventually. So he's like, I'm just going to pull out now, so I don't have to face that decision in the future.
But there's only 2 more races left in the season. It's obvious he didn't want to do the job anymore, right? Like that's the bottom line. I think is from what I hear, he almost quit earlier this year. So a lot of things going on. And I think he just didn't care about the job as much anymore, so he quit, right? So, because it's just 2 more races. I fully get what you're saying. Sorry to get your name. I missed it. Derek, I agree. You cannot tell somebody they need to get this vaccination, right? You just can't. But you can enforce policies and procedures to for people who don't have it. But I don't think GL. There's only 2 more races left, and then he can make that decision in the off season, right? If they made it mandatory.
Yeah, I agree. It could have happened later. I just anticipate a situation later on where he might be vindicated a little bit.
I don't see that though, Daniel. Do you see him being vindicated? If I don't see how that's like, I feel like it's NBC's right to have these policies and procedures for good reasons. I think that's good reasons. And then I think it's Grant's right to be like, I don't want to do that. That's fine also, right? I don't see any vindication, but maybe I'm off here.
I mean, Grant is right for him. That's the bottom line, in my opinion. And can we get into it now? Because I'd like to give.
Yeah.
I'd like to say a little, and then I don't want to go into any more of it. I really don't want to deep dive. Grant had to do what was best for him based on his family, his research, his feelings, his future outlook, his past experience, everything. As an individual, you evaluate situations that are in front of you, and you make the best decision that's going to work for you and your family, and he did. So I think he's already vindicated in his decision for himself because he made the decision, and he seems cool with it. So there's no
Darkseid with his pony.
Just like that. If Darkseid wants to rock the pony forever, that's on him, and he'll take the good and the bad that comes with that. That's the same with Grant. Grant did what was best for him, and to him, he's right. And it doesn't matter everyone else's opinion because no one's walked a minute in his shoes. I don't know if you watched the second video today that he put up. He talked about his son and his son having autism and his belief that it happened right after being vaccinated at 2 years old. So you can't judge Grant in a good or negative way because you don't know his life, what he's experienced, where he's from. He's from a different country. So he did the right thing for him. End of story. That's, for me, where it ends. This is an individual decision that everyone's going to face at some time based on their job or whatever. And when that decision comes, you process it, you make the decision, and you live with it. That's it.
My race tech rant of the night is not GL's decision. That's fine. He's free to do that. I fully agree with kind of what JT was saying, where a positive COVID person can put everything down, right? And we don't know if Grant had that. If you're not vaccinated, you can spread it a little easier from things I read. Not everything's 100% on that. Like everything, we got some misinformation bouncing around on both sides, right? But my race tech rant of the night, it's like, why are you coming down on Jeff Emick, you people? Fro had, Wygant said, 80 DMs about what a bastard he is for taking GL's job.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Why? And why are you coming down on NBC? And why are you calling Grant some sort of patriot for this? Like, that's the part what I don't get. That's my race tech rant. I scroll through the comments on GL, and I'm like, I cannot believe some of these people.
Okay.
Like GL made the choice. NBC made a choice that is perfectly rational. Do you agree with that, Derek?
Yeah, I feel like it's fairly rational, yep.
GL said, okay, you made those decisions on rational reasons. I'm going to quit because I don't want to stay home for one weekend. That's also his choice, everything else. And then Jeff Emick steps in. How is that NBC's fault for a rational decision? And how is that Jeff Emick's fault, who gets a call when he's in New Orleans and they're like, hey, do you want to come and race, announce the outdoors? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? They're losing their minds in this thing, man. They are fucking losing their minds. And it's sad. It's sad to see the attitude of some of these people, man. Like, again, I'm not talking about forced vaccinations. I'm just talking about a company that's saying, hey, man, we think the vaccine will prevent the spread. We don't know if you have it. So can you stay home for a week? Come back in 2 weeks. Everything's the same. And GL said no. Again, cool. No problem, GL. But then that's the part where I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Well, okay, two things. Number one, I didn't know about the Fro hate stuff. I didn't know any of that. So that's
Fro got
that is
a ton of hate.
That's a little shocking because he had nothing to do with it. But
why? Yeah.
But I would say the anger from the fans, and I can tell you right now, it's real. This isn't just online stuff. I got people called me and text me, and they're livid over this. The reason why, it's not because of just Grant and this. That is a small sliver in a bigger pie of anger over a lot of things that are all, this is just part of
That's
it.
fine.
This
but
isn't
how can you come down?
Yeah, 100%.
How can you? I get it. You're right. But what NBC is asking is what Western Power Sports is asking, what any corporation is asking. Like, hey, man, like Michelin's, Randy was telling us too, if you travel, you got to quarantine because we don't quite know what's been going on.
Well,
so
because
there's nothing wrong with that policy.
But that's not what I think everyone's mad about. They're not mad about this individual policy and this individual thing that just happened in our sport with someone that everyone loves. I don't think that's what it's about. It's a bigger thing. People are really pissed about this because this is one, they feel one domino closer to where it's going. Because remember, the healthcare workers, my brother is a healthcare worker, and he is being forced to be vaccinated or he is fired and can't provide for his children. He went to college. He sacrificed his life. He was frontline during the COVID pandemic, and now he's being told if he does not get vaccinated, which is against his religion, My brother is very religious, believe it or not. For those of you out there who listen to him on the show, yes, he has an explosive personality, but he's very religious. He's being forced to be vaccinated.
I think if you prove it's against your religious beliefs.
He's trying, and they're telling him no.
Oh, okay.
So you have teachers now. It's getting, the dominoes are hitting one by one by one. So you have people that are frustrated over the entire debate of the vaccine and the mandates and all that. So I think this one just kind of exploded because this is the first time our sport has kind of had to deal with this.
It doesn't make Langston eligible for a Purple Heart. He just simply didn't like a policy and quit. No problem.
100%.
Cool.
And that's,
I don't have an issue with any of those things.
And that's fine. And I think what people are frustrated by is the bigger conversation of what's happening in other industries.
Well, be smart about it, though.
Well, now it's moved its way into our sport, and someone that everyone loves, because who doesn't like Grant? Grant is awesome. Everyone likes Grant. And now Grant was the one who said, I see the writing on the wall. I don't like it. I'm out. I have my beliefs. I'm out. And the people look at him.
There was no writing on the wall. There was no writing on the wall. The writing was just stay home for a week.
No, I know.
Come back in 2 weeks unvaccinated.
Again, this is not Grant. This is the whole thing. The writing on the wall is where this whole thing is moving, and everyone's frustrated over that. And then this is the one that makes everyone go kaboom in our industry.
Wow.
If this would have happened in NASCAR and they would have pulled the NASCAR guy or it would have been the same thing, our fans wouldn't have flipped out. They're flipping out because our guy got affected by a policy that they believe is moving in one direction, not the other, and they don't like it.
Wow.
That's it. And again, so my thought on this is companies are going to do what they have to do individually. They're going to make decisions on what they do with their company.
Listen, there's
and
plenty
people are going to make the decisions on what they do with their job and their life and everything.
There's
and that's
plenty of jobs that you don't need to be vaccinated in. You can go. You're free to do that, and companies are free to make. I can't carry a gun on a plane. I gotta wear. If I worked at Yamaha, I would have to wear pants. These are all policies.
That's why you don't work at Yamaha.
Well, I mean in my underwear. Like I'm talking about not shorts. Like these are all policies and procedures that are all across corporate America. Everywhere you go, and if that's what it is, you're free to go. America, freedom. I keep hearing about freedom. You're free to go get another job. You're free to not take the vaccine.
But
no one is forcing you to do any of this.
But then if people stand behind Grant and they, let's say, support him and stand with him on his willingness to be done because of a decision he's made, I think that's what they value is him using his freedom to be done. The negativity towards Fro, I got a problem with it. I don't like that. You might not like that he. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get the Fro thing. The negativity I don't get.
Fro said it was.
But the support for Grant for making a individual decision that lines up with maybe the way they believe this situation all is in general. I don't think there's anything wrong with him being a patriot to those people because he is to them. But being negative to Fro, I have a problem with that.
I'm going to try to walk into a convenience store without a shirt on. I'm going to videotape it. I'm going to get kicked out because I don't have a shirt on. And I hope I'm a fucking Purple Heart nominee. I hope I'm ready to go on the steps of Washington and get a Purple Heart for my actions because I'm a patriot. Because I wanted to go in and get a Slurpee, and I didn't have a shirt on.
And you know that is not even apples and oranges. We're talking.
They're not forcing him to get a vax. It's the same thing.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. They're not.
We just finished saying, Derek on one, me and you, we all said this is a rational policy. We all said that. And so he's quitting over rational policy. Again, no problem. No problem with the policy. No problem with GL quitting. Do we need to give him a Purple Heart? That's the part in reading the comments. I'm like, wait, what? This is a policy. This is something that's very common now with this Delta variant that is spreading very fast. And so, let's just calm down. That's all.
I know, but half the country, or I don't know the percent, doesn't agree with it. So for him to take the stand for himself,
doesn't agree with what? The policy?
The policy. A lot of people don't believe in the policy.
So you think we've
not
seen
me.
this.
Don't ask me that question. I'm not answering that question.
This thing spreads bad. We've seen this. It happens, right? It's in the pro pits right now. We've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
A company says, don't. If one person goes into the NBC thing and 20 cameramen get sick and they go to the hospital and maybe they're not surviving it, and guess who's on the hook liability-wise? NBC, Lucas Oil. They're on the hook liability-wise.
And that's why they make policies for their company. That's
because
100%.
They don't want to get sued if you die in the hospital from something that could have happened.
I understand
This is all a. So are you telling me people are freaking out over that kind of policy? Because that right there, what I just told you, is a very real thing.
It is, but I would say people are probably frustrated with the fact that policy is it's a little rigid in some ways because Grant tested negative. So he's actually negative. He tested.
He did not test negative. He did not. He said, I had to test negative. He did not say he tested negative. He did not take a test.
I thought he got it.
He specifically says I had to test negative if I wanted to come.
I thought he
One
did.
thing.
So
one thing that I didn't understand is if Weege was vaccinated, why would he have to be tested? That doesn't make any sense to me. Does the vaccine work or does the vaccine not work?
The vaccine works. It keeps you out of the hospital, right? It keeps you from getting this severely affected by this. So it works. But yes, you can still get it, and yes, you can spread it. And like I said, things I read says you're less likely to spread it if you're vaccinated, but there's a lot of gray area on that for sure on both sides. So there's all of that going on.
The whole thing's a mess. The problem is the messaging has been wrong from the very beginning, and and I don't know how it got political. It shouldn't be political because both presidents said the exact same thing. So this isn't to me, it's not a political issue. It's purely an issue that some people don't want the vaccine being forced on them, and they feel that certain policies don't force it but nudge you in a direction that you don't want to go, and they're standing with Grant because he does not want to put up with the policy or any of it. And for those people, he is a patriot to them for standing up and giving up his career, which he might have already been given up anyway, in order to say, no, I'm not going along with this policy. So that's why.
But we've established, you and I both think, and Derek on the line, both think it's a rational policy. We've all established that. It's a rational policy.
It's a rational apology for the very, very liquid times that we're in because things change every 5 seconds with this thing. And that's the the hardest part of this whole damn thing is that things change every 5 seconds.
Well, yep, absolutely. The government has fucked up many messages.
The whole
many
thing.
Times.
The
yep,
whole
absolutely.
time and the whole thing, which makes people do what? Go to the very edges of their beliefs, and they sit there and they hardline on it. And when an entire fan base feels like, because I'm telling you, this moto fan base is a certain way.
I'm going into a convenience store with no shirt on.
That's not the same,
I want my Purple
that.
Heart. And I want my Purple Heart. All right.
I just want to get a motocross stuff.
Yep, I agree. Derek, we got to run.
Bottom line, so because I personally will not talk about this anymore after this. Grant made a decision that is best for him.
Yeah.
The fans are going to react the way they're going to react. Some good, some bad.
So
obviously, most
poor Fro.
Way poor Fro. The fact that he is.
Poor Fro.
I mean that he's just like getting.
I just
like the receiving end of like some. I don't get that all the way.
Just lay off Fro, people. That's my race tech round. Lay off Fro.
The only thing that I would say about this, I'm bummed that he got hit hard because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But people have the right and the freedom to believe what they want to believe and act and express themselves in a certain way for a guy who is representing their beliefs. There's nothing wrong with anyone. That's the beauty of America is everyone can make the decision for themselves. And
well, line up that Purple Heart. Patriot.
To some he is, and to some he's a villain. To some he is an absolute villain.
I don't know how he could be a villain to anybody.
For not getting vaccinated. There are people out there that believe if you do not get vaccinated, you are an evil scumbag villain. So
I follow some sports writers that are way over the top with that. You're right.
So, so that's what I'm saying. People are going to believe what they want to believe, and they're going to express themselves the way they want to.
Right.
And for Grant, he did what was best for him.
All right, Derek, we got to run, man. Thanks, though. Thanks for getting us into trouble tonight. Yeah, thanks for getting us in trouble. That's awesome. Thank you.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, man.
Good night.
Fly Racing, look, the 2022 line is doing a good job. They worked on the kinetic stuff. They worked on the Evo stuff after revamping the light stuff. The new Formula helmet, Daniel, is fantastic. You're a Fly Racing rider also, as is Justin Brayton.
My son is.
Okay, Fly Racing family.
Fly Racing family.
Family first.
That's right, family first.
Yeah. Jason Thomas, what's up, JT?
Not much, just listening to you rant about something you can't change, and
that's not the first time.
Can't do anything about.
That's not the first time.
JT, do you want to rant right now? Because I got one for you. No, I got one on something else.
Oh, okay, what do you got?
I'm looking at the box score from Ironman, 450 class. Somehow Curran Thurman's 25-22 beats the overall of the guy, let's see here, Bryce Hansen, who went 26-20 and actually got a point, but somehow Thurman beat him in the overall.
I wish we would have noticed that before our pod.
That should not be the case.
So hashtag AMA, Bryce Hansen got beat by a guy with 0 points.
JT,
I'm not surprised.
The floor is yours.
I'm not surprised. This is par for the course.
I'm just looking at the sheet, and I'm like, why does it go 4 points, 2 points, 2 points, 0 points, 1 point?
We have X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up, too, with Jason Thomas as well. JT, Team USA, looks like September 1st is a big day.
So what is the significance of September 1st?
New regulations for countries in Europe.
Well, So that the EU already said that they will impose restrictions, basically going back to kind of how it was. And I got an email today from Delta saying that I'll have to test and do all those things again. But the bigger point here is I firmly do not believe that Italy is going to require vaccinations or quarantine to visit Italy. I do not believe that will happen. So if Team USA decides not to go, that's up to them. But, I went to Italy months ago, and I don't think they're going to go backwards from where they were months ago. I just do not believe that they will do that. So do what they want. Whatever happens, happens. But I don't believe it's going to be we can't go to Italy issue.
Okay.
Those rules, when the EU hands those down, they are recommendations. They're not requirements. So each country is allowed to then decide their own fate. Right? Germany has taken a pretty hard line, which they have most of the time. England was in the same situation. Italy was not, and several other countries were not. And that just from me doing a ton of research to figure out if I was going to be able, to go to Italy in the first place. I read a lot of information, and basically they're in a situation where their business cannot handle that anymore. Like they cannot go back to 10-day quarantines because no one can go there, and then their economy really suffers, especially right now. Maybe if it was the wintertime, maybe they would be more inclined to do something like that, but I just don't see that happening right now.
Well, tourist season's over. If you're in the government of Italy and you want to do something, it's basically over. But
yes and no. I mean, it's the fall in Italy. My personal belief is I don't think Italy specifically goes backwards on their policy.
How's that work for layovers? I mean, this is just a really naive question, but if you're laying over in Munich, or is there any kind of weird?
Depends, and that's up to the airports individually and the countries individually. Okay. But like going through Amsterdam, no problem. Which is how I will go and have gone before. You can go on. Delta has specific, or this is what I went on the first time, was called a specific COVID flight. Everyone on the flight had tested within 48 hours of boarding, and then you would arrive, show your test, and then you had to test within 48 hours of returning. And these were specifically to Italy, only to Italy. They were direct from America, and they were the first flights allowed to the EU from America. So, yeah, it's pretty intense, like all of the hoops you have to jump through, and it's gotten better on that. So again, based on those flights, those COVID-specific flights, and all the things that Italy did to enable tourism to happen and get the ball rolling, that's kind of why I can't see them going down this path again. I kind of think they don't care what the EU or WHO says. I really don't think they care.
All right, we got a call here from Dylan on 2. Dylan, what's up, man?
Yo, hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I just wanted to say, man, great show, and yeah, man.
Yeah, great show. All right,
hello?
man. Thanks for calling. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming in. We got.
That's what you should do to the other Dylan when he calls.
So, Daniel, do you have anything to talk about JT to JT about?
No.
No? Moving on?
No.
What happened?
That's bullshit.
Okay.
Nothing.
Did I miss something? Are you holding out on me, Stevie? Are you scared I came on and now you don't want to bring it up?
Bring what up?
I don't know.
That's bullshit.
JT, you and I have agreed on 99.9% of everything
Steve
both of us have ever said, but there's
Steve's
just one
to something
thing
here. It's got to be Jet, right? Is that what you're going to come with?
His name is Generational. That's his name. It's on his birth certificate.
I don't believe that's his name.
It's on his birth certificate.
Oh, it's on the birth certificate.
Generational.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
gonna.
gonna.
Jets only fans. Jetson only fans.
Yeah. No, Steve wants me to get feisty with you right now, but I
don't
can't.
wanna
Wait
get
until
feisty.
Hangtown. I'm waiting until Hangtown, and then I'm going to drop an atom bomb on JT after Hangtown.
I'm good. Like I have no issue with how amazing Jet's doing. Like it's not about that.
Doing or is?
Nothing negative I want to say about Jet.
Doing?
Nothing negative.
Or is?
Well, I think is only going to be up to his future, right? He's going to have to play that out. That's the main point. But I mean, he's riding phenomenally well. He hasn't ridden phenomenally well at every round this year, but more recently he has ridden much better. And if he rides the way he rode this weekend and the second moto at Unadilla, everyone's in for a lot of trouble for a very long time.
JT, what about the offer I made you? If Jet closes out the title and wins Paula and wins Hangtown, I made you an offer. Are you going to take that offer?
I don't remember what the terms were.
Oh, boy.
I offered to be light and let you come onto my side and be in the generational belief. If he closes out and wins Paula,
you're going to let him on.
I'm going to let him on.
Oh,
But he's got to win the last two. If he wins the last two in dominating fashion, will you just say the words Jet is generational? I just want to hear it one time if he does those things. Agree. Do it.
How about this? If he continues to do the things he
There's
did,
no deadline to that. If he continues.
No, but I'm saying, if the way he rode at Ironman has not been the way he's ridden all year.
I know.
That is not the same guy. So if he rides like that, I don't have an argument anymore. But that's not what we saw all year. That's not what we saw at every Supercross. That's certainly not what we saw at several of the outdoor races where he was getting fifth. Justin Cooper was running away from him. That was more where I was making the comment. If he rides like Ironman, I will shut up forever. Period. I'll never, ever question that take ever again. I would not do it because he would have earned it.
I need more. No, Steve, answer this. In the group text, when Jet
Which one? I mean,
the one.
Okay.
When Jet has had average, it's the one for me. It's my one, okay?
Yeah, okay.
You guys are in a bunch of other ones.
I'm in 30 with JT, and I need to get the fuck out of these.
Okay, so listen. When Jet has an average weekend, just a 17-year-old getting thirds and fourths, just an average weekend, does JT not ask me, Daniel, how about Jet with a question mark?
He'll say that, or he'll be like, I don't see RJ Hampshire running James Stewart down.
When Jet put on the slapping of the year this last weekend, did I say anything in the group text
You
to
didn't.
JT?
No, you actually didn't, JT?
This is you doing it right now.
I waited till the air.
That's what's happening right now.
It is. No, again, this is a debate. JT, you admitted that you believe he is special and that you just hadn't seen enough and that you needed to see a little bit more before you were ready to take the leap with me. And that's all I'm saying. Is he showing the signs that he is a little more than special? And again, my word that you might not go with, generational, he is rare. We don't see it. In fact, I think you guys said it on the review show. When they have to create a freaking combine because of this kid and what he's doing, you have to modify our amateur program here to keep up with what that kid's doing. I feel like
hold on.
You guys said it.
Who said it?
Said the manufacturers believe that what's going on in EMX and all of that stuff's going on there is developing better, and Jet is proof of the pudding.
Wait, you can't say they created a combine because of Jet Lawrence.
I definitely leaped a little far in that right there.
You sure did.
I did.
Sure did.
But
because I do not believe Tim Cotter said, you know what? Jet Lawrence, we're got to do the combine.
Tim Cotter sees what I see, and he said, we got to create a damn combine to fix what we're doing here because this kid's generational. That's what
but if he's generational talent, wouldn't it? A combine, I don't think is going to create generational talent. That's generational talent, right? Or no?
But I do have one stat that I didn't know last time we argued, and I do want to drop that stat, and I just want to hear your rebuttal. It has been since James Stewart, 20 years, since we've seen someone win multiple Supercross and multiple motocross races before his 18th birthday.
That is not something that you heard since we talked, because you drop that every freaking weekend in our text messages.
On the air. I haven't dropped it on the air yet.
Yeah, you dropped it on me in text messages 17 times.
Is it wrong? It's been 20 years since someone's done that.
Not. But, okay, my only rebuttal would be that a lot of the talented racers that have come up started racing much older than Jet. So it's a different situation, right? Eli started later. A lot of these guys started older. So whether that's good or bad or fair or not, it's not apples to apples.
The other riders' career path choices doesn't take away that Jet still did it as a kid.
It doesn't at all. But when you say a stat, find me another guy that, I can't, because these guys they didn't start at the same age as Jet. They didn't turn pro and weren't racing pro races in Europe at 14. That's not.
You got to be generational to do that.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you. But when he wins, Paul, if he wins, Paul, and Hangtown, I just want to hear you say it one time. You don't even have to say it on the air. You can record it in a voice memo, and you text it to me. I just want you to say Jets generational. Once.
If he continues to ride the way he did this weekend and the second moto at Unadilla, not the first moto at Budds Creek, and I guess kind of the second moto at Budds Creek, not really, but he rides that way where he's clearly the best guy on the track, even though J Mart was catching him a little bit first moto. He rides that way where he just rides away from the pack. Then I don't have anything. I wouldn't even say anything back to you. I would just nod in agreement.
No, I don't want to nod. I want you to say it.
But it's the other rides. It's like the Southwick rides where he's just kind of middle pack. Those are the ones that make your argument very difficult.
What does he have to do for you to say it?
Win everything like James Stewart.
Can we move on? We got phone calls here
yeah, that's
for you guys.
fine.
All right, okay. Jensen's on one. Jensen, what's up? What's your question?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to get your thoughts on if we start to see Ken Roxon fade these last couple rounds, what do you think he needs to do in the off-season to fix those issues later that we've seen later in the season to hopefully get a title in 2022?
What do you think, Daniel?
Man, I'm so torn on the Kenny conversation because if you look at the indoor and outdoor combined, he's got the most points. I've
heard this 14 times in the last 2 weeks because my buddy Clinton did one on Pulp. Who cares?
No, I know, but what I'm getting at is that it's sad that he's looked at like such a disappointment because he keeps coming up short to Cooper, who is a Supercross. I mean, he's a 2-time Supercross champ. He's unbelievably legit and the best guy in the sport in Supercross. And then Dylan goes nutsoid this summer, and Kenny's going to come up short twice. But really, he's put together an unbelievable year. You talk about fatigue. He's survived the whole year, and he's the best guy stacking points the whole year. And it's sad that he's going to be looked at as a failure again because he came up short to the guy who crushed the outdoor and the guy who crushed the Supercross. So I'm torn. Yes, he's falling short. He is fading late in championships. He has these days. It sucks, but at the same time, I think this is the best probably years statistically, number-wise, he's probably ever had. So I don't even know where I sit on the argument. He's incredible, but yes, he keeps coming up short in these individual titles. So I'm conflicted on the Kenny argument. That's it.
JT?
Well, the man's question was, what does he have to do to fix the problem? I don't think he really can. I think the issues that he has are based off of 20 surgeries and immunodeficiencies and all things that probably aren't going to be solved. I think that is just going to be something he's going to battle the rest of his career. His body just, I think, gets weaker when the conditions get more difficult. If it's hotter, I think his body has a difficult time coping with that. And I don't think that's his fault, and I don't think there's a lot he can do about it. And we've just seen it time and time again. So the answer to the question, I don't think there is much he can do. I think he's super fit. He's incredibly fit, right? If you look at him, the guy can run 10 miles. Like you see his Strava and stuff, it's like, yeah, the guy's pretty fit. But I think his body just gives out on him when the conditions get their most difficult.
JT, do you feel, let me add one thing to that. And I've done this before when you have an injury or you're going to fade or you're going to have an issue. Do you think that he mentally on some days too goes, man, I know this day is going to end me, and lightens up a little bit, and you see him go, what'd he go, 3.5. I mean, he rode okay, but he didn't like hang it all out. Like almost like he knew, like, man, this one's gonna end me all next week. So he almost goes into not limp mode, but like 90% exertion mode. So it's him knowing that he has those issues too that might play a role in this. Do you think that at all?
I mean, it could be. I don't have a way to rule that out. But I also think, he had a really hard day at Budds Creek, and it was really humid there. The temperatures weren't crazy high, but it was really humid. Like, I was standing there just sweating, doing nothing. And
Dungey
he had those – yeah, right? At Budds Creek. Anyway.
Yeah, he said Budds.
He had those huge battles with Ferrandis, and I think that took a lot out of him. So then you go back-to-back weekends, another really hot day, and – I think he was going for it. You see that first lap of the first moto?
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable the way he can weave through the pack like that. So I don't know. I don't, we're not inside his head, so we're 100% speculating, but I guess there could be something to that where you just condition yourself almost to expect yourself to be let down in those conditions. but it didn't seem like the beginning of it he was thinking about anything other than winning. But the second moto, you could just see it. Like, you can literally see the fatigue in his riding. He has zero intensity.
Settled.
He has no fight. He can't do anything with anyone. So I don't. It's really hard to say, but it's really consistent. On those hard days, the second motos, he just doesn't have it.
And to answer the question, the original question, to be better, just going to have to find a way to be better at every little thing. Try to win a couple more. Try to manage those days a little better. You know what I mean? It's not like he's far off. He's hanging in there pretty okay, and then it falls apart. But win a couple more next year, get a couple more thirds instead of fifths, and maybe instead of an 8-9, learn how to get a 6-7. I think all he can do is try to improve every little piece a little and hope that that's enough. I don't, like JT, like you said, I don't think it's a dramatic fix coming. It's just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of each day.
Thanks for the call, Jensen. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. JT,
you have to. Sorry, just one last thing. You have to figure with the knowledgeable people he has around him. Resources are not an issue. Basically, if there's any doctor on earth that knows something, they have the resources to pay him, fly the doctor there, whatever it takes to figure this out, and they can't seem to do it.
Did you?
So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should.
No, go ahead.
Did you hear that voicemail that I got that someone was trying to get a hold of Kenny?
Yes. Yes.
Why are you guys laughing?
I don't believe that guy should be let anywhere near Kenny, just for the record.
I want to hear it so bad.
I got sent a voicemail from a guy that was trying to get a hold of Kenny. Didn't call me or anything. It was out in the
And
ether.
Bogle.
And this guy said,
And Bogle.
I don't want to give you all my secrets. I can fix Bogle. I can fix Kenny Roxon. It'll take 3 days. I want to be paid for this, though. I am not giving out this information for free.
A lot of money, he was saying. He wouldn't give a number, but it was a lot.
If it works, you have to pay me. This was amazing. He said, I just need to get in front of Kenny. I know what it is. I know I can fix him.
Like, who are these people?
Oh, dude, right? All right, we got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs coming up. TJ, though, you want to talk about 2022 Supercross?
Yeah, earlier y'all were talking about the Combine, which kind of brings me to this. We come into Supercross Futures. The other day on Producer Joe's podcast, he had a guy on there named DB who acted like he may know something. Maybe Supercross Futures is going to happen during the main event, like during the night show. And I was just curious to what we know about that.
During the main, so like right on lap 8, they're going to pull.
They're going to release the 60s.
You know, like or whatever. I didn't know what the plan. They do it during the Monster Energy Cup.
They're like, Triple Crown was cool. Let's try releasing the amateurs mid-main.
Release the 60s.
They just open a gate.
Right. It's like the Wiener Dog race. The Wiener Dog race.
Mid-main.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right, thanks for calling.
Like the Supercross Futures class.
What's happening with the Futures? It's back, right? Or it's somewhat back, I heard.
I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Daniel's in the booth next year.
That's
TJ,
not true,
so
unless you know something I don't. But
that's why I said on Producer Joe's podcast he wouldn't say it, but I figured maybe Mathis, you could actually let something out.
I don't know. I heard they're happening, but I did hear that there's going to be a change to it, but I don't know what that means. I heard I asked about, hey, Futures is back, and I was told in a different form or in a different way. Am I right, Daniel?
You're way right.
Oh,
I just can't say
yeah.
In a dramatic
honestly,
change.
But
like
TJ, I don't even give a shit. So I just moved on. I didn't pry.
You
anymore.
will.
Yeah. So
you'll be covering it on the review show.
Oh, I will be. Okay, fantastic.
That tells me it'll be on the race night deal.
It's after at 10 o'clock when everyone leaves. They're sending them out.
Yeah. Thanks, TJ.
At Indy.
Later.
Hey, kids.
JT, did you vote in the poll? If Darkside should cut his pony off to change
the election?
Did Darkside cut the pony? Should Darkside cut the pony off to change his luck?
I did not vote in the poll.
Okay.
I do think he should cut his pony, but not for a luck reason, just because it looks ridiculous.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Okay. Let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-off, shall we?
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. Hey, you want to talk about X-Brand this weekend? What did Kyle Chisholm get?
10th.
What did Ben LeMay get?
11th.
What did Ryan Surratt get?
Where's he at on here? 12th.
Yeah. All X-Brand Goggle riders. Private
choose X brand because they don't get the big bucks.
No, they choose X brand because they work. And if you don't,
that's what I read that post.
I thought it was if you don't wear X brand, you can't win.
That
something
too.
like that. What is it? Say your normal thing.
If you don't wear X brand, you can't win. Josh Strang, X brand.
What's Tomac wear?
X brand. He wears an X brand
at home
with a different strap.
Hey, when he goes home, he wears X brand during the week.
Yeah, he wears X brand with a different strap. Some other small company.
He doesn't wear Scott in the mud.
No.
Oh.
All right. X brand goggles. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you aware of him, JT?
No, but I've heard rumors about a lot of COVID in Spokane.
Yeah, I agree. I've heard the same thing. Rapid fire. Here we go, Marks. Let's do this. Marks, you want to tell JT what the YouTube comment said?
Do you want me to?
Are you
oh, boy.
JT has said, I like to get my life choice advice from the most lapped rider in motocross history.
To be fair, JT, you self-proclaimed that one time.
Yeah. I will wear that scarlet letter, no problem. But
this gentleman,
as I always say to these people, if you want to compare motocross accomplishments, we can do that too. That's fine.
X brand goggles. 30 seconds on the clock. Let's do this.
Steve, was there a fallout between GL and Ping, or why did he stop doing the Whiskey Throttle show? I know you're tight in with.
Yeah, I'm super tight. I talk to Ping and GL all the time. No, he just told me he didn't have time. But I don't know if that was the truth or whatever. He told me he couldn't find the time.
JT, do you foresee other significant industry employees losing jobs over not getting vaxxed? And if manufacturers or big teams start requiring vaccines?
It's going to be interesting because I don't think this is going to go away. I think we're only at the beginning of policies like this. You know, you're seeing the airlines do it. Man, there are going to be some really hard lines drawn here. So people losing their jobs, I think they're going to be made to make a choice. So I do think they will have the choice, but if they choose to not get it, they might have to work somewhere else.
But the question was for our industry, and I don't see it.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I think big corporations with huge HRs, that I don't think they care at all. They'll find somebody else. Now, smaller teams, stuff like that, that's a different story. But if you're on a factory OEM team, I don't think that American Honda necessarily cares about a mechanic that decides that he's going to take a stand. I don't think that's the case.
All right, next question.
Hold on quickly.
Oh.
JT, Myrtle just texted me. Jetson Lawrence is watching the Pulp Show right now, and he wanted me to relay a message to you, and it is eat shit.
What? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just like Mumford.
Hold on.
Just like Mumford.
Before this starts a thread.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. He is watching, though, right now. Him and Myrtle are watching, laughing.
Okay.
I made up the eat shit part.
Yeah, you can't, because you can't paint a picture that I don't think he's amazing.
I know.
Not it at all.
I know. It's
okay.
Who's a bigger fan, you or me?
All right, Daniel.
There you go.
I'm going to be in the Jet Zone this weekend. So fuck both of you guys.
I don't know if it's fandom or not. I'm more wait and let him paint his own future. That's all. Like, let him, instead of trying to label him anything, like, let him do his own thing. Like, he's clearly his own man. Like, he is such a unique individual.
Let him do his own
let's
thing.
not put him in a box. Let him do his own thing.
I'm letting him.
Don't put him in a box.
I haven't put him in a box. In fact, the more pressure I put on him, the better he's done. So.
All right. Next question.
Daniel, where do you think you were on the list of guys to get called to announce the last 3 nationals with Weege?
Probably right behind Steve.
I was pretty far down, I think. No one called me.
No one called me.
I didn't get a text. I didn't get a call.
No one called me.
I didn't get a smoke signal.
I think Bondo must have saw me on Beyond the Track and saw my beard and hair, and he's like, nah, he's fine.
Steve, is there anyone more Switzerland than Weege? Very neutral always, except when it comes to making or saving money.
Yeah, Weege is more opinionated on our texts for sure than he is on the shows.
You guys think I waffle? He's the worst waffle out there. Why does he not take any flack?
I put it this way. I know Weege very well. I've been in this group text. It's a pretty violent group text now for a while.
That's just Paul.
I have no idea where Weege stands on almost anything. I have no clue. He really doesn't give you much. I don't know.
except when it comes to saving money.
He will not. Hey, seriously, in person, Steve, have you ever heard him talk about religion, politics, anything controversial? Like even
Never.
in person, he won't do it.
Yeah,
He
I have.
will-
I've spent more time with him, but I agree with you. But I have heard. Yes.
I mean, I have too, and okay,
Right.
but I'm saying like normally if I'm at dinner with you, yeah, let's get into it, like within reason. He rarely does.
Well, dude, the man can't work a Keurig. He can't. So think about. He has to focus his time and energy.
Hold on a second.
On like Keurigs and coffee makers.
How did you guys let the review show go on without hammering him on the job? Was he working at Six Flags or something? What did he say he did?
The Batman stunt show.
Yeah. How did you not dial in on that? You guys just moved on. Like I had to stop the podcast. I was like, what?
He worked at Disney World too.
Yeah, he worked at Disney World.
Even. I mean, the flagging thing is one thing, but Disney World.
Yeah.
I think he met his wife at Disney World.
No, he didn't.
No,
he had a crazy girlfriend though that worked there. Yeah.
And what was the Batman thing?
I don't know, bro. We had to move on. That podcast was getting too
It was long, but
it was like 2 hours.
I couldn't believe you guys just like moved past that. I was in shock when
He
I
poured
heard that.
gas all over his nuts because he couldn't see the gas hole. Like that's just he couldn't work a Keurig. He can't work a gas can.
It was great. And you guys just moved on. Didn't even acknowledge
Well,
what he said.
We'll do another this week pod. We'll devote some time to this.
We just passed. I just want to know more.
Oh, I did it's 2009 or something, but I did a career Jason Wygant pod, and it's gold.
Is it good?
And
is there more of that stuff?
And this was even before the Backyard Wrestling came out, which JT witnessed that.
Oh my God!
JT witnessed the homemade Backyard Wrestling tapes.
You're lying to me. What?
That is one of the videos that if it ever came out, your career is instantly destroyed.
Yes. You will never work in the industry again.
Never.
No way.
I tried to get one on YouTube. I told him I'll edit it. I'll keep it safe, and he just. Yeah.
Can't we blur out Can't we do a meme and change his face and put Trump or Biden on his face?
These tapes could never come out.
Ever.
He and his three buddies or two buddies? Was there four
I
of
don't
them?
know. There was a lot of buddies.
Made backyard wrestling videos.
The best thing I've ever heard.
I'll tell you some of these off the air.
Can I see them? I'm crying. I cry when I laugh hard.
Yeah.
I'm crying, but can I see these videos?
I
Please?
think
Did he delete them?
I think he took them away from me. He brought the tapes to the house, and JT was in the middle of a sentence. JT just stopped and goes, "Oh my God," because we had him playing during the show one time.
It's just one of those things where if I'm on that tape, I immediately grab the nearest camera and start smashing the VCR.
It's for okay. So anyway, it's all right.
Sorry, go back to the thing. But
Okay, all right.
Cry when I laugh. Sorry.
So, on our group text tomorrow, please drill him a little bit about this.
I will.
Okay.
I want to do it now, but it's late.
Right.
All right. Go ahead.
JT,
covered.
I think universally, GL was liked as an announcer. What made him a natural at it, and who would you like to see in that spot next year?
So I think his job to be the color analyst, you have to be very articulate and you have to find creative ways to explain what someone like Jet Lawrence is doing on a motorcycle to the average fan that's maybe never ridden before, or if they have at a very novice level. Explain to them how difficult that is, explain all of the nuance and the subtleties and the things that he's doing that allows him to go that fast, because if you don't know a lot about the sport or you don't know how to ride very well, all you're doing is watching going, how does he do that? I don't understand anything that he's doing. So for GL, I just think he's very gifted at it. I think he finds the right words and the right phrases to break that stuff down and to share nuances. And that's probably the most critical aspect. Is I've watched a lot, whether it's football or motocross or car racing, the best of the best go into detail, and they show the little things that make huge differences, and they really share those insights instead of staying on that really vanilla surface level. So I just think he was really good at it, one, and I think maybe more importantly, he was willing to do it. He was willing to take some chances and share some info that maybe wasn't going to come across the easiest all the time, but he was willing to take a risk.
Yeah, don't be afraid to hurt some feelings and offer your opinion. That's what I want to hear.
Yep.
I want to hear some opinion. You've GL won world championships, national championships. Give me some of your thoughts.
He had a gift about it too, because he's witty. So he has a way of coming across funny at different times in the show, to where he feels light even when he's kind of dropping something kind of deep. So JT, you said it best. He kind of had a gift for it. He really knew how to explain things in a way that was enjoyable.
All right, next question.
Daniel, Weege loves the phrase, "You're paying, I'm saying." Do you side hustle any other announcing gigs, or would you?
I do arena cross and enduro cross, but those are for different reasons. I mean, Glenn Seelig, who is runs Digital Realm, he does the TV for enduro cross and arena cross, and he's like means more to me than more than anybody in the world. I mean, he's like
more than your wife.
Pretty close.
Oh wow,
right there.
Okay.
Some days, maybe even more. Some days, depending on the day. No, so I would do anything that he would ever want me to do in TV, but I really don't do anything else, and I really don't want to. Even
have you ever considered?
What?
Have you ever considered doing the quad GNCCs like Weege does?
No, I have not.
Have you ever done any eagle hunting shows?
No, we don't videotape the things we do.
All right, fair
I'm
enough.
sorry, we do not. So no, Marks, I would say
Moser. It's Moser.
Oh, well, he asked it.
No, but it's Moser. Think of him as a faceless.
Moser's buddies.
Faceless bot.
In all reality, I would do anything
Thank
for
you.
Glenn. I would do Supercross, and I would love to do anything in the NFL. And those are the only things that I would even have an interest. I don't want to do anything else at all.
All right.
Steve, did it benefit J-Mart to race injured all summer, or should he have packed it up earlier to get surgery and healed up for 2022?
No, it benefited. At the time, my opinion was go get fixed. What are you doing? Why are you racing? But I didn't know he would be able to dominate races, right? So because he dominated races, he made a lot of money. He added to his win total, and he was able to do all that injured. So he was fine. Yeah, I think there was no issues there. I asked him that question, and he told me, it wasn't that bad. He can race. You know what I mean? And we saw he could race.
And if he wouldn't have raced, he probably would have been able to get a ride.
Well, yeah, probably not. All right.
JT, are we going to make it through football season without the Delta messing it up?
I think so. The question will be, what restrictions do we have as far as proof of vaccination, proof of test? Do they go down that path? A lot of that stuff's coming out like right now. Like University of Florida announced yesterday that they weren't going to do tests or vaccinations, but I believe LSU is. So I think the NFL is going to follow suit. Like they're all going to have to make their own unique individual decisions. So yeah, I think we'll have a fairly normal season. Maybe just not at every stadium. I think it'll be situational.
I saw 93% of the NFL is vaccinated players.
Different teams.
I'm more worried about like fans, like full stadiums.
Yeah.
That's all.
A meteor could hit the Earth. Football is not getting canceled. There's way too much money to be made. They'll run it no matter what.
All right, next question.
All right, last one. Daniel, after spectating, what's your stance now on Loretta Lynn's, and do you plan on having your son take a swing at the ranch next year?
Jeez.
I mean, I don't know. I
Good answer.
I don't. I mean, I usually am not afraid. Yeah. I'm not okay back there. I was not okay back there when I was there.
Are you kidding me?
No. I don't know yet. I mean, my kid's gonna have to make some. He's gonna have to not piss me off for like 6 months before I even can. No, I don't know.
Okay. All right. X-Brand Gog is a choice of privateer heroes: Kyle Chisholm, Ben LeMay, Ryan Surratt, Josh Strang dominating the GNCCs at times with X-Brand goggles. Hey, by the way, we had Greg Adler on over earlier from ORW. We're going to do a contest. Follow at ORW_race. Tag 3 of your friends. Tag PulpMX Show. And we will give 3 merch kits away. All right, so ORW_race. Tag 3 friends, tag PulpMX Show, and we will give 3 people some merch kits. So do that, and that's on Instagram, and thanks everybody for that. EagleGrit.com, a big part of Daniel Blair's life, and we've helped you sell some of that over the years. Big news in Eagle Grit's world. And JT, this is Symmetry. He's on the line.
Yeah. Honestly, like the biggest news in our 4.5 years of existence. Eagle Grit, as of, I mean, man, some warehouses might be already getting it. Western Power Sports is taking Eagle Grit national distribution.
Wow. Big news.
Honestly,
Big news.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you about this. I try to keep it pretty in the middle emotionally. It's been that's pretty harsh, Steve.
No,
Fuck my ass.
Damn. Okay.
Fuck my ass.
Can I? God, can I finish?
That's my.
All right.
Fuck you. You're fired.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I am pretty emotional about it. Worked super hard. And JT, you know how long I've been working at this and wanting it, and and it's not an easy process because you got to be vetted pretty hard and make sure you can do a lot of things if you want an opportunity like this. So, Western Power Sports is now taking on Eagle Grit, which means every dealer in the nation, pretty much, has the opportunity now to get our products and sell our products. And I am just blown away because it's just a big step in a little business that.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Started out with one little pallet with a couple cases of hand cleaner to be able to grow to the level of being able to stock 6 warehouses across the country with, I think, 7 or 8 items total. Unbelievable for me and my family, and I am just grateful for everybody involved. JT, you are an intricate part of that, actually. You probably won't take credit for it, but just point me in the right direction of who to talk to and who's in charge of what department. I mean, Danny Smith is a part of that, Bob Siebler, and then Kyle Kosberg. Look, so many people involved that I'm very grateful for because it's an opportunity for me and my family to take a big step in life. I know it sounds a little bit more dramatic than you might think it is, but it's actually a pretty big deal for us. So I'm super
That's a lot of dead eagles.
It's a lot of eagles.
A lot more now.
Yeah.
So I will say this, though, if you're listening, because I get this from people all the time. They work at a dealership, loved you on Pulp, whatever. Do me a solid if you can. If you work at the shops, get it in there, give it a shot. The service departments can use everything that you guys sell in the retail side. All of our products are good for both. And, give us a shot. And if you're a customer out there, tell your dealer to stock it and give Eagle Grit a chance. It'd mean a lot to me. So that's it.
All right. Yeah. So
stoked.
Fair enough. So no direct sales tonight.
Hell no.
Go get it from your dealer.
Go get it from your dealer. And
who can get it from WPS.
Demand it from the dealer, Western Power Sports.
I used your hand wipes the other day. I worked on Project 500, and then at the end of my Project 500, I used your hand wipes, and they were fantastic.
That's one of the items that made the cut.
Yep.
The hand cleaner, the hand wipes. We have a heavy-duty degreaser. By the way, if you want the heavy-duty degreaser because you think you want a degreaser for your bike, you don't. Do not order my pink degreaser. That's for the shops and the floors and stuff. That's not for bikes.
Not for bikes.
It's
not
too
for
gnarly.
aluminum.
No, or paint or anything like that. And then our Power Sport wash, our bike wash, and I think that might be it. And then some of the items like wall mounts and foam cannon sprayers for the all that kind of stuff is included in it. But those are the items that made the cut, and I'm stoked.
WPS carrying Eagle Grit. Wow. And I can't help but, did you really know JT before this show?
I never had met him once in my life ever.
I brought you into the show. I brought JT into the show. You guys have made this connection. It's helped grow WPS. It's helped grow.
This is where you're taking credit.
Yeah. It's funny, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I was getting to there before you rudely interrupted me. And so now I get a small slice of this. By the way,
you're fucking kidding me.
JT Thomas Victor tonight refused to buy Pulp again. So
the price is a little steep.
Yep.
It's gone up every time I've ever heard it mentioned.
Keeps going up as he keeps saying no.
Right.
Steve, I will give you this. I will give you a big, giant thank you. Because honestly, you have pushed and promoted my company.
Yeah. Damn straight.
Very thoroughly, other than this whole Beacon Tallon thing that has.
Yeah, there's always side effects with me. Not everything's always rosy.
I'll probably be in a lawsuit at some point over that.
Right.
So other than that, thanks for everything else.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. All right, JT, anything else for the night?
I don't think so. I think we covered it in between a 2-hour review yesterday, and we're dialed. Ready to watch some more racing this Saturday, though.
Yeah, Paula. Should be good.
I heard the track's going the other way.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
I heard that like a month ago. I don't know if it's true, but someone said the plan was to turn it around.
Right.
So,
are you going to Paula or Hangtown, JT?
I don't know. I'm definitely not going to Paula.
Okay.
Hangtown, I don't know.
Come to Hangtown, JT. I'm going to go and actually watch on site my first outdoor in like over 10 years.
JT, stay back on Sunday and go do the pod with Pony and Daniel.
It'll be Saturday night after the show.
Oh, Saturday night after the race.
I don't know.
Okay, that means a no.
That might have steered him away from the race.
All right, JT. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. FlyRacing.com. Please check out the latest and greatest from Fly Racing. By the way, this 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Vortex Racing. Dylan Ferrandis running Vortex out there. The Star Racing guys, of course, championships with Reed and Stu back in the day. They got the aluminum sprockets. They got the hard coat sprockets as well. Laser cut steel Vortex Racing sprockets. They got the V3 bar, wide range of bends and 29% stronger than the competition. They put years of R&D and testing into the super strong bars without sacrificing weight and speed. They've got the different sizes for you for bars. They got sprockets. Kyle at vortexracing.com. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com. Tell him you listen to Pulp, and he will give you a deal, man. It's that simple. Thanks to the folks there. Thank you to FMF as well. FMF's doing a big part with the Three Palms track. You know Three Palms? Have you ever been there?
Never have.
Really,
I know of it, though.
Really great track. Three Palms, ESP.com. Go there for more information. FMF presents the Two-Stroke National September 5th. So what's that? Is that next week? Is that week?
Wait. At 3? Oh.
September 5th. When's September 5th? I don't even know.
This upcoming weekend.
Oh, okay. All right. So September 5th, Three Palms, two-stroke races. They got a bunch of classes. They got some prizes to give away. They are sponsored by motorsport.com as well on there. So, big deal on there. And so please go check that out. Three Palms, really cool track. They do a good job. And, it's awesome to have those guys on board with us, Three Palms, to promote this two-stroke race. So, man, two-stroke stuff, getting big.
That 125 Dream Race was last weekend, yep.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I think Hanny was up there. And did Rhino get hurt?
Rhino got hurt, yeah.
Up there?
Yeah, Rhino got hurt. Had surgery, I guess. Marks, why do you keep sending me these photos of myself? What's going on?
That was to show you that I put the logo up when you were talking about Vortex.
Okay.
You're
you can
welcome.
just tell me that. You don't got to do that. All right. Thanks to the folks at...
I won't apologize.
All right. Thank you to Art of Sport. You've used some of the Art of Sport stuff, Daniel. Finally, I've got it to you. So artofsport.com. You can get them at Walgreens. You can get them at CVS. You can get them at the Target. All products under $10. Learn more at artofsport.com. artofsport.com/PulpMX, people, to buy and to save. artofsport.com/PulpMX. Appreciate that as well. Kenny Roxon's a partner in these guys. The shampoo's great. The body wash is really good. The deodorant is amazing. I use the deodorant. I'm happiest with the deodorant out of all this stuff. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. More than 7,000 5-star reviews. All right, let's get our next guest on the line, brought to you by the folks at Art of Sport. This gentleman has a very popular podcast down in Australia, talking to Aussie riders and American riders alike. And we're welcoming Gypsy Tales, Jase Macalpine on. What's up, Jase? How are you? Oh, we got a break. You breaking up a little bit?
Hey, you got me there?
We got you, but it's really, really choppy. Let me call you back, all right? Can we call you back?
Yeah, try FaceTime audio.
All right, I'll do that. Sounds good. All right, let me try FaceTime audio with him, but in the meantime, I got to do all this on here.
You want me to just talk about things?
Yeah, talk about things while I do this. All right.
Marks, how are you?
I'm good. I got reprimanded at work because I'm not vaccinated and I send pictures during the show.
Wait, what? During real work or this work?
Yeah, just now.
You got reprimanded?
No, it was a joke because he yelled at me on air.
Oh, that's supposed to be off air, Steve.
Can you guys not do this, though? Can you guys
What do you want to talk about? Tallon?
I got nothing. Short show.
I don't know what to do. You're driving. What do you want me to steer from the passenger seat?
Do you not have a podcast that you talk about?
I have my podcast.
Well, okay,
this is
pretend
yours.
this is your podcast.
Ask me a question.
And what do you think about we didn't touch on 450s this tonight at all. Tell me about 450s from Ironman.
Marks, what do you think about Ironman 450?
Oh my God.
It goes to me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What I was surprised about is seeing Ferrandis after the race, after the second moto. He looked spent.
Really?
Yeah, he looked toasted, and he was like reaching for water bottles that weren't there and like trying to get something and just trying to down.
Yeah, I heard he had to get an IV.
And
you know what?
some on him.
He was done, yeah.
You know what I
rough.
noticed was Eli Tomac was really happy on the podium. Like he was, you know how he is when he has a good one. He's pumped. He looked like a guy who hadn't won in a long time on the podium.
He hasn't won in a long time.
I know, and he looked fired up about it. So.
All right, we got Jase here.
All right.
Thanks for covering that there.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, great job,
What's
guys.
up, boys?
Hey, what's up, Jase? How are you, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. That sounds a little better. We can't take phone calls for you, unfortunately, through the FaceTime. But hey, whatever. Australia, maybe they're busy, you know?
Yeah, all good, boys. How are we all?
We're good, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. I wanted to save you to come on the show here because Daniel Blair is in studio again, and you've done the Gypsy Tales podcast, DB.
I did.
So how was your experience with that? What'd you think?
Rad and weird.
Why was it weird?
Because he was in Australia and I was not, and Jase has a very good quality about his interview style. He makes you feel very comfortable, which is weird when you're in a room looking at a screen of him.
Okay.
And he's not there, yet you get 10 minutes in, all of a sudden you feel like you're talking to a guy sitting across from you, and he's on the other side of the world. So it was awesome, but it was just weird because I was looking at a screen and we had a great conversation, and I felt like he was right there, but he wasn't right there.
Jase, I think that's a compliment. You made him feel like
it was a good weird.
Yeah.
It was a good weird.
Right.
Yeah, no, and look, it just deepened my my man crush that I developed for Daniel Blair over the 2021 Supercross season.
Oh, wow.
I like it.
Yeah. Wow, he was in the booth, too, at the final one. That was a big step for him, so. Yeah.
It really did things to me, too. And, I mean, we talked about it in the podcast, but I feel like, man, talk about just, like, getting a crazy opportunity and then just absolutely nailing it, so.
Yeah, you've done a good job. Well, congrats on your pod, man. You've done really well. I know some of your fans and some of our fans have been going at it back and forth a little bit, but so which I think is funny. It's great on the YouTube stuff. Our guys respond back with carrots. Your guys respond with gypsy. What's the tagline?
Gypsy gang. Baby.
Gypsy gang. Yeah. So we got carrots. You got gypsy gang, and we go back and forth. It's great.
Where's the carrot? What's the carrot?
The carrots are a rant I had about a month ago, 2 months ago about some of the media in the sport, not you, that have crazy theories. There's this thing like algorithms, and there was a video 2 weeks ago, Jase. I don't know if you saw it. It said Eli Tomac's going to ride a 2-stroke for Star next year, and
fuck,
yeah,
I missed that memo.
Yeah, it's videos like that, and then I get hit up by fans saying, "Can you believe this? This is crazy. He's going to ride a 2-stroke. That's awesome." And then I have to tell these people, "You're an idiot," and then that goes back and forth. But no, man.
Yamaha is bringing out new 2-strokes, though, mate.
Yeah, they are. No, that's a good point. I get it. So I want to get you on because Daniel, you've done Daniel's show, and I know for our listeners and stuff, I think that they would find that interesting, and I'm happy to have you on. And I got to be honest, right out of the gate, the only problem I have ever had with you, and I don't know you personally, we've never met. I know your podcast is doing well, and that's awesome. The only issues I ever had.
I'll stop you there. Before
that.
All right.
No.
Thanks for.
I got my nose bent out. I got bent out of shape because I felt like there's this guy in Australia that has the American riders on, and he keeps bringing me up as an example, or the rider will bring me up, but then you'll sort of delve into the conversation, whether it's Ricky, whether it's Anderson, or whether it's Josh Hill, and there may be more, but those are 3 off the top of my head. That I get brought up as quote unquote bad media, right? As dude, I can't believe the media is so hard on you. Mathis said this and Mathis said that, and I'm always like, hold on. Like, why am I the example? Like, what? Like, I understand the subject is talking about media, but to me, I'm just like, wait. Like I'm the guy. Like, how am I the bad media guy? And then I felt like, Jase, at times you're like saying, no, I'm the good media. That guy's the bad media. So that was always sort of where I was like, hey, man, who is this guy? But we have a ton of mutual friends. And those mutual friends have always been, man, he's cool. And I've been like, why is he using me as an example of bad media? And then, that's how it goes. So.
Nah, I get it. First of all, we have met multiple times.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
When have we met?
At the fucking races.
Where? Seriously,
like every fucking race ever between 2012 and 2017.
Oh fuck. Okay. My apologies. My apologies. Were you working for Verb or what were you doing?
So I did a bunch of different stuff. I actually came over. The first event that I ever did was Parla 2010. Okay. I landed Thursday morning in the US for my first ever time out of Australia. I had a chick pick me up from LAX, drive me straight to Parla press day. I met Verb West and Ryan Walters, and then I pretty much just lived and crashed with those dudes for 2 months. But yeah, so I did that race, and then I did Motocross of Nations. I was filming for the NBC show that Wes produced, which was fucking an insane experience. And then I just was pretty pumped on the States. And then I flew back to Australia. I pitched to the JDR team about doing a web series on them coming to America. We called it Coming to America. And then I just never really left.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I apologize. I did not realize that, and so now I feel like an asshole even more. So that's awesome.
No, that's all good. All right. I was honestly pretty incognito when I was over there. Like,
okay.
I definitely was around a lot of people, but I didn't really do the Instagram thing. I wasn't really around. But I guess I was around in the background enough. But honestly, the first time I remember mentioning you on the podcast was the Josh Hill thing, and that thing actually. Like, that did piss me off, because when he said that he got called a stoner by you before he'd ever smoked weed, and then he had to go on these drug policies and drug protocols at Yamaha as a result of what you said, I was like, that's pretty fucked up. And I do stand by that. So, I mean, I get it. I know that you've got a job to do. But I would say that as a journalist, if you get a fact like that wrong, then I would say that is bad media. I don't think you're bad media, but I think there's been examples of bad media.
What I called him and Jason Lawrence Cheech and Chong, because not so much because of the weed stuff. Obviously, that's the connotation.
But that's where it goes.
Yeah. But more because they're just buddies. They were hanging out with each other nonstop, and
Well, they call them Batman and Robin.
Right. Well, so
and then there's no weed reference.
But hold on. You're telling me that Yamaha, a corporate company, was like, this Mathis guy called you Cheech and Chong, and you need to piss now. Like, what? Like, that makes no sense. Like, I didn't say hey, Josh Hill smokes weed. I didn't say, I called him Cheech and Chong. Yes, that's the reference towards weed for sure, but it was more like their friendship. And if you're corporate Yamaha, you're making him piss in a bottle because some guy called them Cheech and Chong on the internet? Like, wow.
Hey, that is the effect of the media, though. Right. Words matter.
Okay.
Words do matter. And I mean, I know that there's definitely stuff that has come as a result of me just being a dude on the internet, where I'm like, fuck, that's kind of gnarly. Like, I didn't really expect that to happen.
You're like, oops.
So, 100%. Like, dude, when I posted the video about you, to see the comments and shit that I was like, fuck, I kind of didn't want that. But, I mean, so words do have an impact. And I think especially the thing, too, with the weed thing is, I mean, we kind of actually do have a bit of a problem in the sport, like an opioid problem. And I think not just our sport, like I think that's just a problem.
Yeah, I think it's a society problem, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think anything that kind of pushes the Cheech and Chong, like any negative weed stereotypes, like I actually think that sort of helps facilitate, and this was not your intention, obviously. Like, I'm not calling you out as this is your intention, but I mean, I think that any kind of negative stereotypes that continue to push that narrative, they actually can become harmful. And I think that, I mean, I would be personally for more so like normalizing weed as an alternative to pain medication and stuff like that. And I know there's writers that smoke weed. So not to make this about that, but I mean, words matter. You are an influential guy in the media, and to get something like that wrong to a kid, like that left an imprint on him, and I know that there's other guys where things get said, it leaves an impact. So yeah, I would hope that I would get called out if I said some shit like that as well. So again, you're not bad media. That was an example of you doing some bad media.
100%. There are things that I've said that I regret. I think we all have that in our life. But to me,
same as me.
But to me also, Jase, I would come back with, hold on, I don't care how old the kid is, and that's unfortunate, but that's how we work in our sport. I don't care how old he is. Mm-hmm. He is a professional athlete, making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if he chooses to piss this away with poor decisions. And my job in the media is, listen, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's 16. Like, my job is to report on the sport. If a factory rider like Josh Hill, who at that time was underperforming, right? We all know that. If he's underperforming, and we all kind of know what's going on, it's still fair game to me. Now, I'm not saying it's fair game to call him a stoner and he's useless, but it's fair game to come under criticism for underperformance as a professional athlete. Yes, he's 16, 17, however old he is, but you are now a professional and you're in the ranks. And sorry, kid, that there's ups and downs. There's also some tremendous ups with being a professional athlete, money and chicks and fame and all that kind of stuff. But guess what the downside is? dudes like me that cover the sport, we're gonna wonder WTF if you're not performing. So that would be my comeback to that a little bit, right? So
yeah.
And for a long time, our sport, we're better now, and you're part of the reason why it's better. But for a long time, our sport was just a bunch of fucking guys that want to be bros with these riders. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm not like I feel like I came in and I changed the game a little bit. Where I'm like, look, man, I've been on the inside. I've been on the tailgate with factory riders, talking about the real stuff that goes on with riders and the real stuff that guys are doing and what happened. And I feel like I'm going to bring that to media as far as what I know and be a little bit more harsh than these guys that just want to take photos and hang out with dudes.
I completely agree, and I will definitely say that you've been the best dude at that. I will say, though, that if you are going to come at somebody with shit like that, you just would want to have your facts straight. And I just feel like in the particular instance with Josh, I mean, hey, I went to Josh Hill parties. Like 2011, 2012, fuck, that dude threw some sick parties.
Right.
I would have not questioned you on the weed thing until he told me that he'd never smoked weed.
Right.
When you said that. So I would just say that basically accusations like that without facts. In terms of your response, like, yeah, you're the guy that can call these dudes out. If you're a professional writer, I completely agree with all that. But as a journalist, you should want to have facts, and not that you specifically called him out for ingesting THC, but you called someone Cheech and Chong. That's an implication that you've made right there. So I would just say, get the fucking facts right on that one, especially that one, because it's gnarly, dude. Like, fuck, my parents still don't like the fact that I smoke weed. Like, even just on a parent's personal level, like, it is gnarly. And if that's something that you want to imply on someone, then fuck, I'd want my facts straight.
I was just gonna say, the hard part too is when you're hanging around with someone who is not afraid to probably admit that he was smoking weed the entire time. I don't think J-Law is going to go and say whatever. It sucks when you kind of get pigeonholed because of who you're hanging with, and then the results go south, and then he is. So it kind of looks that way, and that perception sucks too, because then it opens up that door.
Absolutely,
too.
But Josh has to make better decisions. He's a professional athlete, right? Like, again, that goes back to like, hey, man, you are a factory Yamaha rider. Get away from this kid. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we all were. I was at Yamaha track when J-Law would get out of his smoke box of a van to jump on his bike. You know what I mean? So we're all like,
hey, maybe,
maybe
he was chasing some anti-inflammatory properties. Motocross is a tough sport.
Yeah, maybe
he was sore.
Maybe
he was definitely sore. He's putting in the work.
Right? No, and listen, man, he rode after we get out of the smoke box of a van.
Phenomenal.
He would put on some great fucking laps. Let's be real. Yeah, absolutely, right. So that was the thing that with Jase, with you and I, that's where I was like, I don't know, man. And then like Anderson and RC, and I'm like, this guy keeps saying like I'm the shitty media guy, and I make jokes about myself being a shitty media guy. I think we even had that up somewhere along the line. But so I was kind of like just bent out of shape at that. Like, obviously you're.
I get it.
Right.
I get it.
Right. Where I'm like, hey man, wait a minute. You could just be like, yeah, the media, without saying my name. Or whatever. So, but no, man, you've had your show's going well. It's doing well. You're stoked with it?
Yeah, man. It's just a project, eh? Like, it's a something that I try and put as much work in as I can. I've got Ronan that works with me now, so there's like a little bit of a team of us, and yeah, I mean, we don't just do moto. Like, I don't know how familiar you are with the show in general, but we don't just do moto. Like, I posted an episode yesterday with an Australian senator, and he was talking about, some of the kind of gnarly legislation that's going on here in Oz.
Mm-hmm.
That went out to a fuck ton of people yesterday. The day before that, we released a show with the Olympic gold medalist in BMX, Logan Martin. So.
Right.
Yeah, it's a really, really, really cool project. And at the start, to be honest, like, I didn't really see it going the way that it did with moto. And I'm sure you get this a lot as well, but when I started getting like literally hundreds of DMs a week, with guys sending photos of like bikes they just bought on Craigslist, and I haven't rode in 6 years, and like watching Gypsy Tales made me pumped to get a bike, and this has got me wanting to watch the races, that sort of stuff. I kind of was like, honestly had like a bit of a come to Jesus where I wasn't even really riding that much. Like, I grew up riding my whole life and racing. and I kind of stopped. I was doing just a lot of jiu-jitsu, wasn't really riding, and the Gypsy Gang essentially reinvigorated my love for riding and racing, and just once I started seeing that many people saying that they were getting back into the sport because of the podcast, I was like, fuck, I feel like I kind of owe it to the sport that essentially gave me I wouldn't have the podcast if it wasn't for motocross and being in America, doing what I did with the filming, and living those 8 years over there. So I was like, fuck, I guess I'm going to be the moto dude now, and I'm going to try and keep pushing this. And I respect I definitely don't want to do what you do. Like, you do a fucking good job and you do a gnarly job, and it would take a lot of work on your end. I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to be in that lane, but I do like the fact that the content that we make is more, or I try to make is more, just like the feel good moto shit that kind of can suck in anyone, even if they don't, if they're not hardcore moto fans. And I think that where your podcast is so great is it's like balls fucking deep moto. And I think you do such a good job of that. It's different to my lane. So I guess I've kind of just embraced the, let's get the noobs or the dudes that kind of quit riding and let's get them back in, and then they can listen to Gypsy Tales. And when they really want to know about the ins and outs, they fucking tune into Pulp.
Do you have an issue or problems getting riders? Like you've done more U.S. guys, right? And you're a guy in Australia. And I mean, you know mutual friends, like, Wes or any of these dudes can vouch for you in a second. But do you have issues with getting these dudes? Do you find yourself frustrated at times to be like, like this guy's not answering back, or I can't get this guy to because also too, you got to get these guys, you do video stuff, right? Your stuff is video.
Yeah.
So you got to get these guys to learn. I mean, they're pretty good now with the pandemic. They've all got Zoom now figured out, but you know what I mean? How hard is it for you to get guests?
It's not too hard. Like we wait. So I don't really do the Zoom stuff. So we've got a setup in California, which I'm actually looking to kind of improve that setup quite dramatically. But yeah, man, there's like so many dudes that are just waiting to do the show. But the thing is, they need 3 hours and they need to be able to do the show in person in California.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't really have a trouble getting guys. Like there's a bunch of dudes. There's actually a bunch of dudes that want to wait till they retire to do it as well. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really just a waiting thing. Like if we did them on Zoom or a call in, I'm sure we could get pretty much whoever.
Oh, so you have a studio set up where guys go to.
That's what I was kind of saying. So he's got a studio set up to where you're in the room and there's a camera, all the stuff, and there's a screen right in front of you, and it's like kind of a dark room with cool lights. So you're kind of in this like it's not like an interrogation room, but it kind of feels like you're in this like cave, right?
Sure, right.
And then his room looks the same. So I'm looking at him on the screen, and we're having this conversation back and forth.
See, I just thought it was Zoom.
No, it's a set location.
Right, got it. So
yeah, and there's like a producer in the room. Shout out to my boy Jacob. And then I've got a producer on this side, which is Ronan, and they're like talking to each other and making sure the settings are all good. Like, oh man,
it's a whole thing.
And like, I said, this is a project. Like that's pretty much just how I treat the podcast. It's just like this weird experimental project of like, okay, how fucking good could we make this podcast? Just technically, like the lighting. I mean, the studio that we've got in Australia is pretty dope. Like I think it's probably one of the only studios like this in Australia. And then we're sort of trying to get the US thing set up as well. That's what was pretty cool. Like when we did the Rhino and the Deegan podcast, everyone was just like, wait, what the fuck? When did Rhino go to Australia? Or did he go here? Like everyone was just like tripping on it.
When he invited me on, when you invited me on, I was like, I'm not going to Australia anytime soon, so I don't know. And then you're like, bro, it's in SoCal.
Right.
I said, oh, okay.
You're like, oh yeah, I'll be there.
Because when you watch the video, it looks like two guys in a room together.
Yep.
It's incredible. It was awesome.
I can definitely vouch for the guys that are retired. I started doing these in 2008, and some of the best shows I've done are the guys that are long out of racing, and they just have no fucks to give, and it's great. It's fantastic, right? So, and also, like I said, and you've been there too, Jase. If you're going to Josh Hill parties in 2011, 2012, or if you're me and you're going to Chad Reed parties earlier, then you hang out with these guys and you're like, holy shit, like the stuff that's going on and the stuff they're saying, right? You're like, this is great, this is gold. But you obviously can't say all that stuff
until they retire. Then
right,
until
they retire, and then you're like, yes,
Man,
right.
People accuse me of the whole clickbait thing, and it's like, motherfuckers, trust me. If I wanted some clickbaity shit, we could be getting millions of views. But there's some lines that you just can't cross.
Yeah. Well, listen, but Travis Marks here. I mean, we've done that stuff too, where you're trying to get a video recommended on YouTube, and it's not even clickbaity. It's legit topics that are going on in this show, but that's where people.
It's creative
go with it.
titling.
Yeah.
It's using creative titles to make people go, ooh, I want to hear that piece.
Yeah.
And clickbait is when you say something off the wall and then nothing.
Tomac is riding a two-stroke.
Then
is
there's
blatantly
nothing
false.
in it that actually has anything to do with the title, but you just.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll even tell you this. It's a funny story about clickbait. Our show, Main Event Moto, is just a pod, but it goes on Racer X's YouTube. It doesn't anymore, but it was. And we did a show one time. We called it 10 Days of Darkness, which was some deep theory, evil plot, like a crazy conspiracy theory.
Jesus.
And we titled it that as a joke. That show on YouTube got 50 times more than any other one ever did, purely because the title was 10 Days of Darkness. It had nothing to do with that. And I was like, what the hell? Why is everyone? I didn't even realize it.
All the doomsdayers were clicking on it.
And they're probably 2 minutes in, and they're like, what the hell is this?
Right.
It's dirt bikes. So that's clickbait. No, you guys do creative titling, which makes, I see them, and I'm like, ooh, I want to see that.
Our biggest show, though, I think still is just Tony Alessi and Mike Genova losing their minds. In Lasergate, right, Marks? I think that's our biggest YouTube thing.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Nah, your biggest thing on YouTube's Cooper and Kenny. You pulled the wife card.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was Marks? Yeah, that's all Marks. I don't do the YouTube stuff. That's Marks.
That was good. You were fond of that one, huh, Jase?
But what happened? Who talked about their wives? Oh, Coop said it.
Coop said Kenny's wife.
Yeah. So it was legit.
Daytona?
Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There were, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
And people don't understand with the clickbait thing. It's like, even with the amount of content that I have to make, we work insanely hard to try and keep up to the YouTube thing. And I don't think people understand that if you want to play the game and if you want to do well on a platform, there's just X, Y, Z shit that you got to do. And I think that, people can kind of get butthurt every now and again about it, but they're just not in the game. You know what I mean? They don't see what it takes to actually make, to get views on YouTube,
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've put our show up there. This is our third year, I think, of YouTube and making our studio nicer and all that. And we have found that there's a whole YouTube audience of motocross people that never read Racer X. They don't. They don't do anything
detached from everything else.
Dude, they only get everything from YouTube. I've told this story a few times, but I did these tech videos for Transworld in 2010. I ran into a guy at Anaheim 2 years ago that was like, hey, man, I saw you. I use your tech tip videos. I'm like, oh, cool, man. He's like, what are you doing now? He's just a YouTube guy. I'm like, oh, I write for Racer X. I got PulpMX. He knew nothing. He's like, oh, cool. He just thought I was the tech tip guy from Transworld from 2010. And so what we discovered was, and Jase, you were in there already, we discovered this whole bunch of people on YouTube that only watch YouTube for motocross news, and that is it. There's no crossover to mainstream sites.
Well, the thing is too, man, is that I think that this is probably one of the other things, another show where I definitely talk shit on you and Jason Thomas as well, was the Johnny Hopper thing. Because I think that as well, I don't know where your headspace is just around it, but it's you sort of just said it there. They get their moto news from YouTube. I think you need to stop thinking about it as moto news and think about it as moto entertainment. They're definitely, you know what I mean? If you're holding, there's people on YouTube where it's they're not news, dude,
right.
But there's people that are staying watching moto, and moto is in the forefront of their brain. And it's for me, so I'm people will know, and they fucking comment shit all the time, but like I'm super into jiu-jitsu. I can watch jiu-jitsu content online on my phone like 24 hours a day. And when I was a kid, I was obsessed with motocross, and I would try and watch motocross 24 hours a day, but that just wasn't there. Like I read every magazine, I read every Racer X, I read every Transworld, I read everything cover to cover. Like I wanted to live in that world 24/7, but there honestly just wasn't enough content. And I think that nowadays what you're seeing with YouTube is that there is the ability for people to like immerse themselves in the culture of motocross and dirt bikes. And it's like people don't want the fucking news all the time. Like people want some trash TV. Like people want to watch just bullshit, and then people want to watch Gypsy Tales, and then people want to get real info from Pulp. So I think like that's probably.
But hold on, Jay. So I get that, but the Hopper guy was saying that did Kawasaki take Eli's works parts away? Right?
Yeah,
like,
he's asking a question.
Okay, but Jace, you know better. You know better. So to me, how is that responsible? Like, don't you have a responsibility as a YouTuber, as if you have an audience of some sort, right? Like you have an audience, Hopper's got an audience, right? So if you have an audience of some sort, do you not think, and I'm being legitimately, just you tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Do you not think you have a responsibility to those listeners to put out the truth and like that like Hopper's question about that's not even based in any sort of reality, as you know. So
first of all, you should have watched the video, because when you made your rebuttal, and you and JT, like that's one thing I listened to before he come on. Both of you stated like over and over again, I didn't watch the video. First of all, again, responsible journalism. Like you should watch the video that you're talking about. But I think like, okay, I
was DMing with him. I was DMing with him, so yeah, I did get the gist of things. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I watched the video, and then I watched all of you and JT's reaction to the video, and in the interest of like wanting to know exactly what was said. But to your point, I agree to an extent, but then I also think that I kind of like lean on the free market there, and I go like, okay, well, the market should decide, and the way that you beat a bad idea is with a better idea. You know what I mean?
But but Jace, the market gets my DMs full of these guys, full of these fans.
That's good. That's people that are fucking frothing on moto.
See, Jace, that's what Steve doesn't like. He doesn't like the fans that watch both, because then he has to hear their thoughts on the other guy that he doesn't.
Stop.
It's the ones that like both that he has a problem with.
Like again, like if you have an opinion on something, like that's fine. You don't really understand the sport and you have an opinion and all that, but to question it and put it out there. Okay, so do I blame Hopper? And this is something I talked about, I think, in another show. Do I blame Hopper, or do I blame those people for not being smarter? As Jay said, the market will decide. And I'm just frustrated that the market has decided that this could be a legit question.
So then you just make better content.
But why do I have to make a content about how Kawasaki is not taking Eli Tomac's parts away? Why should I have to make that?
Do you know what's going on?
Yes, I do.
No, Steve,
I do.
They did. They gave him back to him this weekend, and he won.
That's what it looks like to me. But I will. So wait. All right.
Yep.
So I will say though too is, again, it's like words make a difference, right? So like, dude, Johnny Hopper legitimately was not going to make content anymore after watching that video of you and JT shitting on him. And it's like, I had a conversation with him, and instead of talking in that way, I kind of wanted to get to the bottom. I was like, why do you think this way? And there was like a constructive way of me calling out some of the opinions and some of his thoughts, and we kind of got to the bottom of some shit with him, So anyway, that's where I'm like,
his rebuttal to me was, you don't really know. And I'm like, yes, I do. Because he put it as a question, right? He didn't say it was fact. He put it as a question. He was asking the question. And I'm like,
wait, so now people can't ask questions? What kind of tyrant are you, Steve?
Oh, my God. You can't ask that question. You can't say, is Kawasaki taking his parts away? You just can't.
Wait, isn't it free speech?
Hey.
Yeah, but then I have to deal with it. then it's my problem.
Well,
and I invited Hopper on my show.
Heavy is the crown, my friend.
Hey, and here's where it gets really juicy because now it's all coming back to me. I remember this now. I think Davey Millsaps was on here, and he said something about him not getting the same stuff as Stu.
Yeah.
And I think that was like okay, now it's all coming back to me.
Yeah.
That's what validated
but
his
Stu
point.
asked for that.
Right.
Stu said, "Can I get a thinner tank and shrouds?" JGR made a one-off set for Stu. JV didn't want it. Davey didn't ask for it.
I know, but that was used as these guys don't always get all the trick parts. Look at Davey just proved Stu got it and he didn't. So I think that's
And I'm having fun with this. This is fun. Is this not?
I feel like if you're gonna go on a YouTube channel, get your facts somewhat in order. That when do facts
like Josh Hill smoking weed?
But I didn't say he smoked weed. I did not say Josh Hill smoked weed. I called him Cheech and Chong. Now, no. Listen, we all know what the inference is, right? We all know that inference. Did I just fuck that word
Inferring?
up? Yeah.
Referring.
So we all know that, but I did not say he smoked weed. I just they're buddies, they're tight, and those guys did smoke a lot of weed. So that's different to me. But I like in this world of 2021, do facts matter?
No.
Yeah, I guess not. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
but Jase, that actually led.
I live in Australia. We can't talk about shit right now.
Jase, that led me. That's funny you brought that up because I have and by the way, I invited Hopper on the show. I invited him to come on. He declined and then never got back in touch with me. I said, "Come on the show."
I will say he's a really, really nice guy. He had some fucked up ideas about the motocross industry and the motocross world. And he didn't ride the thing too, man, like he didn't ride anymore, like he definitely had a bit of a issue with the industry, on the whole, but I'm happy to report that after he did the podcast, he ordered himself a KTM 150, and he is going to get back to riding for fun and remember why he got into this shit in the first place. And I think that him just getting out and loving moto might cure all these issues.
Listen, and for people who came at me and said, you just don't like competition, I'm like, what? Daniel Blair is on the show. He has a podcast. Weege has a podcast. JT has a podcast. Michael Antonovich works for the rival competitor that I do. He's on my stuff all the time. Jase, you're on right now. Like that. I am not. I feel the biggest podcast on the sport as far as the audio listens, and I'm not scared to have people on. I'm not scared to have Hopper on or Jase or any of these guys. To me, that's all fine. So that's not it. I'm not like scared of Johnny Hopper. That was something that I got. Yeah. Like you're scared of Johnny Hopper. Like what? No. I told him to call in. But I so that's the part of me where I'm like, wait a minute. So that's funny you brought up Hopper, because I was going to ask you, like, you've had some out there people on your show, and for you, like for me, I'm not interested, Jase, in diving into Johnny Hopper's backstory and everything else and all of that. Like that's just me. And
why?
So,
can I ask why? Like
because
respect your opinion.
Yeah. To me, on this show, like you mentioned it earlier, this is the cutting edge of moto, right? We're balls deep into moto, right? And so to me, does my audience who watch the races, watch Supercross, they watch motocross, do they want to hear from a YouTube guy that may or may not think that Eli Tomac doesn't have his parts, right? So I think to myself, is my audience going to be into this guy? And with guys like Hopper and other people you've had on, I'm like, no, I don't think so. And again, not slamming, it's your choice and everything else. But so for me, I'm like, okay, I'm putting people on who are at the race, who work for teams, who, you know what I mean? Whatever, they're balls deep in this just like I am. So my question for you, Jase, was, and you've kind of answered it because, like you said, you don't just do moto. You just had that senator on, or the congressman or whatever. You're okay with doing that? Like you're more of a curious kind of guy where you're like, why are you saying these things, I guess?
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, for me, like the biggest thing that I've learned, I think we're at like 250 podcasts, so rookie numbers compared to Pulp. But man, the biggest thing that I've learned, like we sit down for 3 hours, and I mean, I'm a deep dude. Like I'm a deep thinking person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just that's my blessing and curse, maybe.
Right.
But for me, I've really figured out that everybody has a story and everybody has a reason why they think the way they do, why they say the things that they do. And to be honest, man, like that show with Hopper was massive for so many people. Like there was over hundreds of thousands of people that listened to the audio and then whatever it did on YouTube. But man, there was so many people that messaged me going like, so essentially I'll put it in a nutshell for the Hopper thing. He spent his pro career being a privateer with his dad. The pressures of racing and all the bullshit really fucked up his relationship with his dad. His dad fucking died, and it left him really wondering about the choices that they both made of like racing together, blah, blah, blah. Like in his eyes, it kind of ruined the sport, ruined their relationship. Then he died, didn't really get a chance to resolve it. And man, like just by having that conversation, there was so many people that reached out to me being like, hey man, like I'm going through this with my dad. I'm going through this with my dad. This happened between me and my dad. I'm going to call my dad now. Like, and there was people that, it's not like racing, like people that just had like a shitty relationship.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, for me anyway, like we just hit 20 million downloads and listens. And it's like, fuck, you've got a chance to impact some people's lives with just like legitimate positivity and, some really great life lessons from people. So to me, it's like, I don't know, it sort of makes sense to have those conversations. I mean, Mike Grondel was kind of the same, like he's like an out there kind of like fringe dude, man. That guy like really made a lot of sense to a lot of people about a bunch of different stuff that's kind of away from moto. So for me, yeah, like those conversations are,
okay.
Yeah,
so
it's like it might not make sense on a. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit here.
No,
but
you're fine.
yeah, it might not make sense for your show, but that's why I said like I don't want to do what you do. Like you do a great job with what you do, but I still think there's a lot of value in guys like Johnny Hopper, Mike Grondel in particular. Like, yeah. So I think it's cool.
He's got a lot of things to show, Daniel. Like Steve Mathis is a bad media guy. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. Look, the show's going well, and so that's awesome. And before we go, Aussie Supercross off. Aussie Motocross looks like rescheduled or moved around. Like shit's bad down there,
bro.
huh?
What's it really like? I mean, we see on the media, we see Instagram here and there. What's going on? What's really going on there, man?
I am I'm pretty sweet in my state, so I'm in Queensland. But yeah, man, like literally 50% of Australian population is locked down right now. I got friends that have been locked down in their house for 215 days. Like there's some fucking weird shit going on here. The podcast that I did with the Australian senator last week was like really, really illuminating. Like I put probably like 15 or 20 hours worth of my own research in before I did that podcast, just because I didn't really want to have a politician come on and just like kind of talk a bunch of their shit.
Snow you over, right? Yeah.
Yeah, which, it sort of starts happening no matter how prepared you are. But I mean, in 2016, the Australian government took away our right to protest, which I'm not sure what the counter argument is for that. And then there's some weird stuff going on right now in terms of I guess like our federal government can and can't make certain rules based on our Australian Constitution. And then there's certain state laws that can be made, which is similar to what you guys have over there. But basically we're in a situation now where the federal government can't make certain laws, in particular around like mandating, it's called medical conscription, essentially. So it seems like right now the federal government is working with the state governments to fund the state governments making laws that are unconstitutional. So like there's kind of some pretty weird shit going on. And yeah, so I'm lucky where I'm at. We've kind of gone in and out of these periodic lockdowns. But man, the people of Melbourne and Sydney have just been getting fucked, properly fucked.
It sounds like I mean, we're The USA's torn apart right now, right? It's gnarly over here. Not on the lockdowns like you, but just with everything. Yeah. So
it's so divisive.
It's really divisive. It's crazy, and I don't know how it's going to get better. I have no clue how we're ever coming out of this to somehow agree on anything in the middle.
And I will say that while I'm on an American podcast on an American platform, there was countless. You can ask Wes if you next time you text Wes. There was countless conversations I had with Americans about the Second Amendment and certain rights around freedom, and fuck, I was wrong. Now I've got to this point. Right. I was like, you know what? I was wrong.
Yeah.
You guys were right. Freedom is not a sliding scale. You're either free or you're not free. So yeah, we're kind of running into that. So yeah, I mean, there's no way. Like, we've got this event planned. When the whole COVID thing started, we come up with this concept to do a mid 2K race where basically it's any mid 2000 two-stroke. And we're all doing like these full rebuilds, kind of similar to your 500 rebuild, Steve.
Yep.
But yeah, we have like just on 100 guys that have signed up to build these two-strokes, and we're trying to have this race, but it's like we can't do it, you know. And then so it's like we can't do that. There's no way Supercross is going to run.
Yep.
The outdoors is crazy, and man, it sucks so bad because right now, man, we've got 3 dudes in Australia that are just fucking murdering it. Regan Duffy, Luke Clout, and Kyle Webster. Like, Regan and Luke, we drove across to Manjimup. They had the 92 donations there.
Yep.
And we drove to Manjimup, and like, I've been to a lot of races, contrary to what you might believe, Steve. I've been to a lot of races, and holy fuck, those boys were on one at Manji. They've been killing it in the nationals, and then Kyle Webster in the lights class is pretty much undefeated, and is just like, of all the guys that I've met, like, he's one of the most serious about racing and out of anyone that I've met in the world. So to have 3 dudes and then the rest of our talented guys over here, but to have 3 dudes that good that are I think have a legitimate shot on the world stage to just be stifled the way that they are because of these restrictions, it's a bummer.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of things in the world that are a bummer at the moment.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, we got to run, man. How do you say your last name? Macalpine? We were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, Macalpine.
Okay, Macalpine. All right, got it. Cool, man. Well, hey, thanks for the time. Gypsy Tales Podcast. Everybody check it out. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming on and setting the record straight with some stuff. That's good times. And, yeah, good luck with everything going on.
Thanks, Steve. Same to you guys, mate. And, yeah, talk to you soon. DB.
Later, bro.
All right.
Good to hear from you.
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
All right, that's Jase Macalpine, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Art of Sport. What'd you think?
It's good.
Yeah.
It was good. Now you guys will
Are we bros
go
now?
on. You'll go on a e-bike ride together, didn't you? Did you and RC go on a bike ride, or no? Did that not happen?
No, we were trying to.
You
He
were
actually
trying
said
to.
he
You were
would.
trying
Yeah. Hey.
So who's next? Who do I got? I mean, I'm the fixer. Anderson.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
an Anderson jersey right behind you.
Yeah. He gave me a jersey, signed it and everything.
That one's going to be harder.
That one's going to be harder.
I don't think he's interested.
I want to thank the folks at Manscaped, of course. They've been on our show for a while. PulpMX 20. Is PulpMX 20? That's the code, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Manscaped. They got the 4.0. Complement your summer body with a trim from the leaders in male grooming. They got a 4.0 trimmer. They got a weed whacker ear and nose trimmer. They've got some really, really cool things going on. They got a flashlight on their 4.0 Manscaped. They got a guard so you don't catch those delicate areas.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a lot of stuff going on and help, basically help yourself out, right? Groomed up.
Do yourself a favor.
Shave up down there.
Yeah.
Make yourself look all right. So when it comes to the Manscaped 4.0, there's only one man that I trust to fully give his review on all things Manscaped. This gentleman got one a little while ago, and we're happy to have him on. It's Chris Kiefer, everybody. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. Listen, I know you're busy tonight. I appreciate you taking time because you can't come up for the show anymore, apparently. So,
I don't want to take the limelight away from DB in there.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Manscaped. I've got one right here, Manscaped. It's great, Kiefer. So,
yeah,
they call this thing Manscaped calls their 4.0 the GOAT of ball trimmers.
Wow, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they do. So I got you one. What,
yes.
Please, you sent a very revealing photo this morning that I did not need to see. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Like, Marks.
What?
Yeah,
Why can't I just? I'm just coming in hot and letting you know that I am using the product that you gave me, and to its full potential, I am here for you.
But do we always need to come in hot? That's the
question. Yeah, why are you coming in hot?
You can come in warm.
No, there's no warm. It's all boiling.
We know.
Every time.
All right, and so what do you make, Kiefer?
So honestly, you just said like trim. Like, here's my deal. DB, all the guys in the studio, I'm a bick guy around there. I bick my balls. I get the shaft. I get the sides, and I don't have any problem. I don't get nicked. So I usually don't have a problem with manscaping.
Did he just say DB,
He did.
I don't know.
You go and learn today.
What are you talking about? So you're full-blown Jumanji down there?
I think you said and then you said I blah, blah, blah. I don't know what you do. I don't think you said like we all. I think you said what I do, and I don't know what you do.
You want to see a picture of
no,
what he does?
I don't want to see a picture.
I'll show you what he does.
I think I get it now.
I got you. I'll send you so you know what I do.
Don't send me nothing.
But here's the thing. This shaver, this 4.0 that you sent me, it actually gets super close.
It does.
And because I like a smooth surface, Heather likes a smooth surface. When I did this, I was expecting like the 5 o'clock George Michael shadow. I didn't think it was going to be like
your balls had some freedom, did they?
Yeah. So like it gets really close and didn't nick it. I was really surprised. So far I've only used it once. I'm going to let the turf grow back a little bit more, and I'm going to retry a couple things, little areas that I want to get into, and then we'll do a proper written test, because I still feel like this will be the best way to do it up on PulpMX. I will try really hard to get the appropriate photos for PulpMX.
Please don't put that photo from this morning or yesterday morning into the article.
Jace just said it, dude. You're balls deep in moto, Steve.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's so far so good. No nicks, no cuts. We're heading the right direction.
And you enjoy the light?
I didn't really use the light. I had light in the house. Okay. So maybe next time I will dim the lights a little bit and set the mood, and maybe go for a shave. Yeah.
It's waterproof,
I was thinking like a little mirror. So if you guys want to get up in the rear area, you can kind of see what's going on. Maybe like a little mirror. That'll be cool too.
Daniel's uncomfortable.
Daniel looks like he wants to get out of this conversation.
I put my feet up, laid back, and started smiling. How does that look uncomfortable?
Daniel, let me ask you a question. You've been in the shower with your wife before, right?
I heard you twice just now. What?
You've been in the shower with your wife before, yes?
It's happened.
Have you helped her out with her situation ever?
This is not usually things I talk about live on a podcast that has a lot of people, but I will say, no, I haven't. She takes care of herself. I take care of myself.
Okay.
We do our own thing.
So in my test that I'm about to do this with Pulp, I'm going to transfer over from the Manscaped and try, hybrid, little womanscape and Manscaped at the same time, and see how that goes.
Truly a test rider at heart. The guy
he
can't do anything without testing it.
R&D is built into his soul.
Jesus, Kiefer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go full bore with this thing, try both sides, and see how it works for the man and the woman.
All right, man. Well, good to hear from you. I want to keep this short if we can. Short like
I really miss coming up there. I really do.
Short like the area down there.
Have you seen this place yet, Kiefer?
I have once, but not since he kind of modeled it up a little bit. I haven't seen it, no.
It's nice.
How's it? How is it? Is it
same
good?
square footage as the other house? A little bit more.
Untrue.
A little bit more square footage.
The security that he has here is nicer than the security at the last mansion.
Hey, at least this time I could probably walk up the stairs, so that's a plus.
Yeah, good point, right? So, all right, PulpMX 20. Kiefer endorsed Manscaped. Full written review coming.
That's right.
And, yeah, Kiefer, good to know that it's working out for you.
I saw the guest lineup today. So DB's mended some fences well, so Jason was on there.
Yep.
How'd that go?
Good. I think
It just happened.
I told him what I didn't like about what I didn't like about.
And he did the same. It was very upfront, open, cordial, respectful, and left good. I thought it was great. I think everyone will like it.
I'm classy.
Oh, I'd love to hear it. Hey, just so people know as well, so if anybody wants to ride Steve Mathis at Glen Helen tomorrow, he will be there. So just FYI.
Thanks a lot. Yep, I'm coming down, leaving early in the morning.
When are you leaving?
Yep.
I'll leave early, probably 6.
Like when I leave?
I don't know when you leave.
Early.
Jase Kessler. Speaking of Jase.
My gloves.
The 800.
The 800.
My gloves.
My gloes.
Can we officially pass the torch over? Jacob would prefer you don't ever bring up his name with gloves again.
I cannot believe that he asked an official if he can go get his gloves. The official told him yes, and then he went back and the official told him no.
Wow.
Question on that, because I listened to the review show. Isn't there something in the rule book that says like the head official has
probably
like some kind of I don't know if it's an overall, but final set. You know what I mean? Like he could take it into
the race director always has the ability to basically say whatever he wants.
I wonder why they didn't do it. I would honestly be curious to know why they didn't.
It's like the
let
contracts.
him back.
It's like the contracts that people sign to say either party could terminate this agreement at either time for anything. Right. Like basically that's it.
That's what I was just curious about because JT's point on there was you got to override it. If an AMA official tells you, go ahead, don't worry about it, and then it becomes an issue. I mean, especially if the guy got 38 the first moto, I'm like, okay, but that dude did
13th
the first moto. That's
so he's riding my Blue Crew this weekend at Paula. Yeah, that's right.
And Sacramento, right?
No, he's not doing Hangtown. I thought he did. He's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who knew?
So the one that you're riding tomorrow at Glen Helen?
Yeah, he's riding at Paula.
He's riding.
The block of training starts for the Vet National tomorrow for Steve Mathis. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
All right, everybody. Manscaped 4.0. Get it while you can. PulpMX 20 is a code to save. Chris Kiefer tested. Stay tuned for the written review.
Hey, maybe Kessler has some of your luck, and maybe at Paula he goes 13 DQ for 6th overall.
Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Thanks, Kiefer. Thanks, buddy.
Later, bro.
Have a good show, guys.
Good luck with everything.
All right. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, DB.
All right, that's Chris Kiefer, everybody.
I admire him and his fucking balls.
Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vortex Racing, X-Brand Goggles, Vertex Pistons, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Pro Filters, Scoche, ORW, FMF, again, the FMF two-stroke race at 3 Palms, check it out. Atlas Neck Brace, atlasbrace.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. They got the new Vision brace out that some riders are wearing out there. Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save the Works Connection. OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, Get Data, Guts Racing. Love the guys at Guts, NorCal's own Guts Racing.
Andy Gregg.
WUSA, thanks to W for all their help for wheels, vintage bikes, modern bikes, whatever you got. W can make you wheels for it. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Ride Engineering as well on board. Intense Cycles, all on board with us, and Daniel Blair. Do we want to skip the second commercial and just power through?
Your show, but yes.
Okay, we're going to power through. No, unless do you want to stop for a commercial or power through?
No, fine, we're good.
All right, we're going to power through then, everybody.
What do we got left?
We got the X-Brand goggle. We got the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. So let's do that.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's my mom.
It's the Motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
What do you think of that?
It's awesome. It was on last time I was here. I was caught off guard last time. This time I was more ready for it.
Right. Before we get into the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon, it's Darkside again. What's up, Darkside?
He cut the pony.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Darkside, you are currently losing the poll. The public has spoken. They want
What's the percent?
They want the pony cut.
What is it?
It is 79-20.
Holy shit!
Darkside.
That's more than
Twitter
Randy
polls
beat
are always
A-Ray by.
bullshit.
Yeah, Randy didn't even beat A-Ray this bad for favorite co-host.
Yeah. Twitter polls are bullshit.
Oh wow, okay.
We can play the intro again.
What's up, Darkside?
Wrap-up show this week, man. Just real quick, I won the Nick McCampbell from MCR. He's going to come on.
Okay, all right.
Foot Nick. And your future headlines guy, Jeb, he's going to make an appearance and see how that goes. So just, I want to promote that for Wednesday night. Want to tell you that I had to reach out to the Manscaped guys because in my move somewhere, I lost the little clipper,
Man.
I don't know what you call them,
Dark
the little
side.
shield
The
or whatever.
guard.
Again, his life's just going to shit.
Between that and the
No,
Tomac time zone thing,
Yeah,
Dark
that was
side.
a lot bigger deal. But, hey, man, the Manscaped guys came right through, though. They answered the email within seconds and shipped another one out. So
Did you have
the-
to pay
the
for
guard,
it, or
not
was it
the-
free?
Yeah, it was just the guard itself,
Yeah.
that goes on the end of it.
Yeah, but was it
for
free?
free?
Oh, for free.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How
Dark
cool
side,
is that?
have you sent Steve any pictures yet?
Please don't. No pictures. No.
Yeah, so we'll stay away from that. And then, no pictures as of yet.
Dark Side's Call brought to you by Scosh tonight. Speaking of a great company, Scosh, they're innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car audio products, and accessories. Celebrating over 40 years in the business, visit Scosh.com to get a 20% discount on their lineup of phone mounts, chargers, cables, clamps, mounts, power jumpers, and more. Pulp 2021 at Scosh, SCOSCHE. Scosh.com. I love these guys. I've got their chargers and their cables. And Daniel, you've got the little thing in front of you here to charge your phone, where you base mount charger. So it's really good. Thanks to the guys at Scosh, of course. They've been a big part of everything on the show for a couple of years. So Dark Side brought to you by Scosh. What's up, Dark Side?
Boom bottle.
Boom bottle. Yeah, we got a boom bottle up for grabs next week for Filthy Phil and then Troll. And that and I think even if Troll wins, Phil will just punch him and take it. So
it's gonna be a great show.
Dark Side, you pumped for Hangtown?
I am pumped, man. You know what I'm most pumped about?
Hmm.
Come on, you know what it is.
In-N-Out Burger?
No, I got those in Dallas. Dude, I'm going to meet producer Joe.
What do you think?
And then so he's also coming on Pulp, but Kiefer won't get him a date.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well.
Big things are happening for Darkside. Big things are happening to him.
Kiefer's holding that one up. Maybe they should share photos and bond a little, and then they can come up together.
We're cutting it.
We'll manscape together.
We're gonna
in
cut
Steve's shower.
We're gonna cut the pony off.
Don't do it, Darkside. Don't listen to these people.
Man, I'm not. No peer pressure for me.
Good.
So, hey, just real quick before I go, TJ called in earlier and asked about the Supercross Futures. That has been released, DB. So, yeah.
Then why don't you say what it is then, just in case, so I don't get in trouble? I didn't know what I was allowed to say. So
the 250 class, the premier class, quote unquote, is going to have like a championship qualifier series, 8 primary qualifiers that lead to a final.
And
is this on Sunday? Or is this Saturday
where
night?
are they happening and when are they happening?
I don't have those details right down. I don't remember where. I think it's at the finals, isn't it? Salt Lake?
No, I mean all the 8 qualifiers.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, he don't know. I'm out.
Answer.
Yeah, I'm out. You just damn near walked me into a trap, bro. I'm out.
Oh, yeah, you did. He almost got you, yeah.
Guess what happens? You go to bed, you wake up, it's a new day. A few more days, weeks, we'll all know.
There we go. I can't wait. I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what they're doing futures.
I can't.
Steve can't wait. Steve's going to race.
I can't.
Fuck my ass.
Wait to hear Steve's response. Like, honestly, pumped.
I was pissed about the parking spot the Team Green got at the Combine.
Yeah. Are they going to happen in Steve's backyard of the mansion?
Darkside, this house is the same square footage basically as the other one, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
10% bigger.
It's 8,000 like the last
plus
house.
200 square feet and a pool. And
yeah, it's got a pool. Big deal. Big deal. I fly over Vegas to land, and I see nothing but pools. Everyone has a pool in Vegas.
I don't have a pool.
Tallon?
I have a pool.
You're not middle
Tallon's
class.
got a pool.
Why does Tallon have a pool and I don't have a pool?
Because pools are not that big of a deal, bro.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, Mark,
I'm coming over, Tom.
Mark, so you don't get paid enough by Steve.
I know.
I pay him a ton.
You're ridiculous.
He gets. What is going on the curtain?
It's the dog. He's just, what's up?
That's freaking me out.
He's right there.
All right. All right, Dark Side. So Nick McCampbell and the feature headlines guy.
Jeb, man. Jeb, you should be good.
All right, well, grab a listen, everybody. I have not listened to the last couple, Dark Side. I am far behind on that. So I have no critiques of the wrap-up show right now.
That's fine. I barely listen to the Pulp Show. I just make it up as I go.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Later, bro.
That's Darkside, everybody. Ride-engineering.com. RM Army. Let's face it, Daniel. Most guys riding for the RM Army are on a budget. I don't know if you should budget shame RM Army here. But
what sponsor read is this?
Ride Engineering. They offer
Okay.
2 must-have products for 18-plus RMZ 450s and 19-up RMZ 250s. A performance link to get the ultra-sensitive cornering machines balanced for better straight-line stability and bump absorption on a one-piece anti-twist bar mount to replace the flimsy OEM unit that's held together with 10mm bolts instead of the 12s that Ride has. These upgrades will set you back $325, but you can save $65 by using the discount code PulpFan20 at ride-engineering.com. Thanks, Ride. Good stuff. All right, these questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show, and the guy in the corner over there reads the best ones. Motorsport.com. Again, thank you to guys at Motorsport. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com and help us out. Make a sponsor, make a purchase, and help us out. And great company in OEM and aftermarket parts. And I've been using them to build the Project 500, and I couldn't be any happier. So, all right, Tallon.
From Bar 411 for you, Steve. Do you think you would have gotten back into riding dirt bikes regularly if you had never had Kiefer on the podcast?
No.
This one's kind of random, but Tim Slayton wants to know, what do you think the result would be if a factory rider did what Doug Henry did on Henry Hill on a factory bike nowadays?
The same. That was fucking huge.
Nothing's gonna
help
that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I still can't believe that. When that video plays every once in a while, it'll pop up on YouTube or Instagram, whatever. I still can't believe that even happened. It was insane.
From Beaks and Talons. How long will it take for live onboard footage for Supercross? My wife is the most casual fan, but every time she sees the onboard footage, she comments how it looks so much gnarlier.
Live onboard? I mean,
they want to do it, but Daniel keeps shutting it down.
I told him no. No, but what's... I'm a little off on this, but what's the GoPro rule now? Like the amateur stuff, you can't run it.
Pros are the same way now too.
Pros can't either.
No.
Yeah. So the answer is.
But you could mount it other places.
I guess you could, but I don't know. Oh, so you're saying live on board to where like mid race you can all of a sudden see the leader and what he's. That'd be cool. I just don't know technology. I have no answer for that. How it works.
Great. Really good to have you here.
Yeah. Sorry, couldn't bring technology answers. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time.
Love technology.
From Lax Defense Coats, thoughts on the combine, and does the format begin to help high-level amateurs transition better?
I don't know anything about the combine.
They need to do more. I like it, but more. Need more. 6 of them or so, 6 or 8. So you can get the kids around the country. You know what I mean? Like Ironman was good. It's Indiana's somewhat there, but you need a west, a couple center, a couple east. They need more of them. I think they're cool.
The Moss 912 wants to know, when a moto dad follows their grade school kid jogging while riding in the truck, have they officially turned into a Lessie 2.0?
Don't know what you're talking about.
You did that?
Did you write that?
No.
You did that?
Well, my kid, he's like into it now, and he wanted to run, and I'm not going to let him run by himself, so I just follow him in the car. I just cruise around in the neighborhood, and he runs.
How about a treadmill?
I'm not going to go buy a treadmill when he can just go run around the neighborhood. I can follow him in the truck.
Right. That's super weird, but okay. Moving on.
No. The answer to that is no. That's just me watching my kid run and for his safety. That's all.
All right, from Nick657, he wants your thoughts on Mumford's comments about Masterpool's bike being way faster in your Pulpcast.
What did he say?
That?
Mumford said what?
Mumford made a comment about Masterpool's bike being way faster.
Yeah, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, he wants to comment on it?
Yeah, just your thoughts.
Well, Masterpool weighs 105 pounds. So Masterpool's bike is going to look really good no matter what.
That's true.
I don't know. Mumford's pretty frustrated with his bike right now, for sure. But he's also a bigger guy. But, man, he weighed 8'8". Like, I don't know, 8'8".
I think what it is when you have a couple privateers that are all scraping for some, hoping that they're the next one to get the gig. You got Schwartz, Mumford, Masterpool, all three being great at different times. So probably a little competitive privateer thing where they're trying to flex on the other one to show like, hey, I'm the guy that deserves the next shot or something. So I think it's fair. He's being honest. I don't mind it.
From Retired Bubba, what single-digit number could the Jet and Danger Zone go for next year?
5 and 8.
Yeah, 5, 8,
4 won't unless Blake just tells him, but
right.
If we can't get a hold of Blake, I don't think the AMA is.
But Dillon didn't. Dillon had a chance to take a single this year, and he didn't do it.
He took 14, so I think he sticks with it, and then it would be Jet either 5 or 8, and I don't know which one. I have no idea.
Whenever Mertz thinks he can market better.
Whatever one Myrtle says to do, probably.
From Jimmy G, how much of Cody Schock's late season success can be related to a thinning herd, and how much is related to him emerging as a legitimate rider? How much better could he be on factory equipment?
I think both is the answer.
50-50.
Yeah.
Both of those answers are both correct.
And how much better can it be on factory equipment? I don't know. I don't think much better.
Well, what I can tell you again about factory equipment is unless you have the time to get it right for you, it's not that much of a benefit. Just because it has trick parts and it's faster and it has this and it has that, whoop-de-doo if you don't get a chance to really develop it for yourself and fine-tune it. If he was to hop on a bike right now, if he was to just today grab a factory bike, someone else's, Kenny's spare, and go race, he would do worse. Now, if he had a month, he would do a lot better. But just hopping on someone else's bike, I mean, these guys complain if the clickers are off. You're going to hop on someone else's bike and be better just because it's factory? No. A 250, it's different because of the power. You hop on a factory 250 on outdoor, you're going to get a bump from the power. 450, he would need to fine-tune the thing to really make a difference. Otherwise, it would actually, in my opinion, set him backwards a little bit if he didn't have the time.
I got a DM about are you coming up with any Eagle stew?
What?
Yeah, are you coming up with an Eagle stew at all?
Stew? Like to eat?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'll tell this guy.
Okay, tell him no.
Okay.
Like we might go with like a silicone spray next before we go to Eagle stew.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh, I'll pass that on.
The voice of the drunken people. How many 250 kids does Freezy kill this season?
Well, we touched on that, yeah.
All of them. Or just his coast.
From Fish 171, DB, how many actual CCs is in Evans 65?
Oh, boy.
65. I mean, he's not old enough to really feel the benefits of the big bar I'll eventually put in, but right now, 65.
Chris wants to know if we think we will have an A1.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
It's Vapor 740 has a future headline. Jet blasts off with the 250 title, or Jet...
You didn't do the or good enough.
Or Jet takes jagged drop to lose 250 title.
No, Jet takes the title.
I mean, hey, to be fair, the Jalik Swole crash at Southwick, those can happen at any time to anybody. So as much as his on-track riding has been perfect, or not perfect, but great, one little dumb-ass thing could ruin it for anybody. First turn for Jay Coop at Paula could be done, or Jet. It doesn't. As much as we want to get ahead of ourselves because of the way he's riding, way too many variables in the 250 class to just say it's over. There's weird stuff that happens, and they got to keep it clean if they want to get it.
All right.
I think Dylan has it, though.
Yeah.
I think that one's done.
From Incarcerated Izzy, Steve, was the caller last week about J-Law actually J-Law?
I don't know. People said it was. Marks?
Dude, it sounded a lot like him.
It sounded like him.
Why would he call the show? I
don't know.
Why would he remember a random interview?
Because it was the only one.
It was probably the only one.
How does he remember
Dude, I don't know. I didn't think
J-Law has done a lot of chemicals. This is not to be debated.
Did you check the caller ID?
It didn't go far that back. It's a long story. Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. What kind of technology are we using here?
I don't know, man. I got caller ID. Right now, we got caller ID, and then I go to check it, and it wasn't there. I checked both phones.
I think it was him.
He star 67'd you or something. Is it 67 was the one where you block your number?
Yeah, 67.
Yeah, he star 67'd you.
I don't think it was him.
I think it was him.
Okay.
From Colby Ray Cheese, do you think that the heat was a big reason that Eli won Ironman? First race with some real heat, and Eli was the only one that didn't look smoked.
Dylan was struggling, like you guys said. You touched on that. Kenny was struggling. Yeah, maybe. Eli's a bad dude, right? So.
From Mike Dizzer, Steve, do you practice what you preach? When is the last time you had Race Tech service your Blue Crew?
Well, when I got the stuff put in it and never. It's only got 20 hours on it, so.
Not quite there yet.
No, I don't think 20. I think I got 26 hours on it, 24 or 26. That's not enough for a suspension oil change.
All right, a few more here. Jesse318, do you think AP is getting a raise for next year? or staying the same? Expectations were very high coming off the 250s.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably around the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last one.
Okay, tits.
We're running out of good questions here. You answered a lot of them earlier. Brett CL775. Did DB not get the call to fill in with Weege because of all of his MX success would overshadow all the other guests? Or was it karma for all the innocent Eagles used over the years to keep his hands clean?
Both.
They thought that my analysis might be off due to the fact that I sucked at outdoor and sort of watched them.
Very well said. All right, that's motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon.
No! That's horrible.
We barely talked about 450s tonight, by the way. 250s are what's going on right now.
Yeah. Did we even say Chase Sexton's name once?
No.
Till now. Savachi?
No.
Bogle. Someone said Bogle. You had a voicemail about Bogle. I could fix him?
Yeah.
Hartraff? Chiz got talked about.
Chiz. And LeMay and Surratt.
Surratt.
Jase Macalpine, Phil, Victor, Adler, Dungey, Brayton. Best interview tonight, DB.
Dark Side.
Really?
He was on twice.
Yeah, he was.
When you come back for round 2.
Yeah. May as well be called the fucking Dark Side pod. Yeah.
I mean, he brings it. I thought that this is unfair. They were all, I mean, Brayton's always like a perfect interview.
Yep.
Dungey's always like a perfect interview. Phil, to me, is I probably had the most fun with the Phil talk for sure.
All
Phil
right.
is great. Always.
Mark's Tallon, favorite interview tonight?
I'll be different and say Dungey just because I thought it was better than a lot of the Dungey interviews we've had prior. I think he was a little more open. So I think that went well.
Well, usually that happens right when he gets on, you accuse him of trying to take the job of the guy sitting straight across from you.
Yeah, that's good.
Usually that lightens the mood up a little bit, so good job.
That's what we do at Pulp.
Yeah.
We pit everybody against each other. It's great.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say Dunge too, but I'll go Jase.
Say Dunge.
It was a good interview for him. He was more enthusiastic than normal. Had a lot to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Good show, Steve.
Okay, goddamn.
Great work.
Thank you. Thanks. About time
Your mom said the same thing.
Find that somebody gives me some credit for something. Thank you to Arthur Draper. Visit arthurdraper.com. He only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you, Daniel. If you've been in a motorcycle or car accident, call Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He'll take the time to know you, and he'll take the time to talk to you personally.
Could have used him a couple of years ago.
Yep. Consultations are free. You just need to call. arthurdraper.com. Thanks to Manscaped. That's a wrap.
Because of Manscaped, you saw things you
I don't want to see anymore.
didn't want to see.
Thanks for coming up, Daniel. As always, good job.
Thank you.
Great job in that co-host chair.
Thank
So this will be your last one for a little while, I think, because,
I mean, what is your plan now? Like with 2 more to go, and then what do you?
We take the whole fall off.
We'll see you in January.
Yeah, we'll see you in January 1.
I'll come back in.
Okay.
Mid-off season or so.
Okay.
Late October, early November or something.
Right, fair enough. Sounds good, man. Well, thanks everybody for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support with the codes and the sponsors and all of that. Thank you to Swisscore Moser. Thanks to Pookie, of course. Tallon, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
All right, let's move on. Thanks, Marks.
Eat dicks.
Don't hack me, bro. Thanks for listening again, and we will see you next week.
Might have came the earliest he's ever come.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine.